Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Naruto neglected for his sister AD trained by Acnologia? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the DEEZNUTZHaaaa-GOTEEM for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. 12-year-old Naruto Namikaze stood atop of the Hokage monument looking over the village hidden in the leaves. He watched on with an emotionless gaze as he really didn't care for the inhabitants. He had been beaten, scorned, and neglected for something he could not control. Yes, he knew that he contained the soul of the Ninetales, demon, fox as they call it. But he knew better. He knew it was no demon, and it was actually a her. The true demons are the ones he currently gazes upon. 12 years ago, his father had sealed the chakra of the fox into his twin sister, Naruto, and the soul of the beast into him. The village saw Naruto as the demon reincarnated, while they saw Naruto as a hero and princess. Even his own parents bought into that delusion and abandoned him and his training to his sisters. He often asked but was always turned down. It wasn't just training either. He wasn't given clothes, a place for food, and they even forgot him on his birthdays. As time went by, Naruto had become more self-sufficient and started to train himself. When he wanted to show his parents the fruit of his labor, he was slapped and berated for trying to upstage his sister. They yelled that they hated him and sent him to his room. That was the day he met his true family and unlocked a power long forgotten, the Rinnegan. He met the Ninetales and found out that it was a female, and she was sorry for his life. Naruto instantly forgave her and asked to get to know her. He learned that she was controlled that night, and that her name was Kurami. He also learned that Naruto could never control her power without Kurumi's soul, and that Kurumi's power would naturally recharge in a couple of years, making Naruto a true Jinchuriki. Naruto was saddened that his family was neglecting him for basically nothing. He asked Kurami if she knew why his eyes were burning, and she nodded. She told him that he had the Rinnegan, and of the Sage of Six Paths and his history. Naruto was shocked that he had the eyes of someone so important. He was further shocked when a second voice came from behind him and told him that his eyes were like his, but not entirely. Kurami had tears in her eyes as she saw none other than Old Man Sage himself. The sage explained why he was there, as he saw that Naruto was the one to succeed him and find true peace. Naruto smiled and started to cry, saying, "If I couldn't get his parents to love me, how could he save the world?" The sage smiled and put a firm hand on his head and said, "I believe in you." The sage and Kurami explained that they would train him, and Naruto of course jumped in joy. He soon found out that it was hell and torture, and they were sadistic bastards. He had found out that his eyes were the hybrid of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. It had all the abilities of the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Rinnegan without any of the backlash. He only had to mature his Sharingan and unlock his Mangekyo abilities. Hagoromo had taught him all he knew about the Rinnegan. He taught him about all the advantages and the paths. He had met Itachi and Shursui Uchiha after spying on them trying to learn more of the Sharingan. They caught him, and after hearing his story they decided to help train his eyes. While the training was hell, Naruto took to it like a sponge. Many times he would tire himself out and be taken back to the Uchiha clan compound. He has become well liked within the Uchiha clan, even getting Fugaku to crack a smile or two every once in a while. Mikoto was outraged at what her best friend had done to her child and half a mind to yell at Kushina, but Naruto had begged the Uchiha to stop and not tell them. He told them of when he was struck when he was training, and they nodded. Naruto had increased in bounds and leaps since he first started training. He had a bounty of jutsus in his arsenal, and he had completely mastered his Sharingan abilities and even his Mangekyo Sharingan. He was by all means an Uchiha except by blood. He had met the third Hokage, and the old man had taken a liking to him and frowned at his successor by neglecting his son. The old Hokage trained with Naruto and even let him see the Forbidden Scroll. His taijutsu was nothing to snuff at either. He had taken the Uchiha Interceptor Fist and combined that with the Senju fighting style with his father's taijutsu mixed in here and there. He called it the Dragon Interceptor. While it was his favorite, he also copied this other guy in a green jumpsuit's taijutsu style. He called it the Strong Fist. Naruto, having the Rinnegan, he could use every element but also sub-elements. So he recreated the first Hokage's wood release. He could use the second Hokage's ability to pull water from the air. He had jutsu knowledge that rivaled the third Hokage's. and while he disliked his family, he could not say that they weren't good ninja. He had taken to seals and recreated the flying thunder god, and Kurami had taught him to condense his chakra like a tailed beast bomb and recreated the Rasengan. However, his lightning elemental affinities was very high. His lightning was red from Kurami with a black tint. They concluded it was stronger than a regular lightning user. Naruto enrolled into the academy and had agreed with Shursui to stay the whole 4 years. He was at the top of his class, greatly surprising everyone. He mostly ignored many except Shikamaru, his best friend Choji, Shino, Hinata, and Sayuri. Sayuri was Sasuke's twin sister and had a much nice personality as she took after her mother. Naruto and Sasuke were jerks. Kiba thought he was an alpha. Ino, Sakura, and every one other girl was a fangirl of Sasuke. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes, but they shot up when he felt a fight going on, and he felt Shursui's energy. He dashed off and saw Shursui fighting 5 guys with blank ANBU masks that said, "Nah." He rushed to Shursui's side. "Shursui, what is going on here?" he asked. Shursui turned his head and Naruto saw that he was missing an eye, and Naruto gasped. "Naruto, you need to get out of here, these guys are dangerous," Shursui said, but he was close to collapsing himself. Naruto instantly rejected. "I won't leave you here to die," he said to his brother figure, and took a defensive position. Naruto proceeded to take down the ANBU and he helped Shursui out of the forest. Shursui told him of the Uchiha massacre that's going to take place. At first, Naruto didn't want to believe it, but after hearing Shursui's reasons he had to believe. Shursui left him his remaining eye and disappeared without a trace. Naruto decided then and there that he would no longer remain here. He would leave on his birthday that was a week away. Today was the day he was leaving. He wasn't waiting one more second. He got dressed and went to his desk. He wrote a letter and poured his heart out. Everything he held in for years went onto the piece of paper. He finished and wiped his eyes and sealed everything he owned into a giant scroll and strapped it to the small of his back. He took his sword given to him by the Uchiha last year and went to leave. He stopped by the family library and took some jutsu before leaving. He went to visit the Uchiha compound to tell his closest friend he was leaving. Sayuri was shocked to see her best friend and secret crush leaving her. She teared up but felt something warm wrap around her. She looked to see Naruto hugging her as if it was their last day to live. "Sayuri, I will miss you dearly and I am sorry for leaving you at a time like this, but I can't take it in this village anymore. Please don't go after Itachi for revenge. Revenge is never the answer, instead get stronger for your precious people. One day we will meet again, but for now I leave you." He finished while placing a kiss on her forehead, getting an atomic blush from the girl. Naruto flashed away to the village gates, and he took one last look at the place he called a hellhole and took off into the trees. Minato and Kushina were awakened by an active Naruto screaming about it's her birthday. "That's good, Naruto. Go get your brother and we'll go out for breakfast," Kushina said as she rubbed her eyes. Naruto looked confused. "The loser? Why do we need him? We never celebrated with him before," she said. Minato and Kushina looked up with wide eyes and rushed towards Naruto's room and slammed the door open. They saw a bare room with nothing on the walls or anything. They looked to his desk and saw a letter. They saw it was addressed to him. After reading the letter, Kushina was on her knees and crying her eyes out, saying she wasn't fit to be a mother, and was seething at Minato. Minato was trying to both console his wife and fearing from her wrath. Naruto was as bratty as ever. "So what? Maybe if he wasn't such a loser and weak he'd dash." She was shut up by a smack to her cheek. She looked up wide-eyed to her mother, who stood over her. "Don't you dare talk about your brother that way!" she yelled. Minato tried to calm his wife down and put a hand on her shoulder. Now, Kushina dash." She shrugged his hand off. "Do not touch me, Hokage-sama!" she spat. She began to walk out. "I'm going to go look for my son." And she rushed out. Naruto was tree-hopping while talking to his occupants. "Hey, do you know where I could get a fresh start?" he asked. "Yes, I do, but it is not of this world," Hagoromo said. This interested Naruto. "Where would this be then?" Naruto asked. "It is a world called Earthland, filled with magic and dragons. I can send you there, but we need to be at the Valley of the End. You better hurry too. I feel some people heading this way," he stated, and Naruto nodded. He knew he couldn't outrun the followers and he turned to face them. He saw 4 people drop down in front of him: Kakashi of the Sharingan, Tsunade the Slug Princess, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, and his own mother. "Why are you running away, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked at him blankly. "Why do you not ask her?" he said, pointing at Kushina. She instantly froze and remembered why he was running and sobbed. "I'm sorry, Naruto. My poor baby. But please come back and we can make things right. Please, son?" Kushina pleaded. "What are you talking about, Lady Kushina?" Kakashi asked. Kushina told them of what Naruto went through and they were shocked except Jiraiya. "Well, I can see why he would want to do this. I have half a mind to help him," Tsunade said. "But that would treason to your Kage, so deal with it," Jiraiya barked out. "Why do you seem like you already knew of this?" Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes. "I told Minato of a prophecy and I believe Naruto to be that child of prophecy. So I had him neglect Naruto for Naruto," he said, getting gasps from everyone. What happened next shocked them further when Jiraiya was sent barreling into a tree courtesy of Naruto's fist. "Thanks for being such a great godfather," he said. Everyone was shocked to see such skill at a young age. "Leave me alone. None of you are powerful enough to take me by force, and I certainly will not return to a life in that hellhole," he said as he walked away. He felt a something wrap around his wrist and turned to see Kushina with tears streaming down her face. "No, I will not let you leave me," she tried to say sternly. He ripped his hand away. "You think you can tell me not to? You think you can start acting like a mother after 12 years and think it will be okay?" he yelled, making her sob even more. "I will not be returning there any time soon, if ever. This is goodbye, mother. He spat out as he started to walk away again. "Naruto, your family has made mistakes, but they are trying to fix it, so come back," Kakashi tried to reason. Naruto just glared at him, and Kakashi sighed. "Very well. It is my mission to bring you back to the village by any means," he said as he charged forward. Tsunade was going to stop him, but she looked to Naruto and saw his eyes changed. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and whispered, "Tsukiyomi," and everyone fell to the ground. He had them relive everything he went through. And he walked off to the Valley of the End. Naruto arrived and Hagoromo activated the portal to this new world. "Naruto, Kurami, this is where I leave you," he said, shocking them both. "No, old man, you have to come with us," he pleaded. "No, Naruto, this is your adventure," he said with an elderly smile. "I will give you some gifts as it is your birthday, isn't it?" he said, and Naruto nodded. "First, I will give you my chakra, both the yin and the yang. You will know what each part does," he said as he placed his hand on his head and transferred his power. Naruto felt a surge of power and enlightenment. "I have also given you my knowledge. Now I want to give you my staff, kimono, and truth-seeking balls," he said, handing Naruto his staff and his kimono forming over his clothes with truth-seeking balls forming behind him. Naruto teared up at all these gifts and rushed at the sage and hugged him, saying thank you repeatedly. The sage smiled softly and hugged back. Kurami looked on with teary eyes and made her decision. "I won't be joining you either, Naruto," she said. Naruto was shocked. "No, not you too, Kurami. I won't have anyone and I'll be all alone again," he said as he looked down. Kurami smiled sadly at him. "I'm sorry, Naruto. But I have to stay here and with my father and siblings," she said. Naruto nodded his head. He understood, that was what a family was supposed to be like. "You will retain your abilities from being my jailer, increased stamina, super hearing, and durability. Plus your healing will be very advanced. It would take decapitating you for you to actually die, but don't be reckless with it," she finished, and Naruto nodded. Hagoromo flipped through some hand seals and drained Kurami out of Naruto. Naruto walked towards the portal. He turned around and looked at them with glossy eyes. "Thank you both so much. You were there when I truly thought I was nothing. You gave me a true family and the skills I needed to survive. You too saved me from my loneliness, and I could never repay for that," Naruto said. They smiled at him. "You could repay us by living a happy life, Naruto. It is the least you deserve," Kurami said. "Naruto, I suggest you learn some magic over there just in case, but you probably won't need to," Hagoromo said. Naruto nodded. "I guess this is goodbye," he said as he walked into the portal and he vanished from the elemental nations. Do you think he will return, father? Kurami asked. Her father looked over to her with a serious expression. We better hope he does. He is the child of prophecy after all. Time will tell. But let us be off, he said as they shimmered away as if they were never there. Break. 4 of the strongest shinobi in the village on the ground, unconscious. That is the scene Minato arrived upon after he felt the Kyuubi's chakra erupt and suddenly vanish. He thought it was Naruto throwing a fit, but it wasn't, as she was still in shock about his wife striking her for the first time. That led him to think of the rest of his family. His estranged son who had no talent had run away. Good riddance, Minato thought. He is such a burden to the family and was getting in the way of the prophecy. He was brought from his thoughts as his sensei shot up from the ground. Jiraiya, what happened? He asked. Naruto is stronger than we thought before. The kid is fast too, he responded after he spit some blood out. Well, we should get these guys to the Vildash. He was caught off as he and Jiraiya disappeared in a poof of smoke. Mount Myaboku. They reappeared in front of a massive faded red toad with a black hat sitting on a massive throne. Of course they had seen the great toad sage before, but not like this. His usual calm and often peaceful demeanor was replaced with killing intent that shocked them of how much there was. His usually closed eyes were open and glaring down at them. Do you know what you have done? He bellowed. What do you mean? Jiraiya got out. The great toad sage's eyes narrowed even further. I mean, you may have successfully thrown this world into Choice. Their eyes widened but then grew confused. What do you mean? We didn't do anything, Minato asked. Ah, but you did. You executed the abuse and neglect of a child. Their eyes narrowed at this. What does that matter? He was weak and Naruto is the child of prophecy. We had to focus on her, Jiraiya said. Wrong, he boomed. Did you really think one with such arrogance could possibly be the savior of the world? She cannot even control the power of the 9 tails without the soul. She will go berserk after she grows a 4th tail. Meanwhile, the real child of prophecy was a true Jinchuriki after a couple years when the soul regained its chakra. They were shocked. They had put their everything into Naruto, and it turns out they were wrong. We can fix this, Jiraiya said. We just need to find Naruto. Minato nodded. The great toad sage just snorted. Good luck with that. You massacred his family and abandoned him. As an added fact, he has left this world. Minato and Jiraiya had their jaws on the ground. How? Minato bellowed. I do not answer to you, boy. As of now, for the mindful abuse and neglect of a child, you and all of Konoha have fallen from grace with the toads and will be removed from the toad contract, said the great toad sage. What? You can't do that. Gamabunta wouldn't allow it, yelled Jiraiya. Let's see about that, the great sage said as the Toad clan moved into the room with downtrodden expressions. Bunta, thank Kami you're here. The old geezer is trying to get rid of our contract. Tell him you won't let that happen, Jiraiya exclaimed. Gamabunta shocked. You right. I wouldn't, he said looking at the elder Toad, but was stopped by Ma and Pa. But we will. We have seen how Naruto's life as a product of your neglect, and we are not happy with you or all of Konoha. We support the great sage's decision, Pa said, and the summoning contract appeared in his arms. He opened the scroll and they saw as their names were burned off like they were never there. Now never return here and may your village fall for what you have done to the ninja world, were the last words of the Toad Sage before they disappeared in a plume of smoke. With Kushina, Kakashi, and Tsunade, they reappeared with Minato looking shocked and Jiraiya looking crushed. Looks like we messed up, huh, sensei? Minato asked with a sheepish smile. Jiraiya said nothing as his student looked on in worry. Well, let's get back to the village, he said as he gathered the unconscious and grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder and flashed away. Break. That wasn't all of the fallout of Naruto's departure. When Tsunade, Kushina, and Kakashi woke up from their comas, they told of Naruto with the Rinnegan. Many wanted the boy back to breed but were quickly shut up by a seething Kushina. Kushina filed for divorce after learning that her husband cared more for a silly prophecy than his own son. And with Naruto being bratty towards her son, she disowned her too. She later moved in with Tsunade, who was reluctant at first but relented after Mikoto turned Kushina away, which really hurt her. Flashback. Kushina stood outside the Uchiha compound shocked. But I'm your best friend, why won't you help me out? Mikoto scoffed. Best friend? My best friend wouldn't let a young child be abused. She wouldn't strike her child just for training. She also would have comforted me when I was in need after my clan was slaughtered, she yelled. Mikoto slammed the door in her face and Kushina stood there in shock. Have I really been a bad friend? She slowly made her way over to Tsunade's mansion to stay with her. Flashback end. The rest of the ninja villages heard of their exploits, and were soon to stop bartering and dealing with Konoha. The destruction of the village hidden in the leaves was coming sooner than they thought. Kumo was looking to abandon the non-aggression pact and leaning to aligning with IWA. The Wind Daimyo, who was feeding missions to Konoha over his own village, stopped and started to give them to Suna, making them flourish after a while. Many of the smaller villages broke alliances with Konoha, some which date back to the first and second Hokage. Sayuri Uchiha trained every day to get to a level where she could help and fight side by side with her secret crush, and under her mother's tutelage she making good progress. She was on her way to becoming Kunoichi of the Year, and even beating her brother. Speaking of Sasuke, he is being weighted on hand and foot by the village, and Minato was doing nothing to stop it. He had grown arrogant and expected everyone to bow to him. Many called for the retirement of the Yellow Flash, as Konoha was suffering the worst in its history under his reign. They were on the brink of a war and in financial decline. They just couldn't afford to go to war. After a few months and no sign of Naruto, the village couldn't save face, and many were talking of abandoning but were stopped by a then hysterical Minato. He had ordered to find Naruto at all costs so they could bring peace to the world. Many grew confused about what he meant and assumed that it was just the Hokage cracking under the pressure. They hoped and prayed that Naruto would show up so they can force him to clear their name and save them. Little did they know that Naruto wouldn't be found for a long while. Break. Inside a dark cave, 9 figures stood in a circle. The QB has gone off the grid, a half-black and half-white man said. It is inconsequential. The boy only had the soul and not the chakra. In theory, the girl is sufficient for our plans. A man with glowing red eyes with 3 tomos said. Itachi is right. We need not worry about the boy and focus on the girl and how to get her away from her family. Someone with a massive hunch and face mask said in a deep voice. We should focus on the others for now. Kakuza and Haiden get our funds together. Sasori and Zetsu continue to gather information on our targets. Itachi and Kisame, you will be on recon duty and will scope out the levels of the Jinchuriki as they are now. We move in 3 years and we will bring peace to this world. A man with ringed purple eyes stated as everyone nodded. Break. Do you think he will return, father? Kurami asked. I believe he will, he answered. He has seen the world for what it is. And I can tell that it was not something he wanted to save, she responded. We will need him to. This world is dying of hatred and I know he will be the one to save it. Break. There was a blinding light in his eyes. Naruto unsteadily got up as he groaned. He took in his surroundings and noticed that he wasn't at the Valley of the End. He assumed that the jutsu worked, but he didn't know where he was. He got up to look around but turned around quickly as he heard a loud "Aroe." Last time. There was a blinding light in his eyes. Naruto unsteadily got up as he groaned. He took in his surroundings and noticed that he wasn't at the Valley of the End. He assumed that the jutsu worked, but he didn't know where he was. He got up to look around but turned around quickly as he heard a loud roar. Now! Naruto gazed into the eyes of a giant sea-green dragon which was currently baring its teeth at him. Hi! He waved weakly. The dragon growled and lunged at him. Naruto back flipped away and landed onto the cave wall and stuck there with chakra. Whoa, why are you attacking me for? Naruto asked. The dragon was looking at him with wide eyes at the feat of standing on a wall but quickly shook out of its stupor and charged again. Naruto, wanting to get information, flipped some hand seals as wooden tendrils come burrowing out of the ground. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. He yelled as the tendrils of wood took form of Chinese dragons and wrapped around the dragon's appendages, and bit him, getting a roar of pain from the dragon. Seeing that the dragon was subdued, Naruto walked up to it. Now where am I? He asked. The dragon struggled against the wood bindings but couldn't break them and reluctantly stopped the struggle and looked towards Naruto. You dare demand something of me? I am Tempest the Great Storm Dragon. Who do you think you are, human? The dragon, now named Tempest, bellowed as it struggled again. Naruto didn't notice the bindings start to crack. I am Naruto and am just your regular guy. Could you tell me about this place? He asked. The bindings finally gave way and the dragon took a swipe at Naruto. Storm Dragon's Raging Claw. As electricity and water combined in his paw and covered his hand, looking uncontrolled and like a dark storm cloud. Naruto jumped back as the fist crashed where he was and created a large crater with electrical discharge and water vapor around it. I see, so his storm power is like the storm style. It's made of water and lightning, but it is less lasers and more clouds. Naruto thought. He also dispersed the cloud into water vapor and charged lightning into as a trap so I would be stunned after the initial contact. Naruto deduced. He then turned and looked to Tempest. Not bad, but let me show you my storm element, he said as he flipped through some hand seals and cupped his hands together. Storm style, laser circus. He yelled as his hands glowed a brilliant white with a ring surrounding it that stunned Tempest, making him a sitting duck. Multiple lasers fired from his hands and they all rushed towards Tempest. As the first laser struck Tempest, he howled in pain, and the first was soon accompanied by the others, resulting in an explosion and large dust cloud. When the dust cloud settled, Naruto could see Tempest looking a little worse for wear. He had a multitude of scratches and holes in his wings and his breathing was ragged. He noticed the dragon was looking at him with fury. You filthy human! You dare attack me with my own element! Try and defend this! He bellowed. He took a deep breath and his chest puffed out. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this attack. His other eyebrow quickly joined its counterpart as he realized what the dragon was doing. He quickly went through some hand seals. Storm style, light fang, he said as he breathed out a thin stream of lightning at the dragon. Tempest at the same time bellowed. Storm Dragon's Roar. As a tunnel of what looked like dark clouds with lightning jumping around it raced towards Naruto. The attacks met a couple meters before Tempest. Said dragon was surprised as the stream of lightning cut through his roar like hot knife through butter. His roar blew up before him and the stream of lightning caught him in his chest. He was blasted back into the cave and slumped down. Old Man Sage said that would pack a punch, but that was just ridiculous, Naruto said as he made his way over to the fallen dragon. As he walked, he pondered if the dragon knew of life outside of this cave, and if so, could he use the human path on a dragon? It is named after humans, so it might not. He got to the dragon and saw he was still breathing. It was muttering something about brats using my element better and didn't get to pass on my teachings. Naruto, taking pity on the dragon, sighed. I can help you with passing on your teachings. I can take your memories, and when I find someone worthy I can teach them your magic. Tempest looked shocked but nodded. Naruto activated his Rinnegan, shocking Tempest, but he ignored it. He put his hand on top in between the dragon's eyes and used his human path. He absorbed the soul and held it in his hand as it condensed into a huge ball until it slowly dwindled into he absorbed it all. He grimaced, looking through the memories of Tempest. He lived for a long time and even taught someone his magic during the dragon's civil war. He learned to why he attacked him. It was because the last time he let a human into his life was his dragon slayer. It was the very human who slaughtered Tempest's wife and daughter. Naruto looked at the dragon with a look of sympathy after he learned that. I am sorry for your loss. I am sorry I brought up bad memories. I promise I will find someone worthy to wield your power, and I never go back on my word. Now rest and be with your family, Tempest, he said as he put a hand on the dragon's head and bowed his head. Naruto started to walk away from the cave after sealing Tempest's body into a scroll. He was going to find a blacksmith to make draconian weapons and maybe some armor for him. From what he had seen in Tempest's memory, his scales were quite durable. He was on his way to a town that shouldn't have been too far from the cave, but the dragon could fly, but he couldn't at the moment. Old Man Sage told him that with his yang chakra he could, but he hasn't tried it out yet. So tree jumping it is, then, he thought to himself. He jumped up to the trees with a burst of chakra. Break. In Clover Town, the guild masters were at their regular meeting. One short old man who was bald on top but had hair on the sides and back of his head with a gray mustache was happily drinking his beer until he felt an immense power. He looked towards the power, as did his fellow guild masters. What do you think it is? Bob the Guild Master of Blue Pegasus asked. I don't know, but that power is not to be trifled with. It is immense, but it is controlled. Think how it would be if it was angry, Makarov responded. He heard a snort, and he saw Jose Porla looking at him with a sneer. Please, Makarov. You think that we the guild masters couldn't stop whatever that thing was? Especially me, as I am the guild master of the strongest guild and one of the wizard saints. He gloated. Many shook their heads at the arrogance of the Phantom Lord Master. You are a fool to think that, Jose. Can you not tell that power dwarfs by a margin? Goldmine, the master of Quattro Cerberus, said. Jose sneered at his Quattro Cerberus counterpart. Before anything could go on between them, Makarov decided to end it. No matter. We should stay away from it. We don't know it is and if it is hostile or not, he said as the others except Jose agreed. Break. Did you feel that? A hooded figure said to 5 other familiar-clothed figures. Yes. That power was amazing, and it might be enough to resurrect Lord Zerif, one said, as the others nodded. It also seems like it is heading this way. We should go to it and take it back to the Tower of Heaven, the leader said as they walked towards the edge of town. Break. Naruto flipped down from the trees and started to walk towards the town. Man, there are less trees here than in my world. Maybe I should start training in the yang power that old man Sage gave me. It would be so cool to fly, he thought to himself. He stopped walking when he felt 6 energies surround him. He looked up to see 6 cloaked figures around him with hoods covering their faces. Can I help you? He asked. Yes, you are coming with us to the Tower of Heaven to help with the resurrection of Zerif, the leader said. Naruto's eyes widened a little when he heard the name. He learned of it when he went through Tempest's memories. He was a dark wizard who used death and life magic to make his demons and kill thousands. Nope, I am not. I'm not going to bring him back into this world. Besides, the dead should stay dead and only live through our memories, Naruto said as he started to walk away. They quickly circled him. You are going to come back to the Tower of Heaven and help build it as a slave, then you will be the sacrifice to bring back Lord Zerif, one said as it went to grab Naruto, but it passed right through as if he was a ghost. Do not sully me by touching me with your soiled hands, he said in monotone as he showed them his Rinnegan, which unnerved them. You said something about slaves. As I recall, slavery is illegal, and since you seem to be trying to take me, I assume you have taken other kids as well, he deduced. He unleashed a lot of killing intent which froze the mages and made them consider suicide to escape this being in front of him. Do you know how many lives you have ruined? Children missing parent and parents missing their children? For this abomination you call the Tower of Heaven? I will show you the errors of your ways. He yelled as his left eye bled a bit that it looked tears. The leader of the mages was curious to what he was doing but was knocked out of his stupor when he heard the screams of his companions. He looked over to them and was shocked when he saw the others bathed in black flames. He looked back to where Naruto was but was surprised when he was in front of him with his hand on his head and he couldn't move. You are truly a disgusting person with all you did in your life. Now begone, human path. And with that Naruto ripped out his soul and got his memories, which made Naruto blanch. Well, at least I know where the tower is now, he said, trying to make the best of it. He looked towards the Amaterasu flames that had turned the other mages into ashes and dispersed the flames. Now let's go free the slaves, he said as he made his way to the sea. Has been a few days since Naruto killed those dark mages, as he now knows they are called. He has been training in his yang chakra and has been making good progress. He can currently levitate for a few minutes, but full flight is still a little ways away. He is currently on a boat he liberated and heading to the Tower of Heaven. The Dark Mage's memories said that it is off the coast of Akane Resort, so here he is. The boat was actually from the slavers. He had found them loading more children onto it. Flashback. Naruto was walking down to the docks when he heard a gruff voice. Move it, kid! We ain't got all day, he said as he roughly shoved a young boy with brown hair, pushing him to the ground. I said move it! The mage said as he was going to strike the boy with a staff. The boy cowered in fear and prepared for the hit, but it never came. He looked and his eyes widened when he saw a blonde boy a few years older than him blocking the staff with one hand. Naruto turned to the young boy and smiled. Hey, you okay? He asked gently. He got a nod in return. Good. Now you and everyone else should get out of here. I won't let these bad men hurt you anymore. The mage snorted. Ha! And what can a brat like you do against us? Besides, they wouldn't get far as they are in shackles. He gloated. Naruto tilted his head. What shackles? He asked. The mage grew irritated at his ignorance. The ones around his wrist and ankle. He stopped as he noticed the boy's shackles were at Naruto's feet along with everyone else's. He looked up to see a fist coming to his face. He was launched back into a tree and he slumped down unconscious. He had learned that it is sorta taboo to kill here, so he had to tone down his techniques. The other mages looked shocked. Naruto turned to look at them very slowly, and when he fully turned around he uttered "Boo!" and the mages ran away with great speed. Naruto laughed at the mages as he had clones to take care of them. He smiled at the now freed slaves and he flashed away to find the dirtbag boat captain that transports these slaves. Flashback end. Naruto found the captain and persuaded him to take him to the tower. He was knocked out of his thoughts when the captain called to him that they were almost there. Naruto steeled himself as he was going to slaughter the inhabitants of the island, besides the slaves, of course. They were trash and didn't deserve to live. As he neared the island, he knocked out the captain and threw him down below. This would be used as the escape vessel for the slaves. He went around the island stealthily as he was taught by his teachers. He missed them dearly but had to live a happy life just as they had asked. He heard multiple explosions and rushed off. He saw what looked like a slave rebellion led by a bunch of kids a little younger than himself. What really caught his eye was the girl in charge with her dazzling red hair like Ji's mother, and her brown eye. He noticed she had an eye patch on her right eye and wondered what happened. The slaves were all dressed in rags and it was an outrage. These people were treated like dirt, like he was with his family. He saw that the slaves were losing morale and the mages were moving in for the kill. He took out a tri-pronged kunai and threw in front of the red-haired girl and he disappeared in a flash of yellow. Break. Erza was quickly losing steam as her 11-year-old body couldn't handle the stress. She looked towards the others and saw the same, as they were too young or too malnourished to fight with the mages. The mages were almost upon them when a strange-looking knife struck the ground before her. She went to pick up the knife but stopped as a flash of yellow blinded her. Once she got her vision back, she was shocked. There was a boy not much older than her with yellow spiky hair and bangs that framed his face. He had whisker marks and the deepest blue eyes she had ever seen. He was wearing a white kimono top with 9 magatama arranged 3 by 3 in a box with the 4 concentric circles above it. He had on red cargo pants with black flames liking the bottom. He turned back to her with a charming smile that made her blush, not seeing her one of friends glare at the boy. "I see you are the one leading this rebellion," he said, and she stiffened. What if he was here to take them away? As if he noticed her hesitation. "Do not worry. I am here to help you. Now all of you get away from here. There is a boat on the north side of the island, use that to get away," he said as he turned towards the mages who were glaring at the boy. "What about you, young one?" An elderly man with eerily long eyebrows and long white hair that went down to his back. "Well, me?" he started. "I am going to make sure these guys never bother anyone ever again. Now get to the boats," he ordered. Erza was in her own world thinking about saving her friend. "No! I have to save Jalal!" And she ran off with the old man running after her. Naruto didn't notice some mages slip off after them. "You think you could be all of us, brat?" one sneered. Naruto responded by raising his hands in the horse hand seal and taking in a deep breath. "Fire style, great fire annihilation," he said as spewed out a stream of fire that shocked the mages and choked them further when it expanded to 50 feet wide and 25 feet high. The mages were in a panic. "Water mages to the front and defend!" the presumed leader said, and the water mages tried to use their magic, but the flames burned through them and covered the grounds in steam. Naruto, seeing his chance, activated his Rinnegan and went in. The leader heard sickening squelches and screams of terror from his men. Finally a wind mage blew the steam away, and the sight that was brought to him was eye-opening to say the least. A young boy no older than 12 or 13 cutting through the mages with no hesitation. He started to launch spell after spell towards the boy in hopes of stopping this slaughter. The boy was too fast. He seemed to be one place and then vanish in the blink of an eye. Naruto was running through these guys with ease. He didn't really need any jutsu, just the body flicker that Shursui taught him. He missed his brother and teacher. He was the one of the reasons he was here, and as strong as he was, along with Itachi, Kurami, and Old Man Sage. That last spin concentration cost him as a mage struck him with a earth pillar. After that they all attacked with all the magic they could muster. When they were finished and the dust cleared, there was nothing but a crater left. The leader started to laugh loudly. "Ha, finally got him. He wasn't that tough after all. Now go gather up those slaves and bring me the red head. She is going to pay for causing this," he said darkly. "If you thought that was enough to stop me, then you are sadly mistaken." A monotone voice came from right behind the leader. He slowly turned around, but he stopped as he saw a hand covered in howling wind pierce through his chest where his heart was supposed to be. He turned to see the purple-ringed eyes staring into his very soul as if judging him. "You and the rest of the mags on this island are not leaving here alive. Give the death god my regards when you greet him," as he pulled his arm out of him. The man coughed up blood, then he embraced the sweet darkness, knowing they couldn't defeat this monster. He looked towards the other, and they took a step back in fear. He heard a scream and his body flickered away. He arrived to the source of the scream to see the red-head girl activate her magic for the first time. It seemed as if she had a fine gift for telekinesis, as she was levitating multiple weapons around her, attacking her pursuers. He looked to what caused this outburst, and saw the old man he saw earlier on the ground with a peaceful smile and a smoldering back. He guessed he protected the girl from a magical blast. He reappeared next to the girl and summoned his sword from the Uchiha. He had yet to give the sword a name, but that would come in time. He vanished and cut down the mages in seconds and reappeared just as the girl was going to fall from exhaustion. He picked her up in a bridal carry, and he jumped away towards the boat. Erza looked up to her blonde savior weakly. She was so tired, but she had to know his name. What is your name?" she asked. He looked down and smiled, causing her cheeks to warm up. "My name is Naruto," he said gently as he landed on the boat, and she fell to her fatigue. Naruto smiled as he set her down gently, and went back to the island. He summoned a clone and held his hand out as chakra started to spin in all directions in his hand. The clone started to add his wind element into the mix. Soon a whistling sound was heard as he hoisted the spinning ball of death above his head. He looked at the place with utter disdain, not wanting to think of the atrocities that have occurred here. With that thought, he threw the raisin shuriken at the tower. As it hit the base of the tower, it expanded and created a dome of 100 feet of microscopic wind blades that cut the tower into pieces, and without the bases the whole tower came crumbling down. Naruto looked on at the destruction he caused as the smoke rises from the rubble of the tower. He turns away and he returns to the boat as they set off. Break. "What was that energy spike, Altair?" a shadowed figure asked through a crystal ball which was held by a young girl with 2 purple pigtails, pale skin, and brown eyes. The girl smiled and shook her head. "I have no idea, Master. I was too busy with Jalal to see who it was," she responded. The figure grunted. "No matter, this will only derail our plans but a small amount. Just make sure to get Jalal working on the Tower of Heaven as soon as possible." "Yes, Master," she said as she walked over to Jalal and stroked his sleeping head. The Master grunted as his connection cut off. Break. Erza woke up from the best sleep she ever had. She saw that she was in a bed in what looked like a hotel room. She heard a knock at the door, and she gasped when she saw it was the blonde boy. "So it wasn't a dream?" she muttered to herself, but Naruto caught it. "No, it wasn't. I am quite real and you are no longer at that place," he said as he sat on the bed next to her. He heard sniffling and he looked at her with concerned eyes. That means Gigi Grandpa Rob is our real dash." She was cut off when she felt 2 arms wrap around her frame. She looked to see Naruto holding her close to his chest. "It is okay to be sad about a loved one's death. Just know that he gave his life to protect you and now he lives on through you," Naruto said. He smiled slightly. "Plus he helped you unlock your magic as his last deed," he said, getting wide eyes from her, and she nodded her head in his chest. She looked up at his eyes, her full of determination. "I will live on and become the best mage I can be for Grandpa Rob," she said. Naruto smiled. "Good. Do you have a place you want to go?" he asked, and she nodded. "Yes, I want to go to Grandpa Rob's guild. He said they are like a family, and he had adventures all the time," she said. Naruto's eyebrow rose. "Oh? And what is the name of this guild?" he asked curiously. Erza just grinned. "Fairy Tale," she chirped. Naruto smiled at her excitement, but he remembered that he didn't know her name, and she was missing an eye. I forgot I don't even know your name, and what happened to your eye?" he asked. His mood died down after that as she told him of how her and her friends tried to escape and got caught, and she was blamed and tortured, resulting in the loss of her right eye. Naruto was livid at what they did this girl and her friends. He noticed the look in her eye when she talked about Jelal and figured she may have a crush on him. Erza didn't tell him about what Jelal said after she went to find him with Grandpa Rob. He didn't know how he would react. "Jelal was the one to give me my last name. Scarlet after the color of my hair," she finished fondly. Naruto nodded to show he was listening. "My mother had similar hair to yours, but I like yours much better," he said as she blushed at the compliment, but noticed the way he spat the word mother. She decided to ask later. "Hey, why don't I do something about that eye?" Naruto asked, getting scared look from Erza. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I hope," he muttered to himself as he raised his right hand with a yellow circle on it to her right eye and placed it over her eye socket. He channeled some chakra into his hand and smiled. Erza gasped as she felt a tingle in her right eye socket. Naruto removed his hand, walked to the dresser in the room, and grabbed a hand mirror. He held up to Erza and she gasped again, and tear gathered to both her eyes as she looked at her right eye in joy. She jumped up and hugged Naruto as she muttered thank yous into his chest. Naruto hugged her back and rubbed her back soothingly. She soon fell asleep and Naruto put her back in bed and went to his room. He had to look up where Fairy Tail was. Naruto was walking with Erza down a dirt path. He had found the way to Fairy Tail a few days ago. It was in a place called Magnolia Town apparently. The duo had to walk because they were currently, for lack of a better word, broke. Naruto, I'm hungry," Erza said with a blush as her stomach grumbles. They hadn't ate since they stopped by that small town a day ago. Naruto glanced at the girl and smiled and patted her head. "It's all right, Erza. We'll get something to eat at the next town," he said as he pulled out a map. He looked to estimate the time it was going to take to get to the next town. He sighed as he noticed it would take about 3 hours to get to this Harjan town. He looked down to Erza and saw she was struggling with her hunger, and he smiled. "Hey Erza," he said, getting her attention. "It will take us 3 hours to get to the next town," he said, and she whined. He smiled, widened. "But I know a way that will get us there faster." Erza looked at him with curious eyes and grew confused when he crouched on the ground with his hands low. "Well? Are you going to stand there or are you going to get on?" he asked. Erza got what he was saying and got on his back. "How is this going to get us there faster, Naruto?" she asked skeptically. Naruto just grinned and he leapt into the air to the nearest tree and ran up it with his chakra. Erza started to scream when she felt him jump and she tightened her grip on his neck almost to the point of choking him. Naruto burst from the top of the tree and he landed on a tree branch and he started to tree hop to cut their time down. Erza was still holding on for dear life and missing the view with her eyes shut with her head in the crook of his neck. "Hey Erza. Why don't you open your eyes?" he said in a soft voice. She shook her head against his neck and he sighed. "I promise it's okay to look," he said reassuringly. Erza slowly lifted her head from his neck and opened her eyes. Naruto was right when he said it was a great view. She started to laugh with childlike innocence as she saw the forest zoom past her. Naruto just smiled and continued his way to Harjan town. They reached Harjan in about an hour. Erza had fallen asleep from lack of food and her overexcitement of tree jumping. He landed on the ground without making a sound and slowly walked towards the town. He noticed it had an older vibe than the other town he visited and that this one had a large port, and probably was a fishing town rather than a magical town. He continued to walk through town until he found a hotel he and Erza could stay in. He walked into the hotel and saw that the person at the front desk was a young woman with brown hair and brown eyes. She was currently reading a magazine. He went up to her and got her attention. "Hello? Could we stay here for tonight?" he asked the woman. The woman looked at him and sighed and put down her magazine. "Where are your parents, kid?" she asked, but she didn't really care, she just wanted her magazine time. Naruto flinched at the subject. "My parents aren't here anymore," he said in a monotone. The girl sighed again. "Well, do you have any money?" Naruto shook his head in the negative. "Well, you can't stay here without money, kid," she said as she went back to her magazine. Naruto sighed as he really wanted to see the good in people with his understanding of Nishu, but sometimes people made it really hard. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and cast a genjutsu on the woman. She handed him a room key and a pass for free room service. Naruto smirked and took the items and went on his way while also snapping her out of the illusion. When he got to the room, he saw that there was only one bed. 2 dressers, one on each side of the bed, with lamps on each one. There was a huge window on the wall opposite of the door with big brown curtains. Overall, the room was very bland, but Naruto didn't mind her put Erza on the bed and he went to take a shower, as tree jumping for most of the day could really make a guy sweaty. Naruto took off his clothes and covered himself with a towel and went to the bathroom adjoined to the room. Erza's eyes fluttered open and she slowly sat up. She realized that she was in a bed and not on Naruto's back. She assumed that she was in a hotel. She noticed that Naruto was nowhere to be found, but later heard the shower running and figured he was in there. She looked around the rather bland room and spotted something that made her salivate. She spotted on the desk a menu for room service, and by the menu was a card. She examined the card and saw that it had free room service written on it. Her eyes sparkled as she picked up the communication lacrima. Naruto walked out of the shower feeling refreshed as he wiped down his untamed blonde locks. He was almost completely naked besides the towel covering his nether region. He looked up to see an odd sight. It was Erza Scarlet cramming food down her throat like there was no tomorrow. He coughed to get her attention. He smiled in amusement as he saw her look up with wide eyes, and she blushed terribly, as red as her hair. She looks pretty cute like that, he thought. Erza was extremely embarrassed. Naruto just saw me eating like an uncultured swine, plus he is only wearing a towel. But look at the chest and abs, she thought as her blush deepened. No, I like Jalal, don't I? Naruto had the decency to blush at his attire, and he unsealed black v-neck and some black cargo pants with his ninja sandals. Erza blush lessened but still remained as he looked very good in black. Naruto frowned at her, and she was frightened. Oh no, what if he decides to leave me? She thought as tear burned at her eyes. Nah, we haven't gotten you any new clothes yet, Erza. Let's go shopping, he said with a gentle smile. Erza perked up when she heard that, all bad thoughts quelled. She shook her head vigorously as Naruto chuckled. He grabbed her hand and they were gone in whirlwind of leaves. Break. Erza was walking happily down the street with a single bag from Hertzkreuz, looking quite content. Naruto was walking with her, looking exhausted and carrying bags on his arms. It was a very comedic sight to the onlookers based off the chuckles and whipping sound effects he heard. Naruto smiled as he looked at how happy Erza looked. She had dragged him to almost every store. He had near unlimited stamina, and yet he was wore out by the redhead. She had gotten a simple white dress with long sleeves with blue leggings and brown boots. He, of course, bought it for her, as she had no money. She had gotten other outfits but had yet to show him. Naruto caught up to Erza and placed a hand on her shoulder, and they vanished without a reappeared in their hotel room. Naruto dropped the bags and took a breath of relief. Whoa! Those were getting heavy. Erza giggled, then looked to the ground timidly. Thank you? She said with a blush. Naruto looked at her curiously. For what? For buying me these clothes and taking care of me, she said as she cursed for her stuttering. Naruto smiled gently. It's no problem, Erza, he said as he sat on the bed. He kicked off his sandal and took off his shirt and laid in the bed. He looked up to a furiously blushing Erza and smirked. Well, come on then. It's time to go to sleep, he said as he patted the bed. Erza was freaking out on the inside. But he's a boy and I am a girl. We can't sleep on the same bed together. Naruto just had an amused smile on his face. It's okay, Erza. We're friends, so we can do stuff like sleep in the same bed, he said as he laid down. Erza hesitantly walked over and got under the covers with Naruto, and she had an atomic blush on her face. Naruto smiled at her and turned his back towards her as he started to drift to sleep. Erza, tomorrow we head to Magnolia and you can join Fairy Tail. So rest up, he said as he closed his eyes and fell to sleep. Erza perked up at the mention of Fairy Tail, but also noticed that he said he wasn't going to join with her. He's going to leave me after I join, she thought as she too fell into a slumber. Break. They had awakened early that day and left Harjanport, and they were making good time. Erza was distracted by the fact that Naruto might be leaving after they get to Fairy Tail. Naruto picked up on her faraway look and sighed. Erza, what's wrong? He asked. Erza was knocked out of her thoughts when she heard him. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto. I was just thinking about how life will be when we join Fairy Tail, she said, lying while also dropping a not-so-subtle hint. Naruto, being raised to be the best ninja, clearly saw through her ruse and sighed. It's not that he didn't want to join, but he wanted to explore, and he didn't know if they'd accept him since he isn't really a mage. He looked to Erza and smiled. Don't worry, Erza, I'm sure everything will be great when we get there, he said reassuringly. Erza blushed at his smile but smiled back and nodded. They continued to walk in silence until they came to a giant sign that read, Welcome to Magnolia. Naruto turned to Erza and gave her a foxy smile. We're almost there, Erza. Close to dream. Erza smiled back and nodded. They were about to start walking when they heard sirens and someone over some flying megaphones telling people about something called a Gildart's shift. Erza looked confused and Naruto took a protective stance in front of her. He started to expand his senses and his eyes widened as he turned to look behind him. Who is this? Their power is huge, he thought. He continued to look towards the forest until he saw a large muscular man with orange hair that was slicked back and a stubbly beard. He had on a tattered cloak, dark pants with an armor guard around his waist. He also had his pants tucked into his metal boots. This man is no normal mage. To have so much magic is incredible. He thought in wonder before his eyes narrowed at the man, and he prepared himself. I must protect Erza and make sure she gets to Fairy Tail. I have to be careful though, this guy is no pushover. I also don't know what magic he uses. I may have to use my Rinnegan for real in this fight. The man approached and Erza shook in fear at the man and Naruto tensed. The man continued to walk towards the man. Naruto was about to whip out a tri-pronged kunai, but the man continued to walk past them as if they weren't there. Naruto just stood there trying to figure out what happened. He turned to Erza and saw her jaw dropped. Hey Erza? What's wrong? He asked. She just pointed and he followed her eyes to the guy in the black cloak. He quirked his head to the side on confusion. Do you know that guy, Erza? She shook her head to get out of her stupor. No, he has the symbol like Grandpa Rob. He's part of Fairy Tail, she exclaimed. Naruto's eyes widened and he grabbed Erza's hand and ran after the man. Hey, mister! Naruto called out the cloaked man. The man turned to preteens with a curious look. Yes? He asked. Are you from Fairy Tail? Erza blurted out. The man nodded. Could we come with you? She asked timidly. The man looked at the two children as if he was silently judging them, and then he grinned. Sure thing, just follow me. The guild should just be straight ahead, if I remember right. He mumbled the last part to himself. Erza's face lit up with a huge smile. Yay! Do you hear that, Naruto? We finally get to join Fairy Tail! She cheered as she jumped up and down. Naruto wore a small smile as he watched Erza run around the mystery man, and himself talking about the adventures she was going to have as a mage. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know this mystery man's name. Hey, he said as he nudged the older man. You never told us your name. The man looked down at him and smiled. My name is Gildarts. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, you're the reason this town is split down the middle? Gildarts nodded. Yeah, I have a problem holding in my magic and I sometimes forget where I'm going, so I used to crash into people's house. So they made this formation of the town when I come back from a job, he informed as he wore a sheepish smile and was rubbing the back of his head. Naruto just sweat dropped at the explanation. This guy has to be the strongest idiot I've ever met, he thought. After a couple more minutes of Erza's cheering, they had finally made it to Fairy Tail. Erza had calmed down and had taken a timid demeanor as she looked at the building. Naruto patted her shoulder in support and giving her a reassuring smile. Gildarts walked up the giant doors and placed a hand on it. He turned towards Naruto and Erza and grinned. You ready for this? He got an excited nod from Erza and a smile from Naruto. He pushed the doors open. Welcome to Fairy Tail. They walked to door and saw what Fairy Tail was like for the first time. It wasn't what they were expecting, to say the least. There were brawls going on that looked like a cartoonish cloud with various people's limbs coming out it. There were multiple people drinking and having conversations that weren't really appropriate for young ears. Both Naruto and Erza had sweat drops going down their heads as they took in Fairy Tail. So what do you think? Gildarts asked. It is different from what I am used to, Naruto said. I think it's great. Grandpa Rob said I would have lots of adventures here, Erza said. Did someone say Rob? They heard a voice say and they looked around to find the source but couldn't locate anyone. Down here, children, the voice said again, and they looked down and saw a short elderly man wearing an orange and blue striped goofy-looking hat. He had a matching orange jacket and a white t-shirt with a black fairy tale guild mark in the middle. His outfit was completed with orange shorts and weird curved-toed boots. Yo, he said with a salute. Hi, Naruto said. Now were you to say something about Rob? He asked. No, but Erza did, Naruto said as he ushered Erza forward. Hi, my name is Erza Scarlet. How do you know Grandpa Rob? She asked curiously. The old man smiled. Rob and I go way back. We used to be on the same team when we were younger. How is old Rob anyway? I haven't heard from him in years. Erza's smile weakened and Naruto placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Gigi Grandpa Rob D died, she stuttered out. Gildarts and the old man's eyes widened. What happened, child? The old man asked with concern. Erza started to tear up and Naruto wrapped her into a hug. Do you have anywhere we could talk in private? Naruto asked. The old man nodded. Yes, we could go to my office. Where is it? The old man pointed upwards to the second floor, and Naruto nodded. He grabbed Erza and the old man and vanished in a whirlwind of leaves. He left behind a bewildered Gildarts. Fast, he thought. Hey, who are the new guys? A random mage asked before he was socked in the mouth. Break. Naruto helped Erza tell her story of the Tower of Heaven. She told them of Jalal, leaving the part about her friend's apparent turn of attitude. She told of Rob's sacrifice to save her. Naruto added in how she activated her magic for the first time. He also told them about his battle at the tower. He saw their eyes narrow at his mention of killing the mages, but he shrugged it off. He told them he destroyed the tower with his technique and they both looked skeptical. Well, that is quite the tale. Erza, I would like to get your eye looked at by a personal friend and the doctor of fairy tale, Makarov said. Getting a nod from the girl, he moved his sights to the boy. He thought over the boy's description of his fight. For a child to be so young and take so many lives easily. What has happened to you, my boy? He thought. You are quite skilled for someone so young. How has that come to be? He asked, looking for a reason for Naruto to be able to kill with no remorse. Naruto, for the most part, stayed calm, but he knew that killing here was a bit taboo. I trained from a young age. My parents showed favoritism to my younger sister, stating that she was the one with the most potential and put all their time and love into her. They left me in the dust for her. I trained to show them that they chose wrong, he stated. Makarov took a thinking pose. So who trained you if not your parents? He asked, trying to find out who would teach a boy so young these things. My older sister, her father, and my brothers. Not by blood, but they were the closest thing to family I had. He responded, and he thought back to his time with Hagoromo, Kurami, Shursui, and Itachi. Naruto gained a smile thinking about the times with them. Makarov sighed as he didn't get names but knew he had gotten a little bit about him. He would have to gauge his strength with someone to fight him. Maybe his grandson, Laxus. They are a few years apart but should be a good match-up. Makarov smiled at Erza and Naruto. Well, now that we know each other a bit more, how about we get you your guild stamps? Erza beamed at finally being able to join Fairy Tail. Naruto, however, looked distraught. Should I stay or should I go? There are more dark mages out there. They could be raping, killing, stealing at this very moment. Someone needs to put an end to it. I don't wish to bring bad press to the guild, but I don't want to leave Erza by herself. After a few more moments of thinking, Naruto looked to Makarov and nodded. Makarov smiled and pulled a stamp from his desk. Now where do you want them? Erza pointed to her left bicep and rolled up her sleeve. Naruto decided to get it on his right bicep. Here in blue. I would like it here in a white. Makarov nodded and placed the stamp in the desired places in the chosen colors. Erza and Naruto watched in awe as their stamps formed. Now, why don't we go meet the rest of the guild? Listen up, brats. We have 2 new members to the guild. Welcome Erza Scarlet and Naruto Uzumaki. Makarov yelled from the second floor. Everyone stopped their fighting and looked towards the newest additions to Fairy Tail. Erza started to feel nervous with all eyes on her and blushed. Naruto felt a bit indifferent about it and smiled at them. Everyone started to cheer for the new additions of the guild. Naruto turned to Erza and gave her a foxy smile. She smiled back and blushed as he looked very cute when he smiled that way. They made their way down the stairs and onto the first floor. They met a lot of people like Wabaka and Mikao, but Erza had trouble with remembering everyone, but Naruto had no problem with the photographic memory of his Rinnegan. They looked around to find someone of their age and saw two young girls. The first one was a fair-skinned girl with brown hair tied into a ponytail with two bangs framing her face. She was wearing an orange dress and a grid pattern with two maroon spaghetti straps. She looked to be the same age as Erza. The second was a bit shorter, and she looked younger than Erza. She had true blue shoulder-length hair and brown eyes like the other girl and Erza. She was wearing a yellow dress with a red line down the middle, and around her collar and around her neck was a light blue necklace. Both girls looked a little timid and probably need a confidence boost. Naruto decided to take a look at their magical reserves. He was impressed as they had reserves slightly higher than Erza, but they had probably activated it earlier than her. He also noticed that the brown-hair girl's magic felt similar to Gildart's own magic. He would have to look into that later. They made their way to the girls. "Hey!" Naruto called to look up from their game. "We're new here and we wanted to know if you wanted to be friends. My name is Naruto, by the way, and this is Erza Scarlet," Naruto said as he flashed a kind smile at the two. Said girls blushed at his smile. Sure we can be friends. My name is Kana Alberona," said the brown-haired girl. "And my name is Levi," the blue-haired girl stammered out. Naruto frowned at their shyness but put aside for now. He looked down to the table and saw a game they were playing. "Hey, what are you guys playing?" he asked. Their eyes lit up as they explained the rules and whatnot. Meanwhile, a table away from the group sat two boys. The one with orange hair nudged the other boy in the side. "Hey, Droy. Look at the new guy trying to get fresh with Levi," he said. The other dark-haired boy looked up and saw the scene and nodded. "Yeah, Jet. We've known Levi the longest. We should be with her so I can finally tell her." He mumbled the last part to himself. Jet nodded and stood up and, with what average control of his magic he had, started up his high-speed magic. "I'll show this new guy that Levi is my girl," he declared. "Droy sent some seeds to hold that guy." Droy nodded and threw some seeds towards Naruto that landed at his feet, and with that Jet took off. "I see. So that is how you play this game," Erza said as the two girls finished their explanation. Naruto nodded along until he felt a burst of magic. He felt it come from a couple tables behind him, then he heard something at his feet and saw seeds. He sensed some magic in the seeds and he was instantly on guard as he had three young ladies in harm's way. He was proved right when the seeds broke open and vines stretched out and wrapped up Erza, Kana, Levi, and Naruto. The girls shrieked in shock and Naruto had a bored face on. Many of the grown-up guild members looked on but didn't interfere as it wasn't necessary. He felt something on his cheek and looked and saw a boy with a goofy-looking hat and orange hair with his fist on his face. It didn't hurt, but still the audacity of some people. "How that will teach you to try to take Levi from me," he boasted. "Jet! Droy! What are you doing?" Levi yelled from her vine. "He tried to put the moves on you, Levi. I'm just looking out for you." Jet tried to defend himself as he turned back towards Naruto but saw Droy trapped in his own vine. "I figured out who threw those seeds. Now what to do with you?" he heard a voice behind him say. He turned and saw Naruto with vines at his feet, a sword in his hand, and the girls behind him. How are you out? I punched you with everything I had and why you were in the vine," Jet stammered out. Naruto sighed. "If that was everything you had, then you are severely lacking in strength for a boy your age." "I was never in the vine, you just saw what I wanted you to see," Naruto explained. Illusion magic, many of the onlookers thought. Jet fell to his knees in defeat. Naruto tapped on his chin in a thinking pose. "Now what to do with you two? I don't know you, so I will let Levi decide since it seems you guys have history," Naruto said. Levi blushed as everyone looked to her. I dash," Levi stammered, turning more red by the minute. Naruto smiled in amusement. "Don't worry, Levi. You don't have to decide now. he said encouragingly. Levi quickly nodded. Makarov, who was watching the interaction with interest, smiled at how Naruto handled the situation. He looked over towards the corner and saw a flash of yellow. So he is here. It is decided then, Makarov declared loudly, getting everyone's attention. We should have a fight to gauge young Naruto's class ranking. Getting everyone's eyes widened before they started to murmur to each other. Makarov cleared his throat to silence them. Yes. His opponent shall be Laxus Dreyer. We meet in the back of the guild in 5 minutes. Everyone rushed out the guild and started to make bets on who would win. Kana and Levi looked worried for their new friend. Erza took notice and grew confused. What's wrong? She asked. Kana and Levi looked at each other nervously. It's just Laxus is 1-0 of the best young mages. Levi stammered out. Kana nodded along. Yeah, and he is the master's grandson. He's supposed to lead the way for the new generation of fairy tale. Kana stated. Erza's eyes widened at that bit of information. Don't worry. Naruto is super strong. He's been protecting me for a couple weeks. He can beat Laxus, she said, reassuring her new friends. Kana and Levi both looked skeptical. Naruto stayed silent during their exchange, wanting to hear about this Laxus character. He cleared his throat, getting all the girls out of their own world. They blushed knowing they had just talked about Naruto as if he wasn't there. If you are done talking about my strength, then I would suggest we make our way to the back of the guild, he said as he smiled in amusement at their blushes. They were almost as easy to tease as Sayuri. Speaking of his oldest friend, he missed her, and he felt like a jerk. She and her family helped him during his lowest points in his life, and the moment her family is murdered by her adored older brother, he leaves. Maybe he should see when he is done with the spar. I'm sure the old man left the way to get back in my head somewhere. I'll check it out later, he thought. They made it to the back of the guild, where everyone was in a crowd to the left of the main clearing. In the middle of the clearing was Teen, who was tall and looked to be 15 years of age. He had slicked back spiky blonde hair and orange eyes. He had on some weird pointy things on his ears. He wore a simple brown shirt with a black long sleeve under it. He had olive green pants and black boots on. He looked like he didn't want to be there. He also noticed he was sending dirty looks towards the master. He'd have time to investigate that later. The girls ran to side after giving him a smile. He smiled back as the master walked towards him and Laxus. This is a spar to see where you stand as a mage, Naruto. There shall be no killing or maiming moves, got it? He aimed that more towards Naruto just in case his story was true. He couldn't let his estranged but believed grandson get hurt. Naruto and Laxus nodded. Makarov raised his hand and brought it down. Begin! And he jumped away. They stood there staring at each other and sizing each other. You know, I don't want to be here and you obviously can't beat me, so why don't we just leave? I would have to embarrass you on your first day, Laxus said. Naruto just shook his head and got into his strong fist stance. He thought about using the dragon interceptor, but that would probably hurt Laxus more than Naruto wanted to. Laxus sighed as lightning sparked around his body. I warned you, he said as he sent a lightning bolt at Naruto. Naruto looked on with disinterest and swatted the bolt away to the surprise of everyone in attendance. Maybe you're not as weak as those nobodies over there, he said, pointing to the younger generation. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this. It is not nice to talk about someone's friends like that. I was led to believe that fairy tale was about bonds and being a family. That does not sound like family to me. Yes, a family where the guild members mean more than the master's own flesh and blood. The lightning on his body danced faster as he remembered when his father was excommunicated. His magical output was great for someone of his age, but not enough to stop Naruto. They are weaklings and only strength matters in this world. A lesson from my father, he said as he rushed towards Naruto in a flash of lightning. He was too fast to see to the average guild member, which Naruto had to admit fairy tale was full of at the moment, but to Guildarts and Makarov saw Laxus pull his fist back to punch Naruto. Makarov had a frown on his face as Laxus mentioned his father. The unexpected happened when Naruto caught Laxus' fist in his palm and squeezed his fist, making Laxus wince. You should not look down on and discard people because they are weak, he said as his own red lightning jumped around his own body, making eyes widen at his elemental magic. Who knew the new kid had 2 types of magic? Wabaka said. Yeah, illusions and lightning. It is very rare to see one so young use different magics, Mikao said. But his lightning is red. Why is that, Master? Kana looked up Makarov with childlike interest. Makarov smiled down at her. I don't know, Kana, but it looks like they are about to start again, he said as he pointed to the boys. He shared a look towards Gildartsko, looked back and nodded. Whatever that is, it isn't magic. It looks and feels like it, but there is something off about it, he deduced. Laxus was struggling to get out of the hold Naruto had on him. He stopped for a second when some images started to appear in his mind. He saw a red-haired woman and her looking out with anger and disgust at him. Next thing he knew, he was rubbing his cheek to ease the sting. He started to tear up at his mother. The image faded as he go up. He wondered how he ended up on the ground. As Laxus started to see the images, Naruto pulled his fist back and hit Laxus in the cheek. He saw images of everyone praising him after as Makarov, not as his own person. He hated living in someone's shadow. He was strong by his own power, not because of some old geezer. Naruto shook off his stupor in time to grab another punch from Laxus. What did you do to me? Laxus asked as he was kicked back a couple of feet. Many wondered what they were talking about. You know, they say that when two high-level warriors exchange fists they can share feelings without uttering a single word. You saw what my mother did to me when I tried to get out of my sister's shadow by training myself. I saw how you hate to live in the shadow of Makarov. The people don't see you as Laxus but as the master's grandson. We are not so different, but you have been brainwashed into think power is that all that matters. This is not true. What truly makes you powerful is when you have something precious to protect. Makarov frowned at Naruto's explanation of his grandson mindset. He didn't think his son's excommunication would have this effect on him. Laxus clutched his head and screamed in frustration. He charged at Naruto with lightning sparks flying off his body. Naruto sighed and allowed his own lightning to flow off his body. They clashed and the different lightning combined. It left the children in awe of the light show and battle prowess the two showed. Naruto added lightning chakra to his fist and punched Laxus. He sent him skidding back. Laxus looked up to see Naruto had vanished. He looked up all around to find him and saw that the rest of the guild was in shock. Why? He felt something that felt like a brick hit his chin and rocketed him into the air. To the crowd, it looked like Naruto had just vanished into thin air, which shocked many of his speed. That was pure speed? There wasn't even any of that energy he uses. Gildarts thought. Jet was shaking with rage and envy. I was supposed to be the fastest mage around. My magic is speed magic. How is he faster than me? He looked over to Levi and saw that she was looking at Naruto with awe. Why doesn't she look at me like that? They saw Naruto reappear under Laxus and delivered a swift upper kick that launched Laxus into the air, then he disappeared again. They looked around for him but couldn't find him. At last, they looked to check on Laxus but were shocked to find him and Naruto speeding towards the ground in a piledriver spinning at impossible speeds. They all made a move to stop the teens, but it was too late as they impacted into the ground and created a huge crater. Many were awed at the size. They were further harmed when Naruto phased into existence on the outskirts of the crater. He turned to walk back to his shocked guildmates when heard some shuffling of rocks. He looked back with a little surprise when Laxus stood up looking a little worse. He was glaring at Naruto, so much so that if looks could kill, Naruto would have been struck by lightning 1,000 times over. Laxus, this fight is over. I think I have done enough for Makarov. Get an accurate reading on my power, Naruto said as he turned to walk away again. Laxus, however, was seeing red. He was the best young mage around. He was the one to lead Fairy Tail into a new era. Not some no-name mage who came in off the streets. Laxus gathered all his magic into his right hand. This would put that loser into his place, he thought. He thrusted his arm forward as if throwing a javelin. A huge bolt of lightning flew from his hand and towards Naruto's back. Naruto felt Laxus' power flare and stop, so he assumed that he had launched a final attack. He also heard the guild members pleas for him to turn around. He looked to Erza, Kana, and Levi and smiled at them as if to tell them that everything was going to be alright. They all blushed at seeing him smile, but worried no less. Naruto's right hand lit up with red lightning and the sound of chirping birds could be heard around the clearing. He turned as the bolt of lightning made it to him, and he thrust his arm forward in a piercing movement. Many were left wide-eyed at what Naruto did for what was the 100th time that day. As the boy literally cut a lightning bolt in two, right down the middle. The bolts hit the ground soon after they passed Naruto and made craters into the ground. Laxus was stunned. He had put everything behind that attack and Naruto brushed it off like nothing. Laxus! He heard a voice behind him. He turned and he saw Naruto. You still have much to learn about the world. Do not listen to your father. He is only using you for his own gain. True power comes from protecting your precious friends and family. Not just how much magic or brute strength you have. Remember these words, Laxus. Naruto finished as he chopped the back of his neck and Laxus fell limp. Naruto caught him, put him on his shoulder and walked to the stunned crowd. The younger generation of Fairy Tail ran up to him with stars in their eyes. He heard their questions and he smiled to them. I'm glad you guys are curious about my magic, but I need to get Laxus to the infirmary, he said as he started to walk back to the guild. He turned to Levi and Kana. Could you show me where the infirmary is? I don't know where it is, he said sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. They all sweat dropped at this and led him to the room. Those kids are going to be, if not already, stronger than us, Wabaka said. He looked over to see Mikao with waterfall of tears on the ground. I know. It's so unfair. Bah, he said as he started to cry again. Wabaka just shook his head at the pathetic sight of his best friend and dragged him back into the guild. Makarov and Gildarts were the last two in the field. You felt that too? His power is enormous even for an average mage, Gildarts said. Makarov nodded. Yes, and he isn't using magic. It is something familiar, but it isn't magic. It feels like something stronger. Makarov said his observations. Do you think he could be stronger than that? Gildarts asked. If the story he told me is true, then I have no doubt that he will be one of the most powerful mages in no time. Makarov responded with a huge smile. He was happy he got a nice prospect. Maybe with his help he could help turn the other kids into great mages as well. I think he will liven up the guild even more than it is now, Gildarts said. Makarov nodded. Well, now with all the excitement finished, I should take young Erza to get that eye checked. What do you mean? They didn't tell you? I only met them a few minutes before you, old man. Gildarts deadpanned. Makarov rubbed his head sheepishly. Right. I forgot. Well, I have a story to tell you. Later, we find Naruto sitting with Kana, Levi, and Erza. They were talking about what magics they used. Kana used card magic, which he found interesting. It was like sealing an attack into the card. Levi also used the basics of runes, which was like this world sealing, and something she called solid script magic. She could write a word and it would become real. Like if she wrote the word fire, the word would light into a flame. He praised both of the girls and complimented their magics. They both blushed at the praise. They asked Erza what her magic was and she looked down a little and muttered she didn't know. Naruto stepped in and told them that her magic was telekinesis. They looked at him as if he was crazy because it was such a basic magic. Naruto smirked and told him he could make Erza an S-class mage, making all three gape at him in shock. Naruto thought back to what he told Erza and Makarov about her new eye. Flashback. Well, this is certainly strange, the pink-haired lady muttered to herself, but was heard by everyone in the room. What's wrong? Makarov asked. Nothing, but this eye has been placed perfectly, and it's better than the old one. Who did this surgery and where did they get this eye? She asked. Makarov and Erza both looked back to Naruto, who rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Him? Poorly Yusuke said, disbelieving a 13-year-old boy could have the skill to pull off such a job. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Yelled Naruto. The woman waved him off. Naruto had a tick mark and a twitching eyebrow at the dismissal. He calmed himself. I am the one who gave her the eye. I even added something into it to help her along the way. This piqued everyone's interest and looked for him to continue. He sighed. I made the eye special as to say thanks to a special few who helped me in life. It has a special ability to activate, and when it does it gives powers beyond your wildest dreams, he said. They all looked shocked at the power one eye could have. What would I be able to do? Erza asked. Naruto smirked. Almost anything. The eye is called the Sharingan or the Copy Wheel Eye. It has three main abilities: copy any magic you see, predict enemy movements, and hypnosis. Getting wide eyes from the three people. Such power to be handled by someone so young and inexperienced. I may have to keep my eye on her. Makarov thought to himself, then he had another thought. How do you know so much about this Sharingan? He asked. Naruto shrugged and activated his Rinnegan, getting gasps from seeing his eyes change from deep blue to purple with 4 rings. This is the final step to the Sharingan, this is the Rinnegan. It can do everything the Sharingan can do and more. But more about that for another time, he said before they could press him about his eyes. Poorly Yusuke looked at Naruto and then Erza. So why hasn't she activated her freaky eye yet? Actually, what does it look like? She hasn't activated it because it activates in life or death situations, but Erza, just channel your magic to your eye, he said, and Erza nodded. She closed her eyes and concentrated. When she reopened them, Makarov and poorly Yusuke gasped. Gone was the chocolate brown eye they known of and replaced by a red eye with a single tomo swimming around it. Did I do it? She asked, and Naruto grinned and she cheered. She started to feel lightheaded and started to fall. Naruto was over in a second and kept her upright, making her blush as he was holding her close. They were interrupted by Makarov coughing. As amusing as this is, I think it is time to get back to the guild, he said. Naruto nodded and he placed his hand on Makarov's shoulder and gripped Erza's waist, and they were gone in a flash. What a strange boy, poorly Yusuke thought. End flashback. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard his name called, and he saw the girls looking at him. I'm sorry, did you say something? He asked genuinely. Yes, we asked what magic do you use? Beside lightning and speed? Kana asked. He took a thinking pose. Well, I can use a lot of elemental magics and, of course, illusions. The rest you will just have to wait and see. He finished cheekily, making the girls pout. He heard a sneer from the table to his right and saw Jet and Droy glaring at him. I bet half of that isn't even true. You're just a loser, Jet yelled. Naruto just looked at him. Whatever you say, Speedy, he said coolly, which ticked him off. He nodded to Droy. They were going to show this guy who is boss and then get levy for themselves. Droy attacked again with wrapping vines, but Naruto placed his hands into the snake seal without looking, drawing confusing looks from the girls. They were soon surrounded by a wooden dome and heard several sounds like rocks, a thump, and a groan. The wall receded and they saw Jet rubbing his head and several seed pods on the ground. They glared at Jet and Droy for attacking Naruto again. To use the same tactic again was unwise, Naruto said from behind Droid. Before he could turn, he was wrapped in a wooden tendril and flipped upside down along with Jet. Droid was in shock. He can even use my green magic better than me. Now you two stay there and then think about what you did, Naruto said as he started to walk away. He need to find himself and Erza lodgings for the night. Hey! You can't leave us here! Jet yelled out. Yeah, what he say dash? He was cut off as the wooden tendril grew to cover his mouth as well as Jet's. What was that? I can't hear you. Haha, I cracked myself up, Naruto said to himself as many sweat dropped at his humor. He turned to Makarov. Hey, old man? Do you have a place me and Erza could stay? He said, ignoring the twitching eyebrow from Makarov for the old comment. Cheeky brat, Makarov thought. Yes, actually the girls have a dorm not too far from here. The rent is about 100,000 jewels a month and is handled by the owner. Unfortunately, the boys' dorm has been destroyed by the rough housing. Well Erza, let's go check you into your new home, Naruto said. Erza looked sad. But what about you, where are you going to live? She asked. Naruto shrugged. I can build my own house. Erza looked skeptical but nodded nonetheless and went with him to the guild doors. See you tomorrow, old man, he said as he walked OU. Naruto was walking down a dirt path. His appearance has changed a bit. He still has his uncontrollable spiky hair with 2 bangs that framed his face, but it started to change color. His usual sun-bright yellow hair started to change into a pure white. He has patch of white in the middle of the top of his head, but that's about it for now. His hair is also starting to go up, as if he had horns. This was strange to Naruto, but he chalked it up to Hagoromo's chakra doing something to his body. Speaking of that chakra, Naruto has almost mastered all the abilities of the Yang and the Yin. He has a bit to go, but it's not too big of a deal. He was still wearing his sage outfit given to him by the old man sage himself. He now walks around with a truth-seeking ball in the form of the sage's Shikujo. He thought back what has happened since he had joined Fairy Tail. He bought Erza a room in Fairy Hills and it was paid for until she could start taking quests that would pay for it. He built himself a house with his wood release. Nothing too extravagant, just a simple 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, a basement where he could try out new justice and seals, and a hot spring in the back. He had started to take missions since he didn't want to rely on Genjusta all the time. He and Laxus had bonded after their fight, and they held some respect for each other. While Laxus was somewhat a jerk towards the others, he got along with Naruto. He assumed that was because Laxus knew Naruto was strong. They went on missions together and quickly went into talks about being the best lightning mages Fairy Tail has ever produced. Naruto lived up to his claim of a jack of all trades. He used his fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind jutsus along with his wood release. He used skills that would fit with whoever he was with on a mission. So if he was with Laxus, he would use water or lightning jutsus. Naruto also helped Erza out in finding her magic along with training Levi and Kana. He helped Levi with her runes and gave her tips here and there when she was stuck on something. He also made her practice making her solid script while moving so if an enemy was attacking she wouldn't be totally defenseless. Kana was different, as she used cards. The only card type thing he used was explosive seals and it wasn't very finesse that magic needed to be. Instead, he helped her with strategy and how to use her elemental cards in conjunction with each other. Erza was the most he had to work with because she had no primary magic. They tried to work around with what she was good at, and turns out she was pretty good with a blade. They used that to her advantage, and he told her to learn Requip magic. She exploded after she learned that, and she now created her own magic, Requip, the Knight. She would not only requip different swords but also different armors with different abilities. She was trying to catch up to everyone in terms of magic since everyone had a head start on her. Naruto also trained her in using her Sharingan eye. Flashback, year X766. Naruto stood in front of Erza in a clearing while Kana and Levi sat on the side and played shogi to help their strategies. Alright Erza, since you have gotten pretty good at your requip magic, I thought it was time I help you with your Sharingan, he said, and Erza's eyes widened and she nodded her head vigorously. Kana and Levi looked over in curiosity. Naruto chuckled at her excitement. Now, as I explained at the old lady's house, Erza's sweat dropped at the name given to the healer of Fairy Tail. The Sharingan is an eye magic. It is very powerful, but for you it will be draining as well. He got a curious look from Erza and sighed. Since it isn't your original eye, you will experience some magical drain from having the eye activated. This happens with a lot actually. Erza was confused by the last statement, but nodded nonetheless. The Sharingan has many abilities. The ability to predict enemy movement, to cast illusions over an opponent with just a glance, and you can copy movement and spells from others. However, you can only use the spells if your armor allows it. You also can't use Dragon Slayer magic as your body won't be used to it, he said as Kana and Levi looked surprised that when I could do so much. Erza nodded her head showing that she understood. You can also see the magic inside of a person to an extent, making it so you could see if they are under illusions. The Sharingan has 3 stages and they are represented by the amount of tomo you have in your eye. Right now you are at 1 tomo or the first level. You can predict movements to an extent and cast low-level illusions, he said as he took out 2 wooden swords and tossed one to Erza. Now activate your Sharingan and let's go, he said as he dashed towards her. She activated her eye and instantly felt the magical drain, but she also saw it he was slowing down, and she could see what he was about to do. Usually he would be pushing her back, but she could see him move clearly now. She parried his horizontal sword strike and struck back, to which he parried as well. He chuckled. I see that you have seen what I meant in predicting movements. To which Erza nodded. That's good, however. He trailed off as he disappeared from her sight. She felt something touch her neck and looked down to see the other Bakken held in a reverse grip. Until you mature your Sharingan you won't be able to see everything. You also need to work on making your reflexes and your body overall faster. It doesn't help to see what's coming and can't do anything about it. Naruto finished. Erza nodded while she blushed at feeling Naruto's breath on her neck. She didn't notice the glares she got from Kana and Levi. Naruto did, however. He sighed inwardly. I have to do something about these girls before they fight over me, he thought. He stepped back from Erza. I'm also sure that you noticed your magic drain from having your eye active, he said, getting Erza to nod as she had been feeling it. You need to practice your other magics as well as your Sharingan, Erza. The Sharingan is a tool, it does not make one all-powerful. Using it in conjunction with your requip will be a very good combination, he said with finality, and she nodded. Naruto smiled. Good. Now let's get back to the guild. I want some ramen. His stomach growled rather loudly as if to prove his point. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. The girls giggled and they started their way back to the guild. Flashback end. He smiled as Erza has been training to master her eye, but she has yet to reach Tsutomu. This has only further pushed her to train more. He was distracted from his memories as he felt something tugging at his leg. He looked down to see a little girl looking up at him with big brown eyes and a mop of blue hair. He smiled at the girl and patted her head. What did you need, Wendy-chan? He asked softly. The little girl smiled. I want to go up, Papa, she said as she lifted her arms and clenched and unclenched her hands. Naruto sighed but smiled at the girl's innocence. Now, what have I told you about calling me Papa? I told you to call me Big Brother, he said as he picked up the girl and held her close as she wrapped her little arms around his neck. But Papa is Papa, she said cutely as she smiled at Naruto. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Well, Wendy-chan, we are almost to Magnolia. You ready to see Papa's guild? He asked, and the little girl grew stars in her eyes and nodded her head vigorously. Yay, then Papa can show me his magic again, she cheered with childlike innocence, to which Naruto smiled. Wanna see some other magic? He asked, and she nodded her head, always excited to see her Papa's magic. He smiled and shifted her to his back with her little arms holding on to him. Hold on, Wendy-chan. We're about to go fast, Naruto said, and the little girl squealed in happiness. They disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail has grown more rumbustious in that last couple years. The older generation has grown older and less active, but the younger generation has done more than enough to take up the mantle as the rowdy bunch. There has been new additions to the guild, most of them are young. Great Fullbuster is one, he is an ice make mage. There is Loki, the wood make mage. Loki's magic is similar Alzak Connell and Bisca Mulan, they both use gun magic. Their magic uses special guns or bullets that cast different effects on the targets. One of the biggest additions to the Fairy Tail family was Sayuri Uchiha. A couple months ago, Naruto used the dimension travel jutsu the sage used to travel back to the elemental nations to go find his childhood friend. Flashback. I am going to die, Sayuri thought to herself. She was currently running from Konoha Umbu. These Umbu looked different from the ones she was used to, they had blank masks with no written in the forehead. She was tree jumping and slipped on the branch and fell to the forest floor. Damn it, she mentally screamed. Her vision was already horrible as she had overused her manjikyu, but now she falling into unconsciousness and blackness was crowding her sight. She noticed something on the ground, and even with her fading vision, she could make out that shape anywhere. It was the tri-prong Naruto gave her when he finished learning the jutsu all those years ago. She picked it up and clutched it to her chest. So this is how it ends, huh? Dying in a forest against supposed friendlies, Sayuri thought gravely. Contrary to belief, you don't see your life flash before your eyes when you die. Instead you see everything you love, and Sayuri saw her mother and brother, Itachi. She saw them around a table eating her favorite foods and looking at her with love in their eyes. The image faded and was replaced with one she thought she'd never see again. Naruto Uzumaki and his foxy grin. Tears welled up in her now dull gray eyes as she saw him. I guess I'll never be strong enough to walk with you. Or even see you again, huh, Naruto-kun? She thought as her eyes started to close and the Umbu surrounded. I'm coming, Ka-san, goodbye Naruto, she said as exhaustion finally came over her. Naruto was walking back to the Uchiha district to see two of the people he missed since his departure, Sayuri and Mikoto. He has made friends over in Earthland, but he really missed the ones that have been with him since the beginning. He was almost to the compound gate when he felt it. A pulse from something he gave to two people, and the pulse wasn't coming from inside the Uchiha compound. His eyes widened and he flashed away. The scene he arrived upon left him boiling in red-hot rage as he saw Sayuri surrounded by Root Umbu. He had a flashback to when Shursui was being attacked by Danzo. He refused to let another die by that man's hands. Quicker than most ninja could react, Naruto unsheathed his blade and decapitated the Root Nin in front of him. The others reacted by throwing multiple kunai at him. Pathetic. Naruto thought as his body flickered behind the next knee and pierced his heart with the tip of his blade coming out the other side of his chest. I need to end this quick. But I can't use my more destructive jutsus and risk her getting hurt, he thought. He looked over to the rest of the Anbu and saw that they looked familiar. The one with the orange hair was there when they attacked Shursui. His eyes narrowed at that. That man, I need to interrogate him later about Danzo. He was quickly knocked out of his thoughts when the black-haired one was upon him trying to hit him with a punch. He leaned back and struck out with a palm strike. His attack knocked off the mask and the ninja dropped back. He saw that he had a pair of black goggles on his face, and his arms were tinted purple. A bug user, he thought. Said bug user stripped his upper body gear that left him bare-chested as the purple tint spread across his body. Interesting. If he is bold enough to lose the protection of his body armor, then I should probably stay away from whatever that purple substance is. He thought of a strategy as the Anbu approached with haste. The Anbu struck out again, but Naruto disappeared and took out the other Anbu, leaving the orange-haired one and the purple-covered one. "Fu, we need to work together to defeat this one," Torian said as the now-named Fu nodded. "Alright, we'll go with that combo," Fu said as he flipped through some hand seals. He put one exclusive to the Yamanaka clan and it sent Naruto's danger sensors off. He quickly activated his Sharingan and looked towards Torian. Using the Yin chakra, his left eye pulsed and in an instant he was where Torian was and vice versa. Torian looked around shocked, but it was too late as Fu's jutsu took hold. Naruto's body flickered behind Fu and pulled out some ninja wire and wrapped him up. He turned towards Torian to see him already upon him and his fist inches away from Naruto's face. Just as he was about to make contact, but Naruto disappeared in a flash. "That looked like the fourth Hokage's jutsu," Torian said. "Yes, but now help me out of here," Fu said. Torian just nodded and walked over to the downed Fu. The purple tint receded from his hands as he reached for the wire. He was struck in the back and smirked, thinking the boy made a mistake, but felt something was off. Naruto flashed over to Sayuri's body and sucked her into his Kamui dimension. He summoned a truth-seeking ball. "It's time to end this," he said as he mentally commanded the ball to strike Torian. He smirked when he saw the ball hit and work its magic as Torian turned to dust almost instantly. He walked over towards the downed Fu and absorbed him as well. He sighed as he went into his pocket dimension. The next morning, Sayuri woke up in a comfortable bed that didn't feel unlike the one she was used to. "So this is heaven, huh? Where is Kaa-san?" she mumbled to herself. She heard a chuckle from the right of her. "You have some time before you get to heaven, Sayuri-chan," a voice said, and her eyes widened and tears gathered in the corners of her gray eyes. "Why you be better be real?" she stuttered out as she started to sob. Naruto's eyes softened at his best friend breaking down, and went to her and hugged her close. It was about 45 minutes until she finally calmed down. "Now what did you mean, where is Kaa-san?" Naruto asked. Sayuri's eyes widened and tears gathered at her eyes again. She told him of how Minato had declared him the child of prophecy, and he had apparently cracked and went hysterical in trying to find Naruto. She also told him why she was in the condition she was, as her mother and herself tried to leave Konoha only to be ordered by the council that they are Konoha property. They were going to use them as Sharingan factories essentially. They weren't going to stick around for that to happen and planned to escape the village. They were found out the night they tried to escape, and were charged with treason and sentenced to death. Mikoto's last act in life was one of brave determination and full of motherly love. She told Sayuri that she loved her, and then told her to run. Sayuri ran away with tears in her eyes. "That was the last time I saw her. I ran for a couple days, but the hunter Nin kept coming. After that, those weird Anbu guys came and attacked me. I like to think of myself as strong, but not strong enough to fight for days with Anbu-level shinobi," she finished sadly as tears streamed down her face. She felt a warm presence around her. "Sayuri, I want you to come with me back to Earthland," he said, and she gained a look of confusion. "What is Earthland?" she asked. Naruto then told her of his adventures in the other world. Sayuri looked awed by what he has done in such a short time. Slaying a dragon, saving a tower full of slaves, and defeating one of the most promising young fighters there, all in a couple days. She felt really jealous whenever he mentioned Erza, Kana, and Levi. "So do you want to come with me?" he asked again. Sayuri thought about it. She didn't have anything here anymore. Both of her brothers are gone and her mother is dead. She had no one except her best friend, but how could she even help or go on adventures with him when she was blind? She would just be a burden. I want to go, but I'd just be a burden with you taking care of me. I'm blind now, Naruto. I can't go have these grand adventures with you, she said sadly. Don't worry about that, Sayuri. There are ways to reach eternal light, he said cryptically as he pulled out a vial with 2 blood-red eyes with a 4-pointed star shuriken design. Sayuri was confused by what he meant eternal light but nodded. She couldn't see, no pun intended, why she shouldn't. She wanted to be with her best friend. She looked to where she thought Naruto should be and smiled. I guess I should get ready for an adventure, Naruto-kun? Sayuri said. Naruto smiled and pulled his friend into a hug. I promise to protect you from now on, Sayuri-chan. Flashback end. All in all, Fairy Tail was getting a lot of new talent, and they were quickly rising to fame in the magic world. It was a normal day for Fairy Tail, the usual brawl was going on and such. Suddenly the wind started to pick up like it was a gusty day, then leaves started to be added into the mix. The wind picked up more and caught beer mugs and eating utensils into the swirl of wind. Finally, Naruto appeared in the middle of the gust of wind, and the wind stopped, and everything dropped, resulting in some breaking of mugs and plates. You are always one for drama, Naruto-kun. You even made the leaf body flicker more dramatic, Sayuri Uchiha said as she sauntered up to her best friend with a smile. Whatever. It wasn't that good, Jet said, and Droy nodded, but many just ignored him. Hee Papa's magic is so fun. You never told me you could use wind magic like me, Papa, a cute voice said, and everyone stopped when they heard it. Who said that? Levi said as she looked up from her book. She has grown used to Naruto's extravagant entrances over the last 2 years. You could see a faint blush when she looked up to Naruto. Everyone looked around to find the voice, and Naruto sighed and pulled Wendy from his back and into his arms. Naruto? Sayuri said, getting his attention. Who is that? She finished, pointing to Wendy. Naruto smiled and put Wendy on his shoulders, which she happily occupied. This is Wendy-chan. She was walking around alone when I found her after my job, so I decided to take her with me, he said as Wendy nodded happily. Minnie just blinked at what the semi-blonde said. Naruto? You know that's kidnapping? I mean, what about her parents? Levi asked. Naruto's eyes widened at the mention of Wendy's parents, as the little girl started to sniffle. G. Grandini left me. She didn't want me, Wendy sobbed out. Naruto went into protective mode and took the girl from his shoulder and held her close in his arms. Wendy was adopted and her caretaker disappeared a week and a couple days ago. Don't worry, Wendy-chan will find her. I promise, he said as he put out his pinky finger to the little girl. Wendy looked up at Naruto and saw his gesture and giggled and wrapped hers around his. Many at the guild smiled at the adorable sight, while some sneered because of Naruto. Hey, where is the old man? I want Wendy-chan to join the guild, Naruto said, and the door flew open not too long after. In the doorway was Makarov Dreyer and a young pink spiky-haired boy with a white scaled scarf. The thing that tripped Naruto out was that this kid smelled like Wendy, except he smelt of fire and ash while Wendy smelt like a crisp, cool breeze. They had one thing in common though, they both smelt of dragon. Hello everyone, I would like for you to meet the newest member of the guild, Natsu Dragneel, Makarov said as he presented the young pink-haired boy. Said boy stepped up and gave a huge grin. He then turned to a confused face and started to sniff the air, much to everyone's confusion. He looked around until he found Naruto and Wendy. He ran over to them and got into Wendy's face. Hey! You smell like dragon, he said, and everyone looked confused. Hey, do you know where Igneal went? I've been looking for him for a week, Natsu said. How do you know what dragon smells like and who is Igneal? Levi asked. Oh, that's easy. Igneal is my dad and he is king of the fire dragons, Natsu declared, and everyone's eyes widened. Everyone then started to laugh. Yeah, right. Dragons don't exist. Gray laughed out. Natsu got flustered and started yell back. Yes, he does. He even taught me his magic. He showed them a fireball, but they kept laughing. That's just generic fire magic. Not some magic from a dragon. Dragons aren't real, Jet said. Wendy looked like she was going to break down crying. Dragons are real. Grandini raised me and she taught me her magic too, Wendy cried out. Everyone just looked at her, as if she had grown another head. Yeah, right. They're just making it up. A random mage yelled out with everyone murmuring in agreement. Naruto sighed. He grew tired of his guild members' ignorance. They are not lying. Dragons do exist, he said, and the guild went silent. Come on, Naruto. Stop trying to humor the kids, a mage said, but was silent with Naruto's hardened gaze upon him. How do you know dragons exist? Natsu asked. Naruto sighed and he unsealed the sword. This is Tempest, Sword of Storms. They looked at the sword and saw that the hilt of the sword had sea green dragon scales. The blade was curved and looked like a fang and had a white shine to it. Everyone looked at the sword in awe. Someone just snorts. How does this prove that dragons exist? And everyone starts to agree. I got this sword by slaying a dragon. I made it out of his body, Naruto said. The guild was silent. Did you just say you slayed a dragon? Levi asked. Naruto nodded. But you're not a dragon slayer, she tried to reason. True. But I had more than enough power to kill him, and he was surprised by what I could do at the time, Naruto explained. Everyone stared wide-eyed except Sayuri that Naruto had killed a dragon apparently. Psht. I bet he's lying, Droy said. Some Naruto haters joined. Naruto just ignored them and looked to Wendy in his arms and Natsu on the ground, who looked aghast. Why did you kill him? He asked. Naruto sighed. He was trying to kill me. I didn't know why at the time, so I had to protect myself, he explained. They looked like they accepted the fact. Can you even prove that it's even a dragon's sword? Jet sneered. Naruto nodded. He looked to Natsu. You said Igneel taught you his magic? To which he got a nod. Good, then use your roar at me from over there, he said as he pointed to a table about 15 feet from him. Natsu nodded and got into position. Naruto put Wendy down near Sayuri. Stay here, Wendy-chan. This is my best friend, Sayuri, she'll take care of you, he said with a smile, and Wendy nodded to him. Okay, Natsu, are you ready? Naruto said as he got into position. Natsu nodded and he threw his head back and his chest puffed out. Fire Dragon's Roar! He yelled out as a red symbol formed in front of him, and a tunnel of fire flew from his mouth. Many started to sweat from the heat coming from the fire, and they were left wide-eyed at the young boy's magic. They have only seen one other person breathe fire, and he was the one holding the sword. Naruto waited until the fire was near him against the wishes of his guild mates and his daughter. He smirked and just raised his blade. The fire was split right down the middle, the blade cut right through it, and the fire disappeared. This blade has the quality of dragon scales. It will be impervious to any other magic but Dragon Slayer magic. It will split and absorb unless it is strong enough to destroy the scales of a dragon, he said, getting odd looks from many. He heard sniffling and saw it was coming from Wendy and Natsu. So our dragons didn't want is because we are weak, Natsu said as tears went down his cheeks, and Wendy was crying in Sayuri's arms with Letty helping to calm the little brunette. He walked over to Natsu and placed a hand on top of his head. You and Wendy are not weak. You are strong to survive in the world for a week with no help. I'm sure Igneel and Grandini had their reason to just leave. Wendy and I are going to find Grandini. You can join us and we will find Igneel too, okay? He said, looking down at Natsu with a kind smile. Natsu sniffled a bit but looked and smiled with eyes full of determination. Yeah. We'll find him and then I'll show Igneel how strong I've gotten, he said as he fist pumped into the air. Naruto took Wendy back from Sayuri. Good. I will help you train too. You also, Wendy, he said, and the girl nodded. Good, the torture starts tomorrow, he added, getting gulps from the two kids and silent prayers from Sayuri and Levi, knowing how Naruto trains. Makarov just looked on with a smile. You connect with people so well, Naruto. Maybe one day you will take the mantle of master from me, or maybe Guildarts. Nah, he's too lazy, but one could hope, he thought as he watched the guild. All she saw was darkness as she attempted to open her eyes. She began to panic as she tried to get up but was held down by something. She began to think that those root umbu had gotten her, and that Naruto was nothing but a dream. Naruto, she said sadly, but froze when she heard a grunt next to her, and the weight on her upper body leave and the bed sink down as if someone was moving around on it. "What is it, Sayuri-chan? It's very early in the morning and your surgery was only a few days ago. You still need rest," a familiar voice said. She would have leaked tears if the bandages wouldn't have absorbed them, and she leapt Naruto to hug him. Naruto was shocked when his best friend just leaped to hug him, but he heard her mutter, "You're really here," and hugged her back with a soft smile. "Yes, I am really here, Sayuri," he said as he rubbed her back. Sayuri nodded and leaned back from the hug with a smile. "Well, since we're up, why don't we go see someone I haven't seen in a while?" Naruto said as he got dressed in a regular ninja outfit that consisted of black umbu pants, black ninja boots, a fishnet chainmail armor and a black jounin vest. Sayuri gave him a nod and went to dress herself as Naruto left her alone in the room. She then realized that she was visually impaired at the moment, and couldn't figure out which way to put on her clothes. She shrugged, "I'll figure it out eventually," and unsealed a set of clothes. 1 hour later, Naruto was still waiting on Sayuri to be finished getting dressed. She had refused to let him help, and he just shrugged it off to women's stuff. At long last, she yelled to Naruto that it was okay to come in. Naruto came in and saw she was wearing a kinigasm. That's why it took so long, he thought. She looked to him, or where she thought he was, with a light blush on her cheeks. "How do I look?" she asked timidly. He smiled. "You look beautiful, Sayuri-chan," he said as he appeared by her side. She jumped at his sudden closeness and blushed. She blushed at the fact of getting surprised. She was a ninja for God's sakes, and his compliment. She remembered why they had gotten out of bed. "By the way, Naruto-kun, who are we going to?" She was cut off as they vanished in a yellow flash. Akatsuki base. Itachi was surprised when he was blinded with a yellow flash. He instantly wielded a hidden kunai and turned on his Sharingan. What he saw afterwards made him relax. It was his little brother figure and his little sister. He smiled slightly at the sight, and then narrowed his eyes at his sister's condition. Sayuri dropped to the ground, breathing heavily. "Damn it, and Naruto! I haven't done that in 2 years! Warn me next time!" She yelled at Naruto, who in turn just looked sheepish, not that she could see it. "I'm sorry, Sayuri-chan, but I'm sure you will be surprised at who I brought you to," he said as he nodded with a smile towards Itachi, who nodded back with a small smile. Whether it was a good surprise or bad surprise was about to be seen. "Hello, little sister," Itachi said with a monotone voice as Sayuri froze and slowly turned her head in the direction of his voice. "Aye, Itachi." It wasn't a question. She was scared he was finished the job he started years ago, but remembered Naruto had brought her here and he wouldn't lead her wrong. Now she was angry, she wanted answers. She ran towards Itachi's location and flung herself towards him, aiming to punch him. Of course, being not used to being blind, she was way off, but Itachi appeared in front of her and caught her by her shoulders. "Let go of me, you bastard!" she yelled, and she struggled vehemently to get out of his grip. "Why would I let go of my precious little sister?" Itachi stated. The room temperature dropped a couple degrees as Sayuri stopped struggling and looked to her brother. "Precious little sister? Where was that when you slaughtered the clan? Where was that when my best friend left me after what you did?" She started to swing her arms against his chest, and the bandages around her eyes became undone and fell to the ground. "Where was that when I was attacked a few days ago by these Rudumbu? Where were you then, Itachi? If I'm so precious to you, why did you destroy the life we had?" She ended barely over a whisper, and tears leaked from her eyes as Itachi looked down shocked at Sayuri-san because the amount of emotion he had just heard from the young girl, but a lot of surprise came from her eyes. They were the eyes of eternal light, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He saw the pattern and his eyes grew larger and looked to Naruto, who gave him a look of not now. He looked back to his sister, and he wrapped his arms around her. "I will tell you the truth, Sayuri," Itachi said as he sat her and himself down. "The Uchiha were not as they seemed. Many thought of them as royalty of the Leaf Village, and that went to their heads with the added arrogance of the invincible Sharingan. They were upset after the Nine Tails attack, as the fourth said it was being controlled by a Sharingan, and the village isolated the Uchiha out of fear. Finally, after years of being isolated, the clan devised a plan to overthrow the Hokage and take what they thought was theirs, as Madara had founded the village," he said as Sayuri gasped at this new information. Itachi continued before she could ask any questions. I was sworn to serve my village, so I acted as a double agent with Sure Sway and reported information to the Hokage and the elders. They suggested that we attack first and take them out beforehand, but Sure Sway had a different plan as he wanted to use his Manjikyu Sharingan's ability, Kodo Amatsukami, on the clan and make them stop the coup, but somehow he failed, and as a backup plan I was to slaughter the clan for the sake of the village. That I asked for was my family to survive except father, as he was the leader of the coup. Itachi finished his tale and Sayuri looked shocked. Was Keikawa-san a part of it? She asked, and Itachi shook his head. No, she was quite against, but she but won against the entire clan. He answered, to which she nodded in acceptance. So what have two of my favorite people been up to? Itachi asked. Naruto told him of his adventures in Fiori, which shocked Itachi of his dimension travel. He told him of the battle with the dragon, liberating the Tower of Heaven, and all his times with Fairy Tail. Itachi was happy that his little brother is now living a happy life, then looked toward Sayuri. Sayuri told him what she had told Naruto. She had been training with their mother to get stronger, and how the village and Sasuke had changed. Itachi shook his head in disappointment at how his little brother turned out. She told him of more recent events of their mother presumably dying, her almost dying if it wasn't for Naruto and her new eyes. So it was because of these root that mother is dead and you almost died, Itachi said in eerily calm tone even for him. Sayuri nodded and feared what would happen as her brother's killing intent washed over her. So I need to go have a talk with Danzo, Itachi said as he stood and planned to make a trip to Konoha but was stopped by Naruto. I wouldn't waste your time, Itachi. Danzo is gone, Naruto said. Itachi's eyes narrowed. How do you know? He demanded. Danzo had one of Shursei's eyes, he said, getting widened eyes from the room's occupants. I went there as soon as Sayuri passed out after I dealt with those root Umbu. I took out a majority of his army, but I failed to take him out. I ripped his eye out and then he fled, Naruto said. Itachi nodded. So he is alive, and there's a possibility that he is in a base in Konoha. I need to have a word with him, he said as he stood up to leave. Sayuri's eyes widened and went to stop her brother, but Naruto stopped her. I will go and make sure he isn't harmed, he said for assurance. I can help too. I have my eyesight back and I can take those ninja this time, she retorted. Itachi snorted. Do you really think so low of me that I would need your help, little brother? Remember who taught you what you know, he said amused. Ignoring the jab at his skills, though you could see the twitching eyebrow, Naruto continued to talk to Sayuri. Your surgery was a few days ago and you need rest. Sayuri looked to respond, but Naruto beat her to it. No buts. You are going to rest, he said with finality. Sayuri pouted like a small child, which made the males of the room smile at her childish behavior. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, and she was sucked into his Kamui dimension. Now let's go, Naruto said as he started to walk out the compound, but stopped and looked at Itachi with a sheepish smile. Which way is the leaf? Itachi just shook his head and led the way. Oh, by the way, we have to make a few adjustments to your wardrobe, Itachi said as he walked away. Naruto blinked and looked down to his body. Hey! What do you mean? He yelled but got no response. He grew a tick mark at being ignored. Itachi! What the hell do you mean? There's nothing wrong with my clothes, he said as he chased after his brother. Outskirts of Konoha, imagine where Asuma and Kurenai fight Itachi and Kisame. If you wanted me to dress like you, all you had to do was say so. You didn't have to insult my outfit, and Ai-san, Naruto said as he was now dressed in a black robe with red clouds decorating it. He also had a straw hat that covered most of his face. Itachi, who was walking beside him, wore the same thing. They had taken to calling each other brothers out in public as they were both wanted. Itachi for the murder of his clan and Naruto for his Rinnegan. So where is this Kisame person you work with? He on a recon mission looking for the Sanbai. We usually work together, but he wanted to go by himself for some reason. Naruto nodded and kept walking. Think over what Itachi told him of his undercover mission, infiltrating the Akatsuki. He didn't like it. From what Itachi had told him, it was an organization comprised of 10 S-rank shinobi. S-rank shinobi weren't anything to play with, and 10 of them working together could take a village if they wanted to. Especially if one of them did have the Rinnegan, it was a powerful dojutsu even when wielded improperly. He was distracted from his thoughts when he saw a literal flash of yellow. When the flash died down, he saw the people he sought to avoid in his time back to this dimension, his family. He looked to Minato, who looked like he had aged a bit as he was graying in the hair, and he had wrinkles here and there on his face. Probably from the stress of trying to lead a village that wants him gone, and trying to find myself. He looked to the former Toad Sage, who looked like he has seen better days. He was glaring at Naruto. Probably blames me for losing his contract. Well, really wasn't my fault, he thought to himself. He looked to the Slug Princess. She really hadn't changed thanks to her Genjusta placed around her body. I don't really have a problem with her. Never really cared for me and vice versa, he thought impassively. He looked to Kakashi and saw that he hasn't really changed except he was less relaxed than last time, but he still had an eye smile on his face. He looks to take me by force, and if his posture is anything to go by, then it looks like he isn't going to underestimate me this time, he thought as he prepared for the worst-case scenario. He finally got to the last person of the group, his mother, Kushina. She looked terrible. She was wearing her wrinkled green dress and looked as if she had been crying for days, but she had fresh tears streaming down her face. Probably because of what happened to Aunt Mikoto, and the latter is seeing me again, he thought sadly at the thought of his deceased mother figure. Oh, my sweet Naruto-kun has come home, Kushina cried out as she ran to him. She, like the others, felt the familiar chakra and instantly knew who it was. They strangely all met at the same place before Minato teleported them away. Naruto sighed and took off his straw hat and showed his features. Looks like we've been found out, huh, Nii-san? Naruto said, and Itachi nodded and took off his own straw hat with his Sharingan blazing. I have not returned, Kushina. I am just back to check in on some things, he said, ignoring the heartbroken look her face. Where did you go, brat? The geezer Toad said you disappeared from the world. I know you can't be part of the Akatsuki because Itachi has been feeding me info on everyone there, Jiraiya said with narrowed eyes. I have no responsibility to answer that, now get out of the way, Naruto said. He was on a tight schedule. He needed to get to Danzo and finish what he started and find Mikoto's remains. You are coming home, Naruto. We can be a family again. Your mother and I have been thinking and decided to give you training, Minato said, hoping to get the child of prophecy back in the Leaf Village. Naruto snorted. The Leaf may have been where I was born, Kushina may have been the one who have birthed me, and you may have been the one to supply the sperm, but this isn't my home, and Kushina and you are not my parents. As far as I'm concerned, Fairy Tail is my home and Mikoto Uchiha was my mother, just as Itachi and Shursui are my brothers. You do not defile my family by trying to include yourself in it, Naruto said coldly, making Kushina burst into tears. Ma, Naruto-kun, just come back easily. Sensei and Kushina are trying to make things right, was the reply that came from the one-eyed shinobi. Naruto was going to reply but stopped when he caught a fist. He looked and saw it was Jiraiya who was attached to the fist. He was glaring at him with a lot of hatred. I can see the hate in your eyes. Do you hate me because the Toads have rescinded your contract? It was your own fault. You pushed Minato to train Naruto and neglect me, but you bet on the wrong horse and as such are currently suffering. You are just an above-average shinobi without the Toads. Most of your jutsu derive from them or working with them. Plus you have an inability to use senjutsu without the help of the elder Toads. All the things that made you the gallant Jiraiya have been taken from you, Naruto explained, and they grew wide-eyed at his explanation. Jiraiya snapped and formed a Rasengan in his hand and thrust it towards Naruto despite Tsunade's and Kushina's cries not to. Naruto formed his own Rasengan much to the shock of everyone there besides Itachi and clashed it against his godfather's. The momentary shock was enough for Naruto's Rasengan to win out and send the former Toad Sage spiraling back. He only had a few seconds before he heard a whistling sound. He traced it to a tri-pronged kunai heading towards him. He sighed and caught the kunai. Really, old man? He said with boredom in his voice. Minato smirked. Do you remember why they call me the Yellow Flash? He said as he disappeared. What he didn't expect was for Naruto to toss the kunai away while throwing his own kunai with it. Minato appeared disoriented as he didn't expect the flying Rasen, level 2, but was shocked when a yellow flash appeared before him and he felt pain in his nose and was launched back towards the group. They were staring wide-eyed. He knew both of Minato's prized jutsus. Did you really think I would fall for that? He asked sarcastically. He was going to say something else but was soon wrapped up by glowing chains. He noticed the chains had seals on them. These seals are probably to hinder my movement, aren't they, Kushina? He said as he looked to his mother, who had 4 chains protruding from her back. You're not leaving me again, Sochi! Kushina cried out hysterically. Naruto sighed and tried to move, but the chains tightened. Don't even try it, Naruto, Minato said as he stood up holding his nose. Those chains were able to hold down a rampaging Kyuubi. You won't be able to break them. This goes to show, even as the child of prophecy, you are still just a child. Now we are going home and you will lead Konoha and the ninja world to peace, he said victoriously. Naruto just stared at him. I will not lead this cesspool of a village into anything. I'm going to find Mikoto Kasan's remains and I'm going to help Itachi get some answers. For some Kage-level shinobi, you are certainly slacking. You have been in a genjutsu this entire time, Naruto said as he and Itachi exploded into a flock of crows which attacked the group. They flared their chakra before they could get pecked to death. The scene changed with Naruto and Itachi standing across from them, staring impassively. Finally, recognize the genjutsu, eh? Naruto said. I knew no child like you could learn the Flying Thunder God, Minato declared, and Jiraiya nodded. Naruto shook his head. But I have, Minato, he said as the others grew wide eyes. Ha, I bet he's lie dash. Jiraiya was cut short as he fell to the ground unconscious as Naruto stood behind him. The other knew then what had happened. I marked you when you were caught in Itachi's genjutsu, he explained. Stop this madness and come home, Naruto. Sensei is trying to bring peace to the world, Kakashi said as he lifted his headband to reveal his Sharingan. With my Sharingan, I should be able to see when you're about to jump. Naruto looked over to Itachi and nodded to him, and received a nod back. He started to flash through hand seals with Itachi and Kakashi following with their Sharingan. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu! They all yelled as fireballs took the form of a dragon's head launched from their mouths. Kakashi's jutsu was beat out with Naruto's, but Itachi's continued towards its target. Kakashi took the hit and left him distracted as to why he wasn't burning. I'll go, is all Naruto said before he dashed off towards Kakashi. Itachi started to throw a barrage of kunai at Kakashi, who pulled out a pair of kunai to deflect some as other nicked his legs. Naruto flashed away and appeared behind Kakashi and grabbed a stray kunai. He disappeared and reappeared around Kakashi with multiple cuts on his body. He reappeared behind him and yelled, Itachi! Itachi took out his own kunai in reverse grip and nodded. Right. They both took off towards Kakashi. They met at Kakashi and slashed at his midsection, and time seemed to slow down to Kushina, Minato, and Tsunade. Kakashi spun around with deep gashes around his waist. This is the power of the Uchiha, Naruto said as his and Itachi's respective dojutsus glowed. Do not follow us or there will be consequences, Naruto said as he and Itachi body flickered away. Minato made a move to follow them but was stopped by Tsunade. Minato! If you don't get us to the hospital now, then your student is going to die, she roared. Minato begrudgingly flashed him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi to the hospital, leaving his ex-wife alone by the river. I let him get away again, she said as she silently cried to herself. Flashback end. Naruto and Itachi did manage to find Mikoto's remains. They had her body put with other traders of Konoha. Both Itachi and himself wept silently as they saw her body. He thought about using the Rinne rebirth but was stopped by Itachi. He said that his mother died making the ultimate sacrifice for her daughter. He wouldn't want that disgrace, that act of motherly love. They took her body and had it cremated and put into an urn that Naruto made with his yin-yang release. It was currently sitting on a mantel in his living room with a picture of a smiling Naruto with Sayuri smiling and hugging him. Behind them was Fugaku and Mikoto with proud smiles and Itachi to the side of them with a small smile. Sasuke was originally in the picture but they decided to cut him out as he was scowling at the others in the picture. He had Sayuri live with him since he brought them back to Earthland. Separate rooms, of course, but Sayuri had looked to change that lately but had been delayed with the addition of Wendy. He was thinking about the last time he saw his family because he had begun to think that what if he wasn't such a good father for Wendy? He was still young, he was only 15, for crying out loud. What if he ended up doing something like his family did to him? She was such a sweet girl and she didn't deserve that kind of treatment. Naruto! He heard someone call and he looked up to Sayuri sitting across the table in their dining room with a worried expression on her face. What's wrong? She asked softly. I'm scared about being a father. He started getting wide eyes from Sayuri. I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to treat her the way I should. The only fathers I have seen are Fugaku, who pushed his kids into training for the strength of the clan. Minato, who pushed away his own kids for the other, all for the pursuit of a prophecy. Then there's Sage of Six Paths, whose sons fought for over years, which eventually passed on to their kids, and so on. I want Wendy to train, yes, that much is true, but I want her to be a normal child as well. I don't want her to feel inferior if I have another child that is actually my blood, because to me they will both be my children, adopted or not, he said. Sayuri just looked at her secret crush in shock at how much he had been thinking about this. It's true that you didn't have the best father or have seen any great father figures, but I believe that you will be a great father. Getting wide eyes from the blonde. You have seen the bad fathers in action. All you have to do is do the opposite of them, she said. Naruto had a look of understanding and nodded. Thanks, Sayuri. I needed that, he said with a smile. No problem, Naruto. What are friends for? She chirped with a grin. Naruto smiled again and stood up and stretched. Well, we better get to sleep. You have to help train Erza in using her Sharingan, and I have to train my adorable little students. Good night, Sayuri-chan. He smiled as he walked off to his room. He heard a thump coming from the room right before his and looked toward the door. He opened the door and saw Wendy on the ground rubbing her head with tears welling in her eyes. His eyes widened and her rushed to help the young brunette. Wendy-chan! What happened? Naruto said with panic in his voice. Wendy looked up to her daddy and sniffled. I was jumping on the bed you got me today. I was happy because it was my first one ever and I fell off and hit my head, she said. Naruto's panic vanished, and he smiled softly. He put his right hand on her head and rubbed it soothingly while channeling some yang chakra into his palm and healing her. It's okay, Wendy-chan. You just got too excited. Do you want me to kiss it and make it better? He asked softly. The young girl nodded and he kissed her hair and then picked her up. Does it feel better? He asked. She nodded into the crook of his neck. He went to her bed and went to lay her down, but she clung to him. Can I sleep with you, Papa? She asked cutely. Naruto cracked when he saw those big brown eyes and sighed as he started to walk to his room. Yes, you can, Wendy-chan. You still need to heal, right? He said with a smile. She smiled and nodded. Well, you know what they say. Laughter is the best medicine, he said as he started to tickle her. She began to squirm and laugh. Stop! Ha! He laughed in amusement and stopped. She looked at him with a glare that was just cute to him. Not funny, Papa, she said as she crossed her arms. She then yawned and Naruto got into his sleeping attire and slid into bed next to his new daughter. He opened his arms and the little girl crawled over to him and hugged him. Good night, Papa, she said tiredly. Naruto chuckled at the girl and kissed her forehead. Good night, Wendy-chan. Sayuri woke up early the next morning. Her hair was all in a messy and she looked dead tired. Stupid Erza. Making me get up early to train her, she muttered to herself. She got out of the bed sluggishly and walked towards her door. She walked down the hallway and towards Naruto's room and knocked on the door. Naruto! Get out here and make me food! She yelled through the door. All she heard in response was soft snoring. With a twitching eyebrow, she opened the door and prepared to yell but was stopped by what she saw. It was little Wendy snuggled into Naruto's chest sucking on her thumb, and Naruto had an arm thrown around her protectively. Sayuri had to resist squealing at the adorable sight. She crept over to the bed and lightly shook Naruto. PST, hey Naruto! Wake up, I'm hungry! She whispered. Naruto grumbled and a clone popped into existence. The clone lead Sayuri out of the room. Boss wants Wendy to get her rest. I'll make you breakfast, he said as he led her to the kitchen. -15 minutes later. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he smelled and saw smoke. He created another clone and switched places with it and rushed towards the kitchen. He saw Sayuri and his clone trying to put out a fire. Naruto's sweat dropped when Sayuri popped the clone and he got the memories back. Apparently, Sayuri wanted to surprise Wendy and himself by cooking for them after she had almost woken them up. The thing is, Sayuri is a horrible cook. She and the clone got into a scuffle about who should cook and knocked over some vegetable oil into an open flame. He reached over to the sink and turned the water on. He then flipped through some hand seals that ended in bird. The water rose up and created a dragon with glowing yellow eyes. This would have been intimidating if it wasn't only the size of a medium-sized snake. He sent the small dragon towards the fire and put it out, while also splashing Sayuri in the process. Sayuri looked shocked and then angry after she heard some laughter. She turned her head towards the laughing and saw Naruto holding his stomach and pointing his finger at her. Naruto wiped an imaginary tear. "Oh, you should have seen your face," he said, and he looked up to see a scary sight, an angry woman. He slowly started to back up with his hands in a surrender motion as she slowly stalked closer to him. "Now, Sayuri-chan. It was only a joke," he said. "Oh, I'll show you a joke, Naruto!" she yelled, and she tried to pounce on him. He stepped back and caught her wrists, which stopped her hands from wringing his neck. "Stop resisting and let me hurt you and wipe that damn smug look off your face!" Sayuri yelled. Naruto wasn't trying to smile smugly, he was just smiling in amusement at her reaction. "You shout quiet down, Sayuri-chan. You might wake up Wendy," he said, his smile still on his face. Sayuri didn't listen and she substituted with a pot from the oven top. Naruto felt a burning sensation on his hands and saw a pot that had been near the fire. "She probably thinks this would burn me. I'll play along," he thought. "Ayaha! Hot! Hot! Hot!" Naruto exclaimed as he shook his hands back and forth to cool them off. Sayuri looked smugly at him. "Ha!" she laughed mockingly. Naruto smiled at her and stuck his tongue out at her. "Too bad, Sayuri-chan. Doesn't hurt me," he said, and he showed her his unburned hands. Sayuri grew a tick mark and tackled him, and he laughed as they tumbled onto the ground. "Oh, Sayuri-chan, how bold of you," he said as he was straddled by her. Sayuri's face lit up, and she stammered but stopped once she heard his laughter. With her face still red, she raised her fist and looked ready to pound Naruto, but was stopped by someone yelling, "Roar of the Sky Dragon!" A small tunnel of wind appeared and pushed Sayuri off of Naruto. It felt like a small gust of wind, but Sayuri was surprised. They heard sounds of small steps being taken until they saw Wendy standing in front of Naruto protectively, and she was glaring at Sayuri's form. Well, she was trying to be intimidating, but it wasn't working as it only came across as cute. "Stay away from my papa, you mean it!" she exclaimed. Naruto smiled and stood up and put a hand on her head. "Oh, look at the little princess saving her wounded father," he said, smiling proudly, getting the girl to look up at him with a big smile. "But did you see who was attacking papa?" he said as he pointed to the downed Sayuri. Wendy's eyes widened before she ran over to the girl. "I am sorry, Sayuri-san," Wendy said as she blushed for attacking her papa's best friend. Sayuri smiled at the young girl. "It's okay, Wendy-chan. You're getting pretty strong," she said. Wendy looked up at her, sniffling and wiping a tear. "I am as sorry for hurting you," she said, looking up at Sayuri, who cracked at seeing such an adorable sight. She rushed the girl and hugged her. "Oh, it's okay," she cooed to the 5-year-old. Naruto smiled at the duo as they separated. He went to his daughter and patted her head. "That was a nice attack though, Wendy-chan. Let me show you another one." He clapped his hands. Wind style, gale palm. A gust of wind flew from his hands and slammed into Sayuri, knocking her over. Wendy's eyes had stars. She clapped. "Yay! Papa, do more of your magic. Can you teach me that?" she exclaimed. Naruto chuckled at his daughter. "Yes, I can show you, but I want you to train in your Dragon Slayer magic first. So let me fix breakfast and then we can go train with Natsu afterwards," he said as he walked towards the kitchen with Wendy following closely. Sayuri slowly got off the floor. "Yeah, no thanks for the help, jerk," she muttered. "But you love this jerk," Naruto replied cheekily. "Now get in here and eat, we have training to do," he added. Sayuri blushed at the love comment and quickly rushed into the kitchen and avoided looking at Naruto lest she blush even more. Training fields. Naruto and Sayuri were standing in front of Erza, Wendy and Natsu. Naruto clapped his hands. "All right. I'm going to help Natsu and Wendy with their Dragon Slayer magic while Sayuri helps Erza with her Sharingan. Natsu and Wendy looked excited and Erza looked impassive at Sayuri. What about us, Naruto-kun? He heard a voice say from his right. They turned to see another mop of blue hair and brown hair. Hey, Levi-chan and Kana-chan! What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked. We heard you guys were having training without us and we couldn't have that, so we decided to come, Kana said. Sayuri and Erza looked irked at their arrival. Naruto hummed and thought before two Shoto clone popped into existence. Alright. I've had a couple things I wanted to show you two for a while now, might as well show you now, he said as they both nodded and walked with a clone. Why do they get clones and I am stuck training this tomato? Sayuri said as she pointed at Erza, who grew a tick mark at being called a tomato. Who are you calling a tomato? She exclaimed. Naruto just sighed as they broke into an argument. Stop, both of you! He ordered, and they stopped speaking but retained their heated glares. Sayuri, you are training her because if she hits a clone then it will expel. Besides, you grew up having to learn everything about the Sharingan. You are the best tutor for her, Naruto explained. Sayuri still looked miffed but begrudgingly accepted. Fine. Come on then, tomato, she called out as she walked off. Erza grew another tick mark and followed her tutor. Naruto sighed and turned back to Natsu and Wendy. Alright, now that the silly people are gone, let's get started. He pulled out a single bell and showed it to the children. What's with the bell? Natsu asked. Naruto smiled. This is your first test, he said, and he gained 2 looks of confusion. I'm going to put this on my waist and your goal is to get bell. Whoever doesn't will be tied to the tree and watch everyone else eat lunch, he said, and they both grew fearful of not being able to eat and grew determined to get the bell. Alright. You can start, now, he said as he jumped away from them. Natsu wasted no time and rushed at Naruto with fist ablaze. He tried to strike Naruto, but Naruto just caught his fist, making Natsu's eyes widen and Wendy worry for her papa. Not bad, Natsu, but not good enough for the bell. He roundhouse kicked Natsu back to his original position. Now come at me, both of you. Show me the power of a Dragon Slayer, Naruto declared. Natsu and Wendy's eyes grew determined. Natsu rushed off, but this time Wendy was running, with Wendy running by him. He lit his fist with flames again and went strike Naruto again as Wendy went towards his other side with a punch to the face. Naruto leaned back and watched their attacks pass his face. He leaped away and heard Wendy yell out, "I'll Vernier," and grew curious. He turned around and saw Natsu and Wendy running at him again, but Wendy was ahead of Natsu by quite a margin. Her speed had increased. He mused and thought as he started to block his daughter's punch, and Natsu was added into the mix. Is this all the son of Igneel and daughter of Grandini has? Show me the power to slay dragons, he said, hoping to rouse them up. It seemed it worked as their eyes widened and gained anger and determination. He grabbed Natsu's fist but noticed something. His flames, they've gotten hotter. They almost burned me, he thought as he kicked Natsu and Wendy back. They both got up off the ground and shared a look. Wendy, let's combine our roars. Wind helps power fire, right? Natsu said, and Wendy thought about it for a second and nodded. They both faced Naruto and took a deep breath and threw their heads back. Roar of the sky / fire dragon, ... They yelled as they fired off tunnels of their respective elements that soon combined and created a huge pillar of fire that was heading towards Naruto. Naruto smiled at seeing them work together. He thought about taking the blast head-on but decided against it as the flames seemed like they would hurt. He grew a devious smile as he molded chakra in his lungs. This should be just like Storm style, he assumed in his mind, as he threw his head back like the kids did not moments ago. Wendy and Natsu looked shocked at the posture. Roar of the storm dragon. He released a tunnel of dark clouds with lightning sparking off ever so often that dwarfed their combined roar. The roar overtook their own and they were too shocked to move. Seeing this, Naruto threw his kunai at the duo. The kunai landed in between them, and he vanished in a flash. Natsu was scared, and judging by Wendy's shaking, she was just as terrified. He stepped up to take the blast, but he fell to his knees. He had put everything into that last roar. He saw the blast getting closer, and he closed his eyes and waited. Nothing ever came besides a hand on his head. He looked up to see Naruto smiling down at him. Thank you for protecting my daughter, Natsu. I'm sorry, I didn't know that roar would be so large and powerful. Natsu just looked dumbfounded. Why, you're a dragon slayer, he said as he pointed a shaky finger towards him. Naruto chuckled and walked over towards his daughter, who was still shaking, and wrapped her into a hug and whispered sweet words into her ear. He picked her up as she continued to cling to him. He berated himself for attacking his own daughter with such an attack. I am no dragon slayer. I don't have the fangs you and Wendy-chan have, and I was raised by humans. I can recreate the spells with my magic, but I am the only one who can at the moment, Naruto said as he smiled at Natsu. He put Wendy down next to Natsu as she was still sniffling. He smiled down at them proudly. You guys have passed my test. They looked at each other confused. I wanted to see if you could work together as a team. Teamwork is very important. Mages often make teams with others who can improve their strengths and cover their weaknesses. Wind can empower fire, making you two a good team up. I think Sky Dragon Slayers can use enhancing spells along with healing magic. She could help heal you if you get hurt, Natsu. They looked in awe at his assessment. Always remember this. Those who breaks the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are lower than trash. They nodded dumbly at his wise words. Now I both want you to eat up, and after you get your energy back, then we can get to the torture, he said as he started to cackle madly. The two kids shared a look and gulped. With Erza and Sayuri. Why do I have trained the armor freak? Sayuri thought as she watched Erza loosen up by going through some basic sword strikes. Are you finished yet? Sayuri asked irritatedly. Erza stopped mid-stroke and glared at her teacher. It is important to limber up before you exercise, she responded. Whatever. Sayuri responded dismissively. Just hurry up. I have other things to do. Erza smirked. Oh yeah, like what? Ogle Naruto-kun all day? She said. Sayuri's face grew a blush, but she quickly shook it off. Oh yeah, like you haven't been since he found you, she snapped back. Erza kept her smirk on her face, but you could see pink dusting her cheeks. Whatever. Are we going to train or not? I want to get the second tomo of my Sharingan. Sayuri had a tick mark above eyebrow. Fine. Let's train, she yelled as she unsealed her sword from the seal on her wrist and rushed at Erza. Erza just smirked and required a broadsword and blocked her strike. That may have worked if you didn't do it last time, she said as she raised her sword overhead and brought it down as Sayuri rolled away. They went back and forth with parries, blocks, and strikes. They were slowly building up speed until they were blurs to average mage's eyes. It seems you've gotten better at your sword play, Erza remarked as she slashed at Sayuri. I may have picked up a scroll or two on Kenjutsu. Naruto has also been giving me one-on-one lessons from time to time. Sayuri smirked when Erza frowned. What's the matter? Upset that Naruto-kun spends more time with me these days? Sayuri said mockingly. Erza grew angry and charged in, swinging wildly. Sayuri easily dodged the sloppy attacks. Tisk tsk. You're getting sloppy, Erza-chan, Sayuri taunted. Erza growled and activated her Sharingan with one tomo. Oh, the Sharingan? So we are finally getting serious, Sayuri said as she activated her own Sharingan with 3 tomo. Let's get started. They dashed each other again. This time Erza had required 2 smaller swords, with the blade being the length of her forearms, and held them in a reverse grip. Erza struck at Sayuri relentlessly, but Sayuri saw it all coming and just kept dodging, and she still had that damn smirk on her face. Why can't I hit you? Erza said in between sword strikes. Your Sharingan isn't good enough. Let me show you the true power behind these eyes, she said as her Sharingan spun and she disappeared from Erza's sight. Erza's eyes widened before they narrowed. Come out and fight me, coward! She turned, and instead of seeing the training grounds, she saw Jalal slowly stalking towards her with a dark smile on his face. His reached out and grabbed her neck and lifted her off the ground. She tried to strike him with her swords, but when she tried to grip their handles, they vanished. Come and stay with me, Erza. This is true freedom, he said as he gestured to the tower. Erza tried to pry his hand away, but it wouldn't budge. Tears threatened to leak from her eyes. Is that no? Well then, I don't want anyone to learn of this place, so I'm afraid this is goodbye, Jalal said as his hand was covered in his darkness magic. Erza closed her eyes and she yelled out, Naruto! He isn't coming for you, armor girl, a voice said tauntingly. She opened her eyes and saw that the landscape had changed again. She saw Sayuri and Naruto sitting at the bar. Naruto had his arm around Sayuri's waist. "Why waste his time with you, when he is with me?" she said before she leaned in to kiss Naruto. Erza's eyes widened before she narrowed them dangerously. "I mean seriously, why would he want you? You aren't strong enough to be at his side. You haven't even matured your Sharingan to the second stage while I've had mine mastered since I was 13. You aren't worthy," Sayuri sneered. Erza's eyes had tears in them and her magic flared and the illusion broke. She glared at Sayuri, and while Sayuri's eyes widened at the sight, Erza's eye now had two tomos swimming around slowly. "So that is the famous illusions of the Uchiha clan?" Erza asked. Sayuri smirked and nodded. "Surprised you didn't see through it. The Sharingan is able to see through most genjutsu. Just shows how untrained you are," Sayuri mocked. "That wasn't nice, Sayuri-chan," a voice said from behind Sayuri. She turned to see the object of her affection, Naruto with Wendy and Natsu in tow. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" Sayuri asked with an innocent tone. Naruto's face of seriousness didn't waver. Sayuri sighed. "I'm sorry. I lost control of my emotions. It was unfitting for a shinobi." Naruto sighed and walked to Erza. "I will forgive you this time." Sayuri smirked, thinking she got away with it. "Only if you do anything Erza say for a day," he finished. Sayuri sputtered and Erza gained a devious twinkle in her eye. "But Naruto," Sayuri whined. "No buts, Sayuri," Naruto stated, unmoving in his decision. Sayuri wanted to argue but decided against it. "Fine," she muttered as she looked down in defeat. Erza smiled. "Very well then. I shall see you all later. Come along now, Sayuri. We have many things to do," Erza said as she walked off with Sayuri in tow, muttering angrily. "Papa, can we get ice cream now?" Wendy asked as she looked up to Naruto with big brown eyes. Naruto smiled and picked her up. "Sure," he said as he twirled around in circles as she giggled. He looked down to Natsu. "Did you want to come also, Natsu? You've earned it after all that training," Naruto said. Natsu gained a sad look. "I would, but I don't have any money," he said quietly. Naruto looked sadly at the young orphan dragon slayer. "Don't worry, Natsu. I'll pay for you. Where are you living, by the way?" "I don't have anywhere to go, so I just stay at the guild." "Well, now you're coming to live with me. I can make up new room for you," Naruto said as he started to think about the new addition to his home. But Natsu was cut off by Naruto waving his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Come on now. After we get ice cream, we'll grab your stuff from the guild," Naruto said as he started to walk off towards Levi and Kana. Natsu just walked behind him with a small smile on his face. Maybe this is how having a big brother feels, Natsu thought as he ran towards Naruto and company. "Hey, wait for me!" Later. They had gotten ice cream, but Natsu, being the fire dragon slayer, couldn't, or wouldn't, eat it. So Naruto bought him some chocolate lava cake and poured some sake on top and lit it on fire. Levi chastised him for letting a minor drink, but later sweat dropped when she saw Kana drinking a glass of wine. After everyone had their dessert, they decided to head to the park. As they walked, or in Natsu's case stumbled around aimlessly, they talked about their training. "So Wendy-chan, did you like training with your papa today?" Levi asked with a smile. Wendy nodded her head vigorously. "Yeah. Soon I'll be stronger than papa," she exclaimed with a big grin. Naruto chuckled and placed a hand on his daughter's head. "Just don't grow up too fast, Wendy-chan. I want to have all the time I have to spend with my adorable daughter," Naruto said. Wendy smiled up to her father and nodded. "Okay, papa," she chirped. Naruto smiled and then looked to the two ladies he was with. "And how was your training, you two?" he asked. Kana took out a deck of tarot cards and smiled fondly. "It was great. I have to train more with them, but I think it will be worth it," she said. "This may get me to the next step into S class and I could finally tell him," she thought to herself. Levi at the cards curiously. "What are those?" Naruto took a moment to best explain the cards to Levi while also picking up Natsu and throwing him over his shoulder. It was funny to see him walk into stuff the first couple times, but he could get brain damage if he let it happen anymore. "They are a type of summons," To find out what it summons, you'll just have to wait and find out, Naruto said with mirth as he looked as Levi pout. She looks pretty cute like that, Naruto thought but shook his head after that thought. What did you learn, Levi? Kana asked her rival of sorts. They both had a thing for Naruto, not mentioning Erza and Sayuri. None of them had the intentions of backing down either. I am investing more time into studying rune magic. If Naruto is correct, then I should be quite the force to reckon with, Levi said. Kana nodded and didn't push any more, as she didn't share too much about her cards. They arrived at the park and Naruto took Wendy to the swings and started to push her, much to Wendy's delight. I want to go higher, Papa, Wendy said, and she giggled when she went higher. Naruto, Levi, and Kana smiled at the young child. A clone of Naruto sat with the now sleeping Natsu. Naruto pushed Wendy again, and she went high, but at the apex of her swing she jumped off whilst giggling, making Naruto's eyes widen. Catch me, Papa! Wendy called out. Naruto panicked but quickly got himself under control as he body flickered to her approximate landing spot and jumped up and caught her before flipping and landing on the ground. Wendy cheered and hugged her dad. Yay! Papa saved me! Levi and Kana stomped over and scolded the little girl. Wendy-chan, don't do anything so dangerous again. You could have gotten hurt, Levi said while Kana nodded, making Wendy look down sadly with tears in her eyes. I am sorry, Wendy said as she started to sniffle. Kana and Levi immediately started to apologize. Naruto smiled at the scene. It was two mothers doting over their child. Don't worry, Wendy-chan. You didn't know, and you were just having fun. Whenever you fall, Papa will be there to pick you back up. Okay? Naruto said. Wendy nodded while rubbing tears out her eyes. Promise? She held out her little pinky finger. Naruto smiled gently and wrapped his pinky around hers. Promise, and I never break a promise. They spent the rest of the day at park. They played on the slides, jungle gym, and merry-go-round. Not too long after, Wendy was all tuckered out, and they decided to depart. After escorting the two young ladies to their home at Fairy Hills, Naruto bid them a good night and went to his house. He entered with Wendy in his arms and Natsu and the clones to see a ragged Sayuri laying in the living room. Do I even want to know? He got a glare as his answer, and he wisely stepped over her and went to the couch and had the clone lay Natsu there. He felt bad about having him on the couch, but they could build his room tomorrow. The clone threw a blanket over Son of Igneel and dispelled itself. Naruto took Wendy to her room and was going to lay her down, but she clung onto him like last night. No, she whined. I want to sleep with Papa, she finished with a tired voice. Naruto chuckled and then walked to his room and laid down with Wendy held in his arms and went to sleep. 5 years have passed since the Naruto brought Natsu into his home. They had created a new room for salmon-haired Dragon Slayer with his wood style. It left the kids in awe at his magic display. Ever since the household began to feel more like a family. Naruto was the father and husband, Sayuri was the wife and mother, Nasta the annoying yet lovable little brother, and finally Wendy the darling daddy's girl. They kept on to their training and increased it ever so often. Natsu was close to mastering his Dragon Slayer magic. His last test was to at least burn Naruto with his flames and create one technique. He knew a few secret arts, and recreated some just after sparring with Naruto. Wendy, while not as far along as Natsu, has been making breakthroughs in her own Dragon Slayer magic. She is an offensive/support mage. She doesn't have as many offensive moves as Natsu, but she makes up for it with enhancing her physical abilities with her Sky Dragon enchantments. The girls have been training very hard as well. Erza's swordplay has increased immensely, and she has quickly climbed in the ranks of Fairy Tail. She has refined her requip magic to the point she can almost change armors in less than 6 seconds. It will be a useful skill to have when she needs to adapt in the middle of a battle. Sayuri continued to train her in the Sharingan. She learned to cast subtle illusions to trick her opponent. She would cast a small genjusta to make her opponent believe she was doing one thing, but she'd really be doing the opposite. She had gotten praise from both Sayuri and Naruto at the use of her eye. She even got her third tomo in her mission a couple years ago during the S-Class trail, making her elated as it gave her the extra push to making S-Class. Levi has become a very strong mage as she had been tutoring under Naruto in her runes. She could now use them like her solid script magic. She would draw a rune design in the air and have it activate then and there instead of drawing it down prior. This made her quite versatile in the field, as seals and runes were only limited by what you imagined. She almost recreated the flying thunder god after having some time just to study the seal on Naruto's kunai. Goes to show just how smart the young brunette was. Kana had also made strides in her own magic. Gifted with a deck of special tarot cards that Naruto had given her. He had gotten them as a reward from the mission he was on, right before he found Wendy. The old man told him that it was like summoning celestial spirits, but these were tied into the user's spirit, thus if the summon was hurt then so was the user. Kana had taken a shine to the full arcana, Izanagi. She didn't know why but felt drawn to it. She used him for most of her fights, especially for Erza a year ago in the S-class trails. Izanagi was a great swordsman and was a great help with Erza as he could battle her as she went and flanked her with another attack. Even though she was later defeated by Mara Jane Strauss, she was content with her performance. She couldn't summon two arcana at the same time, but she was looking to break through that barrier. Sayuri had arguably made the biggest jump out of all of them. She had been training with Naruto relentlessly when he wasn't training Wendy or Natsu. She wanted to truly master her new eyes. The farthest she had gotten to was her Kodo Amatsukami and Amaterasu. She knew there was another technique, but Naruto refused to teach her at the moment. "You're not ready for that yet," he says. "Break." Roar of the Fire Dragon! A pink-haired teenager yelled as a tunnel of flames spewed from a red magical seal in front of him. The flames barreled towards an older man with white hair that was cropped short. This was Naruto Marvel. Naruto's appearance had finished changing a few months after he had become S-class. Instead of his golden blonde hair, he now had pure snow-white hair. He had cut his hair short because he looked at his father every time he looked in the mirror. His skin color even went from tan to fair skin. He had hypothesized that the changes were due to Old Man Sage's chakra finally being mastered and mixing with his own. Naruto looked at the flames speeding towards him with a smile. "You have grown so much in the last 5 years, Natsu," he thought as he felt the heat from the flames. He put his hand out and swiped down as the flames made contact and made the flames disappear. "Come on, Natsu. Fire as weak as that can't hurt me," he said with amusement. Natsu grew a tick mark. "Oh yeah, well you do better," Natsu yelled back while shaking his fist. Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head, missing Natsu's smirk. "Fall for it, Baka. Shooting some flames my way will just make me stronger. I am genius," he thought as he started to mentally cackle in his head. Naruto just body flickered behind him and smacked his fist into his head. "Did you really think I would fall for that, idiot?" He deadpanned as he looked down to the Dragon Slayer with a huge bump growing out of his head. "Wendy-chan! Come over here and heal Natsu!" Naruto called to his daughter, who nodded and came over along with two creatures floating being her. Those two were Happy and Carla. Natsu and his little friend Lisana found Happy's egg in the forest one day and brought to the guild. They ended up raising it and playing house, which was adorable to all the females except Lisana's sister, Mary Jane, and Erza. The egg hatched and out came a blue cat with wings, which they later called Happy. Wendy, being a young child, instantly snatched the cat out the air and glomped it, stating that she wanted one too. She gave her best puppy dog eyes to Naruto, and he cracked immediately, and searched for an egg for Wendy. He found one when he was on a job. It was in the northern part of Fiori. The egg was white with pink claw-like marks, and a couple days later, a white cat with wings popped out. Little Wendy thanked her dad profusely and named the new cat Carla. Happy darted over to Natsu's fallen form and started to cry. "No! He killed Natsu!" he cried out. Everyone except Wendy rolled their eyes. "No, I didn't, Happy. I just hit him in the head really hard. See, look," Naruto said as he nudged Natsu with his foot, and Natsu groaned. Happy instantly stopped crying. "Oh. Okay," he said happily as he pulled out a fish and started to eat it. Naruto just shook his head at the cat and looked to Wendy finish healing Natsu. "Well, let's head back to the guild. I am hungry," Naruto said as he got a nod from Carla and Wendy and a muffled eye from Happy. They started to walk to the guild, forgetting about the unconscious teenager. Fairy tale. It was loud in the guild, with people brawling about in the middle and others having regular conversation as if there wasn't anything going on. Just a regular day at Fairy Tale. Leading the brawl were two females. One had dazzling red hair and striking brown eyes. The other had snow-white hair held up in a ponytail and large blue eyes. This was Erza Scarlet and Mary Jane Strauss. What they were arguing about this time was anyone's guess. They argued about pointless things most of the times. They seemed so into it that they didn't notice Naruto, Wendy, and Natsu walk in. "Man, I am hungry! Get me some ramen!" Naruto yelled out. The bar server nodded and went back to the kitchen. "So you're finally back, huh, Flame Brain? Let's finish where we left off last time." Naruto turned his head and saw a boy with dark blue hair and a smirk on his face looking at Natsu. He also had a lack of clothing that made Naruto cover Wendy's eyes lest she be corrupted by the way of the pervert. "Yeah, what of it, ya ice pervert?" Natsu yelled back as he got into Gray's face. "Pervert! I'll make you eat those words!" Gray yelled back as he got into his ice make stance. Natsu gained a wicked grin, and his hands burst into flames, and he charged at Gray. "Ice make, shield!" Gray yelled as ice rose up and formed a shield. Natsu struck the shield and it instantly began to melt. His flames have gotten hotter. He would be much faster if he didn't have those seals on him. He looks like he might be getting a little too comfortable at this level though, Naruto thought. He made a hand seal and Natsu glowed blue for a split second and he fell to the ground with a thud. "D-damn, Naruto! Why did you increase the seals?" Natsu asked as he struggled to get up from the floor. "Because you looked like you were ready for the next level," Naruto said nonchalantly as he slurped his noodles with Wendy enjoying her own bowl as well. "I got you now! Ice make, hammer!" Gray yelled as he ran to the wide-eyed and struggling Natsu with a huge ice hammer over his head. Before he could strike Natsu, he was sent flying by a metal-covered fist and sent flying into Kana. The impact spilled the wine she was currently sipping. Natsu looked up to his savior and saw the scariest thing, Erza with an ominous red glow around her, and her eyes shadowed by her hair. "What have I told you about fighting between friends?" she asked slowly. "Oh, shut it, armor girl. You're always being a control freak. Let them have their little fun and get back here so you can finish getting your ass kicked," Mary Jane said with a smirk. Erza's eye twitched as she looked to one of her rivals for strongest woman of fairy tale. "Shut up, Mira! There shouldn't be any fighting between guild members," she stated with a huff as she looked away. She had to equip a blade to block another blade heading towards her. She looked up to her attacker and saw Kana's summon, Izanagi. She looked past the giant at Kana. "What is the meaning of this, Kana?" "You threw Natsu into me and made me spill my wine!" Kana yelled back. Erza just scoffed. "Who cares about that overpriced grape juice anyways?" Mira interjected. Kana looked offended at Myra's description of her drink for today. Wendy looked up from her ramen. "Ano, wine isn't really good for you and you should be having it at this age, Kana. But it wasn't nice of you to throw Natsu into her, Erza," she said quietly. Both girls aimed their glares at the 10-year-old and both yelled, "Shut up!" Wendy started to tear up and sniffle. Naruto looked over and saw Carla trying to cheer up the brunette. He calmly set down his chopsticks and stood up. He walked over and put his hand on Wendy's head and gave her a smile. "Don't worry, Papa will make them apologize for being meanies. Don't cry, Wendy-chan," he said as she nodded and smiled while she still had tears at the edge of her eyes. Naruto walked through the brawl that was quickly escalating into something personal. The three main instigators were in the middle of the squabble. They were all about to strike each other when Naruto appeared in the middle of them with a serious expression and his arms crossed. They looked bewildered at his sudden appearance. He just pointed to Wendy, who was looking sad and dejected. "You too," he said, pointing to Erza and Kana. "Apologize to Wendy-chan now," he said. They looked at him confused. "But why, Naruto-kun?" Kana asked. "You yelled at her and hurt her feelings, now apologize," he said. Kana and Erza looked at each other and nodded. Erza put her sword back into equipped space and Kana dismissed Izanagi. They walked over to Wendy. "Sorry," they mumbled together. "I couldn't hear them, Papa." "What did they say?" Wendy said with a hand to her ear and mischievous twinkle in her eye. Naruto gave them a pointed look and they sighed. "I said I'm sorry, Wendy-chan," they said louder. Wendy giggled. "Okay. I forgive you," she said with a smile. "There, everyone is friends again," Naruto said with a smile. "Hey, I still have beef with that tin can over there," Mira declared, pointing at Erza. Before the redhead could retort, Naruto stepped in front of her. Mira, what were you two even fighting about? Naruto asked genuinely. They fight about almost everything, it's hard to keep track. She said. Mira struggled to come up with a reason. Naruto shook his head. See? Now stop this fighting, he said, but Mira and a few others looked unconvinced. Naruto noticed this and closed his eyes. He sighed. Fine. If that's the way you want it to be, he said as his eyes snapped open and he gazed upon them with his Sharingan blazing. If you still want to fight, then come at me, he declared as many started to sweat from the aura he produced. It was one that commanded respect. His eyes shifted over to Mira, who shivered at the sight at the demonic eyes. How about you then, Mira? He asked. Mira was feeling like those eyes were peering into her very soul, judging her. She knew she couldn't win against this man. Heck, she lost to Erza because that redhead had that damn eye. She had thought she had her in the finals. They were even, but then something changed as she was about to land the last blow. She somehow dodged and kept dodging from then on. Erza eventually got the upper hand on her as all she did was dodge and conserve her remaining energy while Mira was drained. Naruto had that magic longer and was more experienced with it. No, Mira said after a minute had passed. I'm not ready yet, she said as she turned to go to the S-class level. Lee-sana, Elfman. Get ready, we are going on a mission. The two scurried after their sister as Naruto turned to the rest of the guild members. Anyone else? Many of the guild members murmured after seeing the demon of Fairy Tail being tamed. However, two mages stood up and approached. The first had orange hair under and brown and white cat in the hat looking hat. The second had tan skin and two belts strapped across his torso. This was Jet and Droy. Yes, Jet said, and most people just groaned. This has been happening ever since Naruto had came to the guild, and it was really disappointing nowadays. You do know this ends the same every time? Why try again? Naruto asked. Because this time we have something for you, Jet said with a smirk. Naruto nodded. Very well. He settled into a loose taijutsu stance. Come at me. Jet and Droy shared a look. Droy threw some seeds at Naruto. Chain plant, he announced as vines formed and they went to bind Naruto in place. Naruto started to dodge the moving plants as Jet disappeared from sight in a blur. Many knew of his speed magic, but it seemed faster today. Falcon heavenward! Jet yelled as he reappeared in front of Naruto and sent a high-speed kick into his gut. Naruto was struck and sent back a couple feet, making many go wide-eyed because in 5 years only Laxus had been able to make Naruto move in a fight. Naruto was a mini juggernaut, not so mini anymore, like Gildarts. That was nice, but still like the other times. Droy, you just throw a distraction and Jet rushes in for a fast melee punch or kick. There is no variety in you moves, and anyone who could see Jet when he is moving will be able to dodge, thus making your strategy useless. Naruto explained as he conjured up a pair of glass and a chalkboard from out of nowhere. Hey! Don't lecture us! Jet yelled. Yeah, this is a fight, Droy chimed in. No, this is a learning experience. You won't be able to beat me as you are. I train every day and you two drink and play while also fawning over a girl who has no romantic feelings toward you. You need to start taking your lives as mages seriously. You never know what you're going to face out there on a job. That goes for all of you, really. He said as his eyes changed back into his regular blue. Across the guild on the bar was sitting the third master of Fairy Tail, Makarov Dreyer. Good speech, Naruto. Growing wiser every day. But still there is that request that has been sent out for you. I know you won't like being away from Wendy-chan for so long, he thought. Naruto, meet me in my office, Makarov said, and Naruto nodded. Makarov's office. After Naruto released the seals holding Natsu down, he went to the master's office. You wanted to see me? He asked as he took a seat. Makarov was unusually serious. Yes. There is some news. You are a very powerful warrior, Naruto. As such, people have begun to notice and request you personally for some jobs. He started as he took a deep breath for the news he was about to deliver. The Magic Council has requested you infiltrate the Alvarez Empire after the skirmish last year. Makarov said, getting wide eyes from the white-haired teen. Why me? And how long would I be gone? He asked. They want you to be there for 2 years and get as much information on them as possible. Don't we already have info on them? I can't just up and leave my family like that and for 2 years. They want you as you are currently one of the strongest mages that is not a wizard saint. Heck, behind me in Guildarts, you're probably the strongest in the guild, Makarov said. If only you knew how strong I really am, old man, Naruto thought in amusement. Please, Naruto. I'm begging you to do this. The council is talking about disbanding us for all the damage we do. If you do this, then we could get into their good graces, Makarov pleaded. Naruto sighed and nodded. Fine. When do I leave? In a week. 1 week later. Naruto did no quests that week and spent all his time with his little daughter and trying to comfort Natsu and the remaining Strauss siblings. Mira chose a beast extermination mission and they had defeated it after a long battle, but Elfman tried to do a full-body takeover on the beast and lost control. He attacked his sisters and critically injured Lisana. Natsu had given her one of Naruto's markers, just in case, but she didn't use it until her final moments. Naruto appeared and quickly defeated the Berserk Elfman with a sleep genjutsu and saw as Lisana was dispersed in a shower of light. That didn't make sense to him, but she had to get Mira and Elfman to safety first. Natsu had blamed Elfman for her death, as Elfman was the one to say he couldn't come on the quest. After some words with Naruto, though, he later apologized and promised to get stronger. Naruto was now waking up. He sat up in the bed and stretched as he yawned. He looked over to see a mop of blue hair in his bed and smiled fondly. His daughter still slept with him even as she grew up, and constantly stated she was a big girl now. He noticed that this blue hair was lighter than his daughter's hair, and his eyes went wide. He only knew one other person with that color hair. He reached over and uncovered the body next to him, and his fears were confirmed as laying next to him was Levi McGarden in her underwear. What? How did this happen? He yelled in his mind. Okay. We were at the guild and they were having a going-away party for me. Kana and I had that drinking contest and Levi, Sayuri, and Erza joined in. But how did she end up in my bed and I can't remember anything after that? Maybe because we got very drunk, a tired Levi said with a groan. And why are you so loud? She said as she held her throbbing head. Hangover? Naruto asked. Levi nodded and Naruto put his hand to her head and channeled chakra to his hand. Levi sighed happily as the weight on her head lessened. Don't let Kana find out about this, she said in amusement. She looked up and saw she wasn't in her room and that she wasn't wearing pajamas. She looked over to the other occupant in bed and saw Naruto with no shirt and boxers on and started to blush horribly. You undid, did we? She let the question hang. That is a good question. I don't know dash. He was interrupted as the door opened, and Wendy ran in and jumped into her father's arms. Good morning, Papa! What are we having for break dash? She stopped when she saw a blushing Levi covering up her body. She looked between the two multiple times and her little mind seemed to click. Is Levi-chan my new mommy? She yelled out excitedly. She may have yelled too loud as the next person at the door was glaring at both Naruto and Levi with Sharingan eyes. You have some explaining to do. Naruto groaned as today was going to be a long day. Naruto's departure. Levi, Kana, Erza, Sayuri, Wendy, Natsu, and Makarov were gathered to see Naruto off on his 2-year quest. Naruto looked at the one gathered and smiled. He went to Makarov. I will do you proud and try to keep that old council off our backs, he said as Makarov smiled at him and nodded. Thank you for this, Naruto. Anything for the guild, he responded as he looked towards Natsu. Natsu, you have been a great student and an annoying little brother to look after for the last 5 years. You've grown much from the little crybaby we used to know, he said as he and the others laughed at the face he made at being called a crybaby. After getting his laughter under control, he continued. You have gotten strong, Natsu. Igneel would and should be proud at the way you have grown up. When I get back, I want to spar with you. Protect the guild from me while I'm gone, he said as he held out his fist. Natsu wiped some tears from his eyes before he gained a giant grin and put his flame-covered fist up to Naruto's and bumped fist. See you soon, brother. When you get back I'm going to beat you in a fight, Natsu declared. Naruto chuckled as he moved on to the 4 girls he had trained with for the last 7 years. I will be back in 2 years. I know how you all feel about me, and I know it has been years since you all have felt that way. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just some crush or hero worship. I know I don't have the right to ask this, but could you all just wait 2 more years for me? Getting surprised looks from all the girls. I can't choose one of you and leave the others to be all heartbroken, so maybe you guys could decide what to do in the years that I am gone. Naruto finished. We will wait for you, Naruto-kun. They all said in unison and then glared at each other. I thought I told you to get along. I do not a repeat of earlier today, Naruto said as he remembered what transpired earlier. After they had been found out by Sayuri, she went to tell Erza and Kana. They basically had a cat fight to the highest proportions with them almost destroying the guild. Naruto had to step in and put a stop to it with a quick burst of killing intent and an almighty push. Hi, Naruto-kun. The chorus together. Naruto smiled and gave them all a hug and a kiss on the forehead. Good, then we will talk about this when I get back, he said as they nodded with faint blushes. Naruto looked down to the final person, who had tears in her eyes. Don't cry, Wendy-chan. Papa will be right back before you know it, he said, trying to comfort her. Why you promised to come back? She asked. She was scared that Naruto might leave her like Grandini did. Naruto, sensing this, kneeled down to the young girl. Wendy, I promise to come back in 2 years' time. Here, he said as he took of his haori and draped it around the girl's smaller frame. I want you to keep this safe and sound. This was given to Papa by a very special person, so it's important. This is my promise to come back to you, Wendy-chan, he said. Wendy's tears finally fell and she rushed towards Naruto and hugged him tightly. You are very important to me, Wendy. You are my precious daughter. You have grown a lot since I found you 5 years ago. You're bigger and so much stronger. You're going to be stronger than me soon, he said as he got a giggle from the girl. I love you, Wendy-chan. Don't ever forget that, he said as the girl held him tighter if that was even possible. I love you too, Papa, she choked out. He kissed the top of her head and then picked her up and set her down by the 4 girls of the group. Wendy let go and wiped her eyes. Naruto slung an bag over his shoulder and walked away from the group. After he was a little ways down the road, he turned and gave a smile. See you in 2 years, he said as he was enveloped in a white burst of energy flared off of him, and it slowly got faster until he disappeared in a white flash. That idiot, Sayuri huffed. Even made the flying thunder god more dramatic and flashy, and it's the flashiest jutsu, literally. Everyone laughed at her statement and left back to fairy tale. Break. Naruto was walking down the road thinking about what happened last night when slowly his memories started to come back. He remembered it all. The drinking with the girls and him winning the contest. The girls apparently made a bet that whoever won or closest to winning gets to go home with Naruto. Surprisingly, it was Levi who won, but her sensed some mischief about. They went home together drunk and put Wendy to bed, and one thing led to another. Oh crap! Naruto yelled as he remembered what happened next. Hopefully, it was a safe day. Been 2 years since I've been back. I wonder how everyone's been doing? A man asked as he walked down a dirt path to Magnolia. He walked into the town and waved at the people he walked past, and they waved back. He started to need chakra to better sense where everyone was at. He felt a mass of people at the guild and smiled knowing he was going to get to see his friends and family again. He narrowed his eyes when he felt not 1 but 2 chakra signatures. That isn't possible. No one knows how to cross to Earthland or even knows about besides Old Man Sage. The only way for someone to have chakra is for Sayuri or I to have a child, he thought. He rushed towards the guild with a speed that left dust in his wake and townsfolk gawking at the disappearance of the young man. Fairy tale. Erza was currently chewing everyone out after she had gotten back from her recent mission. Erza had changed her appearance a bit since Naruto's departure. She now wore an armor chestplate made by the smiths of Hard Cruez. It had a yellow cross over a fairy tale symbol that rests on her left breast. She wore a blue skirt and black boots with metal gauntlets to finish the look. She hair had grown down onto her waist, and she had grown out as a woman, as you could see by her womanly curves. She was on a rampage with her discipline. Nab! Pick a job already! Wabaka! Put that cigar out, it's unhealthy! Kana! Stop drinking and put some clothes on, it's undignified. Mauko! She said, and she just stared at him. He began to sweat and shake. Just say something! He cried out. Before she could respond, there was a flicker of white by a hanging tri-pronged kunai caught everyone's attention, and many grew wide-eyed. A buxom blonde at the bar looked around confused and looked to Mira for some help, but saw her in a state like everyone else. What is Goi Dash? She was cut off by another flare of white followed by a couple of circles, that intersected, giving an atom look, appearing around the kunai. Many held their breath for what was to come but got disappointed when everything stopped. They turned to go back to cowering before the Queen of Fairies, but were blinded by a bright flash of white. They looked back to a fair-skinned man with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He had snow-white low-cut hair and striking blue eyes. He was wearing a white muscle shirt that showed off his muscles quite well and had a huge scroll attached to the small of his back. He wore black pants with tape wrapped around his ankles with black ninja sandals. Who is that? Lucy stuttered out. That's Naruto. One of the strongest mages in Fairy Tail. Probably the strongest after Master and Guildarts. He is Natsu's brother, and Wendy-chan's father, and Levi-chan's baby daddy. Mira said the last part in a low whisper. She didn't say it low enough because as the words left her mouth and she looked back to her brother figure, she saw his eyes locked with her only inches away from her face. Well, Amato-chan, I was right. I felt 2 chakra signatures coming from here. So where is my daughter, other child, and baby mama Dot? He asked with half amusement and half seriousness. They're at your house, she chirped. I'm sure they'll be glad to see you. She smiled at him. He returned the smile and started to walk away. Good to see everyone again. I'm going to rest, but tomorrow I will catch up with you guys and meet some of you new people. Until then, he said as he vanished from sight. Lucy had a blush on her face as she remembered the white-haired Adonis. He was freaking hot. Maybe he is single. Oh, but he has a baby with Levi. She thought, somewhat depressed. Don't worry. Naruto has a huge heart, maybe he has some space for you too, she said with a smile. Lucy blushed at the meaning and shook her head. Marvel home. Wendy was training in the backyard. She was going through stances while augmenting her strikes with some of her magic. Wendy had changed in appearance as well. Her hair now went down to her rear. She usually wore a yellow and blue dress with a white bow in the middle of her chest. While she was training, she wore a simple pink kimono with a black waistband with a small tie over it. She wears thigh-high socks and keeps her hair in pigtails. She had Naruto's Haori draped over a tree branch not too far from her. She had been trying to recreate what her father had told her one night when she could sleep. It was a story about the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. She was the greatest medic and very strong. He told her that she used magic to make her super strong. Strong enough to destroy a building with a single punch. She wanted to be like that too, able to be strong and protect her new baby sister. Speaking of her new sister, she was just adorable with Levi's mop of blue hair and purple eyes. She even had 2 cute whisker marks like Naruto, and her facial features leaned more towards Naruto, but she had Levi's eye shape. Her name was Nami. She was named after her father, who was a maelstrom. She was just adorable, and everyone at the guild lived her, even Jet and Droy, who hated Naruto and the fact that he got Levi and not them. She was a happy child and very smart for her age, something she got from her mother. Sayuri had looked her over and confirmed that she had chakra and offered to help her unlock it, but was denied by Levi, as she thought Naruto should be there to see it. A whirlwind of leaves that made Wendy cover her eyes appeared. When she opened her eyes, they widened and started to water. She took a hesitant step towards the person who just appeared in her backyard. Naruto heard something behind him and turned his head to the side and saw his daughter looking at him. He turned around fully and smiled at Wendy. Hello, Wendash, he grunted when he was tackled and arms wrapped around him very tightly. He looked down to Wendy and smiled. He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her back. You're back! You're really back! She cried out with a happy smile. I told you I would be back, Wendy-chan, he said with a soft smile as he held her at arm's length. Now let me get a good look at you. You've grown so much. Getting more and more beautiful. Wendy blushed at the praise and turned her head away. Papa! She whined. Naruto chuckled. It's true. Soon I'm going to have to beat boys away from you. I can feel your magic has grown too. Have you been working hard? He asked, and he got an enthusiastic nod. Yeah, everyone has been helping me out. Oh? Well, you will have to show me how much stronger you got. You might be as strong as me now, he said as he patted her head. Wendy-chan? They heard a voice coming from the patio. I heard some wind howling against the windows and came to check on you. I'm fine, but look who is back, Wendy said excitedly as she pulled on Naruto's arm towards Levi. Who's your friend? Her words dies out as she got a good look at who it was. Only one person she knew of shared those whisker marks with her daughter. And Naruto-kun? Naruto reached up and scratched the back of his head and smiled. Yeah, it's me, Levi-chan. I guess I have been missing out some pretty big things, huh? Oh God. He can't know already, she thought. What do you mean? She said as she smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Naruto smiled knowingly. Well, I miss 4 birthdays for you and my darling Wendy. I also miss something really big and another birthday, he said cryptically as Levi froze up and looked away. Naruto frowned and walked over to Levi with Wendy in tow. He put his hand under her chin and turned her head to make her face him and look him in the eyes. He saw a range of emotions going through her eyes: hope, fear, happiness, and sadness. I'm sorry, he said as he closed his eyes and put his hand behind her messy blue locks and put their foreheads together. I should have stayed and helped you through your pregnancy. I should have been there for my child's birth. No mission is worth my family, he said as he gestured to Levi and Wendy. He wrapped them both into a group hug. They stayed like that for a minute, just enjoying being a family. They let go and Naruto smiled. So where is my other princess? Levi and Wendy giggled and led him to his own room. Where is Sayuri? He asked. Oh, she is in her room sleeping. She got back from a job late last night, Levi said. Naruto nodded at the information and they arrived at his bedroom. He went to open the door but was quickly stopped by Levi. Don't be mad, but I kinda took over your room while you were gone and did some redecorating, she said nervously. Naruto just smiled. How bad can it be? He said as he moved her out of the way and opened the door. He wasn't expecting a room filled with bookshelves which were filled to the brim with books. Literally, there were bookshelves covering the walls of the room and even stacks of books in front of those. Quite frankly, it looked like a hassle to maneuver around the room. He looked back to Levi with a deadpan expression. Really? Just how much do you need to read? Levi just blushed and looked away with a huff while Wendy giggled. So my other child is somewhere in this library? He joked as he stepped into the room. Wendy came in and went before him with Levi. She's over here, Papa. He walked over and saw a playpen and he peered inside it and saw his child, his daughter. She looked older than what she was supposed to be. Instead of being the 1 year and 1 month, she looked like she was about 2 years old and a few months. She was playing with some building blocks and making a small tower. She looked up when she heard footsteps and smiled when she saw her mother and sister, but looked up with a head tilt and big curious eyes when she saw the white-haired stranger. Levi picked up the small girl and smiled. Hey there, Nami-chan. How are you today? The small girl ignored her mother in order to stare at Naruto. Naruto looked sheepish and rubbed the back of his head. She turned her head and looked at Levi. Mama. Who dat? She pointed towards Naruto and spoke the best she could. Well, that is your papa, Nami-chan, Levi said, and she waited for her daughter's reaction. She always worried about the day Naruto came home to meet his daughter. Would she accept him or not, and vice versa? The little girl looked at Naruto, and then back to Levi multiple times, then she struggled to get out of her mother's arms and scampered over to Naruto, and stood in front of him and looked at him. She slowly raised her hands and made a grabbing motion. Naruto looked to Levi as if asking permission, and she sent a look to say yes. Naruto reached down and scooped the small girl into his arms. You my daddy? She asked as she looked at him with a head tilt. Naruto looked at the little girl with much love in his eyes. Yes. I am your daddy, Nami-chan, he said. The little girl reached up and patted his cheek and rubbed his whiskers. You got whiskers like me, she stated. Naruto smiled. Yes, I got whiskers like you, he said as he poked her whiskers, which got giggles from the girl. Ha ha, stop, it tickles, she said. Naruto was smiling a lot since he got back to his family. He walked over to Levi and Wendy and opened his other arm, inviting them into a hug. "I'm glad to be home," he said as he embraced his family. Later that night, Naruto was sitting in front of his family: Levi, Wendy, Nami, Sayuri, and Natsu. "Hey, you promised me a fight when you got back," Natsu was saying as he stood up with a grin on his face, and his fists lit up in flames. Naruto simply smiled as his youngest daughter giggled at Natsu in Levi's arms. "Not today, Natsu. Don't you have a mission with Erza tomorrow? A growing boy needs his rest," Naruto said. Natsu paled at the mention of Erza and deflated. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I don't have a bedtime." Naruto just wore an amused smile. "Sure. I will have a spar with you after you get back from your job with Erza," Naruto said, and Natsu deflated more and moped out of the room. He turned towards Sayuri, who had just woken up and was staring at him. "How have you been, Sayuri-chan?" "I've been good. Mostly training with Wendy-chan and helping Levi-chan take care of Nami-chan. I finally mastered my Manjikyu and found about Susanoo. Thanks for helping, jerk." She glared at Naruto towards the end. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that bit of information and smiled. "That great. Maybe you could show me sometime. How did you unlock the Susanoo?" "I was on a Dark Guild destruction quest because money was running low in Erza and I got cornered and it just appeared and protected us from their spells. I was left really drained from it, but it saved our lives and got us out of there," she explained, and saw that Naruto's aura grew dark at the mention of her being at the mercy of a Dark Guild. She blushed a bit knowing he cared about her. "Or is it Erza?" she spat in her mind. Naruto quickly calmed down, seeing how uncomfortable his chakra made his family. "Well, it's great that you got the technique. Though I wish it was in more favorable conditions." He muttered the last part. A look of realization passed his features. "Wait. You said money was low? How so? My mission reward should have been sent to you guys and it was quite the sum or money." We never got any payments and I was pregnant so I couldn't go on any jobs. I didn't want Wendy to go as she is too young," Levi said, and she ignored the pout she got from Wendy about being too young. Naruto's aura became dark again. "So I left you to raise a baby by yourself without anything to support you or Wendy-chan?" he said as he looked her in the eyes. She didn't answer, but Naruto saw it in her eyes. He stood up and hugged his family close. "I'm sorry again. I should have never left, and I'm going to make those bastards pay for missing the birth of my child and not paying me for my work." Naruto flashed upstairs and grabbed his Haori and threw it on. His family was at the bedroom door looking at him with worry. "I'll be right back," he said darkly, and he disappeared. The next morning, Naruto woke up when the sun hit his eyes from the window. He tried to get up but was stopped when he noticed that he was pinned from all sides. He looked down to his chest and saw his youngest daughter lightly drooling on his chest. On his right was Sayuri, and to his left was Levi. Both had their heads in the crooks of neck. The door slowly opened, and in came a sleepy Wendy Shiwa, rubbing her eye and yawning. "Papa, can you trade dash?" She stopped talking after noticing everyone in the room. "Mao, why didn't anyone tell me we were having a sleepover?" Wendy whined. Naruto smiled at his oldest. "I'm sorry, Wendy-chan." He made a clone and substituted with it. Now free of his prison, he walked over to Wendy and bent down to her level. "How about after we train, we make a pillow fort? Just you, me, and Nami-chan, how's that sound?" Wendy beamed and nodded her head. "Yeah. It'll be like before you left." Wendy cheered as she ran to her room to get ready for training. Naruto smiled and held up a cross sign with his middle and index fingers. "Shadow clone Justu," he called out as his room filled 100 clones. "Okay, you have your assignments. I'll keep them away for the day and you guys get things ready," Naruto ordered quietly as not to wake the others. The clones nodded and sped off with the body flicker. Naruto smiled and went to change clothes. He noticed the lack of a certain loudmouth dragon slayer and chalked it up to Natsu going off on that mission with Erza. Forest clearing. Naruto stood across from Wendy. It was silent and neither were making much movement. "Alright, Wendy-chan. I want to see how much you improved since I've been gone. So." He paused as a silver bell appeared in front of him, and he tied it to his waist. "Come at me," he said with a come hither motion with his hand. Wendy gained a determined glint in her eye and ran towards Naruto. Wendy went for jabs to the face and then blows to the body, almost like she was boxing. I wonder where she learned that. Naruto just moved her fist out of the way before it actually hit him. This continued for a couple of minutes before Wendy started to add her legs and the rest of her arms into the equation. She would throw elbows, knees and kicks his way from varying heights. More surprises, she learned to use the other parts of her body. Not just her feet and hands. He kicked in the gut, getting a yelp from the brunette as she was sent back about 10 feet away from him. Come on, Wendy. That's not all you got, is it? And here I thought my little daughter had gotten stronger than me. Naruto mocked playfully. Wendy's eyes grew sharper and she took off, leaving a whirlwind behind her. She's gotten faster, Naruto thought as Wendy appeared in front with her fist cocked back. There's no wind? He noticed a lack of wind, but he felt magic coming from her fist. He went to grab her hand and hip toss her, but soon found out that it was a mistake. Wendy unleashed the magic channeled into her fist outward into Naruto's hand. Naruto, being unprepared, was flung back quite a distance from the magically charged punch. Naruto groaned inside the pile of rubble left over from Wendy's attack. What the hell? That was like Tsunade's super strength. How did she learn that? Naruto thought, but he couldn't keep the smile off of his face. How could he not be proud of her learning such an advanced technique? It wasn't complete, but close enough to it. He groaned and pushed the debris off of him, and barely had time to breathe as Wendy was near him with another punch aimed for his face. He pushed her wrist up and effectively stopped himself from becoming a fine paste. He grabbed her and tossed her. She didn't go far as he wasn't in a position to use his full body in his throw. He quickly got up and got into a loose stance. She wasn't augmenting her speed with raw magic. She didn't cast Vernier either. She's just that fast. If someone to underestimate her. Naruto shivered at the thought of what would happen. Good stuff, Wendy, but you still don't have the bell, Naruto said as he tapped the bell on his waist. I want to see what you are truly capable of. Vernier! She called out. Arms! Wendy was surrounded in a light blue magical aura, and after flexing her hands and jumping around a bit, she took off even faster than before. Naruto smiled as he went back to parrying Wendy. Now that he didn't underestimate her, he could gauge her skill. She's already fast. She has a more refined fighting style than Natsu. She doesn't cover her hands in her wind though. Can she not use the super strength with her wind? That would be truly devastating. Getting hit with a force that could crush mountains while getting cut up by wind. Naruto accessed. He noticed that they had taken up another gear as they were becoming blurs around the clearing. He looked to Wendy and saw she was getting frustrated. Why can't I hit him? And he has that same smile on. He must be taking it easy on me. I will show you how strong I got, Papa, she thought with new vigor. Wendy disengaged from the exchange and landed 5 feet away from Naruto. That ends lesson 1, right? She said. Lesson 2, magic, she said as her hands were engulfed with light blue whirlwind and she leaped at Naruto and swung at him as if she was going to scratch him. Sky Dragon's crushing fangs, she announced, and Naruto just put up his forearms. He noticed that she just scratched him literally with wind magic. Not what I expected. Maybe she can do something with that aftershock of wind. Make an attack look like it was ineffective, but really it was the calm before the storm. Wendy didn't let up and she jumped into the air. I learned this from Natsu and I. Sky Dragon's wing attack. Wendy covered both arms in her sky magic and swung her arms down towards Naruto and released BR magic, which generated whirlwinds that moved Naruto back about a foot. He covered his face to not get any debris in his eyes. There's no cutting happening on my body. Either she's jolting back or she hasn't got that good with that aspect of her magic. I'm not done yet. Sky Dragon's roar! Wendy yelled as she was coming down to the ground and quickly inhaled and exhaled a large tunnel of wind that looked like a horizontal tornado. Well shit. That is way bigger than last time, Naruto said as he unsealed the tri-pronged kunai and flicked it towards Wendy. The wind from her breathe attack actually repelled the kunai and sent it back at Naruto. Well, that's out of the question. I could absorb it or body flicker away. Let it hit me and examine it firsthand. He looked at the approaching wind tunnel of death and decided against that last idea. He body flickered to where Wendy would land but didn't expect her to attack after releasing such an attack. Sky Dragon's Claw! She yelled out as she twisted in the air and swung her leg down towards Naruto with wind covering her foot. Naruto, not expecting the attack, got nailed in the head and instantly went to rub the spot. He was then kicked in the chin with another wind-covered foot and his head shot up. He was then hit in the chest by Wendy's fist, and he coughed up some spit. When she stopped her assault, Wendy was really tired. She used a lot of magic in those 2 super punches alone, not to mention all of her sky magic she used since then. It was mostly the magical punches, as she was wasting too much magic. She didn't have total control of it, and put more magic than she needed into it. She was currently on the ground with her eye closed, and her breathing slightly labored. She looked up and wasn't surprised when her father was still standing there even after her last combination. She reached up to his waist to grab the bell but was stopped when his hand wrapped around her wrist. Naruto looked down at his daughter with pride. Even after she was exhausted, she was still trying to get the bell. He pulled her up and wrapped her in a hug. "I am so proud of you, Wendy-chan. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Pretty soon I'll have to start using my eye magic to fight against you," Naruto said, and Wendy blushed at the praise. Naruto looked up and saw that it had been an hour since they had last left. The girls should have woken up and went to guild by now. He picked up Wendy and ignored her eep and put her on his back in a piggyback carry. Wendy was too tired to fight her father's hold and simply let him put her on his back. She snuggled into his back and laid her head on his shoulder. "How long has it been since I've had a piggyback ride?" she wondered as she watched the scenery go by. She noticed that there was a lack of trees and they were in a forest. She looked down and screamed as she saw the ground way below them. She hid her eyes into the crook of Naruto's neck and tightened her grip, almost choking him. Wendy, I'll loosen up your grip," he choked out. Wendy shook her head in the negative. Wendy, it's not that bad. Just look." Wendy slowly uncovered one eye and looked forward and was awed as she saw the sky passing her by. She let her arms loosen a bit. Naruto took a deep breath and greedily sucked in some air. Naruto was using his yang chakra he got from the sage to fly back to the guild. He wasn't flying too high as he never flew with another person with him. "So how does it feel to be up here?" It feels amazing. Like the rides I used to take with Ka-chan. She always said I could do anything when I'm up high," Wendy said. She looked at peace up in the sky like it was her natural place in the world. "You are the Sky Dragon Slayer, Wendy. You should feel like you home up here. Maybe your alias when you get older will be Sky Sorceress or maybe Sky Goddess." He laughed at Wendy's blushing face, but not knowing how right he was. Fairy tale. Levi was currently bouncing little Nami on her knee while talking to Kana with Sayuri beside her. "I don't know where he went, Kana. I woke up and looked up to see a puff of smoke. I got Sayuri up and Nami-chan ready for the day and left the house," Levi said as she sighed. Kana had been pestering her for the last hour on information where Naruto went. "That bastard! Makes me wait for 2 years and now he's making me wait even more?" Kana slurred out. It was a regular day at the guild. There was a small brawl going on, no doubt only because Natsu and Gray weren't here. Mira was behind the bar cleaning a glass, Nab was in front of the board, and Mikao and Wabaka were drinking and smoking while making advances at the white-haired barmaid. They all stopped when they heard a person cheering really loudly, and someone yelling for dear life. "What is that?" Lucky asked. Naruto saw Fairy Tail and decided to have some fun with everyone. He looked over to Wendy and winked. He got a confused look in return and he stopped using his yang chakra and instantly went into a dive bomb. Wendy started to scream out, and Naruto laughed and cheered on his way down. He was going to land in the guild but decided against it as he didn't need Makarov crying up a storm, so he decided for in front of the guild. He didn't expect most of the guild to rush out, so he had to rethink his landing. He flipped over so that his feet were towards the ground and he held Wendy in a princess carry and hit the ground with a light thump. Everyone was wide-eyed at what he did but were broken out of their attapor when they heard Wendy yelling at Naruto and trying to hit him. "Baka Papa! Why did you do that all of a sudden?" Wendy yelled out as she fussed in his arms and tried to hit Naruto. Naruto just smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, Wendy-chan. It looked like fun." He looked up and saw perhaps the scariest sight he has ever seen. Scarier than a rampaging Kurami or Tempest when he first arrived. 3 very angry women and a very angry teenage dragon slayer. Naruto instantly paled and tried to think of a way out, but it was too late. Wendy grabbed his sleeve and hurled him in front of the angry trio made of Sayuri, Kana, and Levi. Hee hee. Hey guys. They proceeded to beat the living stuffing out of Naruto for endangering Wendy and being so reckless. Naruto just let it happen as he knew he would heal fast. Even little Nami got a few hits in, but he couldn't feel it because she's, only 2. He smiled at his other daughter for standing up for her sister even if she couldn't do much. Naruto got up from the ground and groaned as he stretched his muscles. Those girls hit hard. He mused to himself and went over to the bar. Hey Mira-chan. How have you been over the last couple years? It's been good, Naruto. I stopped taking missions, but Master let me be a barmaid for work. I also started to model for Sorcerer magazine, so I get extra money from that, she replied happily. Naruto nodded and he leaned in and motioned for Mira to come closer. I want you to come over to my house. I'm throwing a surprise party for being gone so long. It's gonna be an extravaganza, well, a big party for a small family. You in? Myra's eyes grew bigger than they already were and nodded her head vigorously. Good, come around 7-ish, Naruto said as he got up to leave the guild. Hey girls, let's go shopping. Naruto forced out the bane of a man's existence. He didn't mind it, especially if it kept the surprise safe. All of the girls instantly forgot about the previous recklessness, and eyes turned into stars at the prospect of shopping. Wait, I thought the council didn't pay you for that mission. Where did you get shopping money from? Levi asked. Oh, when I went out last night. He got 3 nods from the ones who were present last night. Well, I went to the Magic Council and asked why I wasn't paid. They said that they were investing my money until such time that I proved myself for it. So naturally I considered it bullshit and proceeded to use Susanoo like Makarov uses his Titan magic. I don't want to say that I forced them, but I pretty much did. Plus I got paid double, so yeah, we're pretty set, Naruto explained. As soon as he was done talking, he was dragged out of the guild by Sayuri with Levi and Kana leading the way. What have I gotten myself into? Naruto's house. After Naruto and the girls returned to his house, he had to literally rush to stop the girls from entering. He was really exhausted, and that is saying something for him. He had to create 5 clones to carry all the stuff they bought. He waited for Mira and then went in. It was decorated, and it was worth it to see the girls' faces. There were banners and balloons everywhere. Naruto explained that he felt bad that he missed Nami's birth and everyone's birthdays, so he wanted to make it up to them. They partied for the night, even with kid-friendly things for Wendy and Nami. Naruto handed out gifts for everyone. Kana got a rare assortment of wine from the Alvarez Empire. Levi got a load of books for her personal library upstairs. Watch was currently occupying his room. Sayuri was bestowed the Sword of Storms, Tempest. She could use it with complementing her lightning release. For Wendy and Nami, however, he used his creation of all things to make them something special. He made a little orange fox kit for Nami. He had a small black nose and looked like he was wearing black lipstick around its mouth. The strangest thing was it had 9 tails waving behind it lazily. She named him Kurama and glomped it for most of the rest of the night. He told her that Kurama would always be there to protect her. Naruto gave Wendy some special arm bracelets and anklets that had 2 functions. One was to store magic, so if she needed a boost in a fight she would have some saved, and the other where they had gravity seals written on them to help her training. He also told her he was going to start training her in a strong technique called the Rasengan. Sayuri voiced her disapproval at his decision, but he ignored and simply stated, I have faith in my daughter. He was going under the assumption that magic is moldable like his chakra, but decided he'll figure that out later. For his last gift, he decided to give her 1 wish for anything she wanted. Naruto was sure he could produce anything she wanted, but was not prepared for what she said next. I want to see Grandini again. Naruto was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to do that? He sighed and extended his senses to the best of his ability to find someone with the same magical aura as Wendy. He came up with nothing and frowned at the disappointed look on Wendy's face. Then he noticed something. It was faint, but there was another energy coming from Wendy. He activated his Rinnegan without anyone noticing, and surely there was another energy coming from Wendy, almost like a Jinchuriki. His eyes narrowed. If someone sealed something into his daughter, there would be hell to pay. He tried to cheer her up by saying he couldn't find her but could do something close. He used his creation of all things again to create a smaller version of Grandini for her. The small dragon roared, but it came off adorable, and Wendy cried a bit at the sight. He briefly wondered where Carla was but didn't dwell on the fact, as he could sense her somewhere in the house. The rest of the night came and went as now just the teenagers, minus Mira as she left earlier, were out in the living room talking. Naruto had just got back from building a pillow fort with Wendy and Nami and set them to bed in their castle with Kurama and Mini Grandini guarding them. Naruto got a bit more serious than he already was when he walked into the room. "So I guess we should talk about how we stand now," he said, referring to the love shape going on between them all. "Yes, and we've all decided that we want to see your parents before we go any further in this matter," Levi said, and Kana and Sayuri nodded. "The kids would probably like to see their grandparents anyways," she added. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked to Sayuri. "What? You already know them?" "Yes, but you never properly introduced me to them. And for good reason too, Sayuri. You know why?" he growled out. "Yes, I know, Naruto-kun, but maybe they've changed. None of us here have our families anymore, but you do. Albeit, in another dimension, but still. You have to at least try to make amends," Sayuri said. Kana and Levi were thrown for a loop at them both not being of this world. Naruto sighed and told them of how he got into Earthland and his childhood. They both wept at his story, and Sayuri too, even if she heard long before. They felt bad about making him go back, but he said it was fine and went back into his pillow fort with his girls. Kana looked over to her companions. "Are we doing the right thing? Making him go back?" Levi and Sayuri nodded. "Yes, we agreed a year ago that we would do this. It's for his own good too. He needs to resolve these family issues if he is going to love all of us plus the girls." Sayuri told them the story of Naruto a year ago, but to her the pain in his voice was too much for them. "Okay. So we'll go when Erza and her team get back from their mission, agreed?" Levi asked, and the other two nodded. "Agreed." Inside Castle Marvel, Naruto crawled back to his princess's room. He was thinking about the upcoming meeting with his family. "Stupid Sayuri," he muttered, but put that on the back burner for now. There was something inside of Wendy, and he needed to know what. Naruto sat in front of his sleeping daughters. They looked so adorable and innocent. He wished he could keep that for as long as he was able. He activated his Rinnegan and placed his hand softly onto Wendy's head. He linked his chakra with her magic, and he was pulled into her mindscape. Wendy's mindscape. It was a bright place with tons of clouds that he could apparently walk on. "Great. How am I supposed to find anything in this place?" Naruto shook his head as he expanded his senses and narrowed his eyes and snapped his head to the left. There he saw a glowing ball of light that was acting the sun in his daughter's mind. That was the source of the other energy. He rushed towards it and prepared to attack, but then thought about it. He wasn't really here, and it wasn't his own mind. He doubted that he could use any jutsu in here. He decided on the direct but diplomatic approach. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "You know who I am as I know who you are," the orb said. Naruto groaned. "Ugh. More confusing talk like the first time I met Old Man Sage." "How did you get inside my daughter?" Naruto asked with narrowed eyes. He sensed that this orb narrowed its own eyes as the mindscape shook a bit. "You mean my daughter?" the orb spat back. Naruto nodded his head. "You confirmed my suspicions. You must Grandini the Sky Dragon. If it's not too much trouble, could you show your dragon form? Talking to a floating white orb is kind of strange." The orb started to shine brighter than it already was, and when the glow dimmed, there stood Grandini in all her glory. "I am in my normal form, now why and how are you here?" "I sensed something coming from my daughter while looking for you and came to see what it was. I formed a mental link with Wendy, that is how I am here." "Why did you leave Wendy? Better yet, why are you sealed in Wendy?" Naruto asked. Grandini sighed. "I left Wendy for the same reason I am sealed, as you put it, inside her. When a human learns Dragon Slayer magic, they start to turn into a real dragon over time. This happened to Acnologia, the black dragon. To stop this, I sealed myself into Wendy and created dragon antibodies to stop the dragon turning process," Grandini explained. "Could you see what happened on the outside world?" "Of course. I thank you for taking in Wendy-chan. I know it crushed her when I left, but it needed to be done." So all the dragons did this? And why on the same date? Grandini shook her head. You ask too many questions, young one. Yes, all the dragons did this, but do not tell any of the dragon slayers where we are. We wish to tell them ourselves. And the second question, I can't answer that. I see. Well, I will leave you be. I figured out what was in my daughter. I will be leaving now, Naruto said. Wait. Could you please pass on this knowledge to Wendy-chan? She didn't get to complete her training. While she has done good by copying the son of Igneel, I want her to learn her true powers. Naruto turned around and nodded. She lifted up a claw and touched it to his forehead. She retracted her claw. Thank you, Naruto. For everything, she said as he faded from the cloud world. Castle Marvel. Naruto took his hand off of Wendy's head and sighed. He hated to lie to Wendy, but her mother wanted it this way. It was going to be a long couple of days. Village hidden in the leaves. Kushina Uzumaki was walking down the street towards the ramen stand that Naruto fancied when he was a child. He liked it so much because the owner fed him when they, his parents, failed to do so. She choked back a sob. Every time she thought about her neglect of her baby boy, it broke her heart more and more. She was a failure as a mother. She neglected her son and raised an arrogant monster. Speaking of said monster, she had changed for the better. Naruko was no longer her daughter in her eyes, so she didn't pay much attention at first. Minato, after learning she wasn't the child of prophecy, dropped her and focused on finding Naruto and keeping the village afloat. Naruko was barely fed by her father, so she went to go find some food around the house or in the stores. She was still the hero of the leaf to everyone else, so they kept her happy. That changed when shops closed down and the families couldn't afford to give out freebies, and soon Naruko thought she was going to starve. She had no one. No father, mother, or brother. No friend she could turn to in her time of need. They were all fangirls and couldn't think of anything except their Sasuke-kun and how she was trying to steal him. She thought about doing some missions, but on a genin's pay, it wasn't enough. She kept thinking, was this how it was for you, Naruto? She thought about her lost brother. Feeling his pain or any pain for the first time in her life. At least Naruto had the Uchiha before their untimely demise. Naruko had no one. Sure, she lived with Minato, but he was no father. He didn't cook for her nor pay for her clothes or other needs. She was just a body in his home. This was around the time Kushina found her former daughter. She was in rags and covered in dirt. She couldn't in good conscience leave the poor girl there, so she took her with to the Senju compound. You may not be my daughter, but I will stand to see that bastard harm another child the way he did my Naruto, Kushina said to her. From that day on, the two became acquaintances. Simple hellos on Kushina's part, and Naruko wanting to do anything to get back on her mother's good side. Bring back my son. Can you do that? That is the task I require if you ever want to be close to me again. That was the task given to Naruko to get Kushina's forgiveness. Kushina was knocked out of stupor when she reached the small shop named Ramen Ichiraku. She noticed that there was a group of people eating and laughing loudly. She looked at each one. There was a boy with salmon hair, a girl with red hair not unlike her own, a girl with striking blonde hair like Minato's, two girls with blue hair, another with brown hair, and girl with black hair, and finally a man with pure white hair. What an odd group of people, she thought to herself as she walked to the right side of the white-haired man. Come on, Nami-chan, the man whined playfully. Daddy wants a bite. Kushina heard a giggle and looked to the man's lap and saw a little girl with a mop of blue hair and purple eyes looking up at the man with a grin. She shook her head. She giggled out as she tried to take some more of the noodles, but the man chuckled and took the chopsticks from her and fed her. What shocked Kushina most about this was the girl's other feature, 2 whisker marks on each cheek. She knew 2 people that has those whisker marks, and she was sure Naruko didn't have a child. And in Naruto. Most of the group stopped talking and looked to her, and she ignored them in hopes that this white-haired man was her son. The man stopped playing with the little girl and his features went blank. He turned his head and she saw the whisker marks and almost cried then and there. Kushina. His voice was void of emotions. He was hit in the shoulder by the black-haired girl. Naruto, be nice, she said. Naruto just grunted all Uchiha-like. Sayuri rolled her eyes and extended her hand over Naruto to Kushina. Hi, I'm Sayuri. It's nice to finally meet you, she said with a smile. Kushina shook her hand but stared at her face. Have we met before? You look familiar. We probably did, but I don't remember. You knew my mother, Mikoto Uchiha, Sayuri said, and Kushina's eyes went wide. This young lady in front of her was Mikoto's daughter. She was thought to be dead as her mother. She looked older than she was supposed to be too, as did Naruto. What? Where have you been? Where's Mikoto-chan? She asked frantically. Naruto, seeing his chance, stood up with Nami and walked over to Wendy. Well, seems like you guys have things to talk about. Let me just take the girls and get out of your way, he said as he took Wendy's hand and walked out of the shop. Naruto-kun! Get back here and make up with your mother! Levi yelled out. What? I'm already having too much fun with my daughters. Gotta go, he said, and he vanished from his spot with Wendy and Nami. Levi looked back at Kushina with sad eyes. Kushina looked pained. He doesn't want me in his life. I didn't even get to see my grandkids. She started to sob out. Don't worry. We're sure he'll come around. If not, we'll make him, Kana said as everyone else nodded. Yeah, I'll kick his ass for you. Didn't he beat you yesterday, Natsu? Happy asked, appearing from nowhere. Shut up, you traitor! Natsu yelled back. Come on, let's go find Naruto and I. He walked out of the stand with Happy on top of his head. Kushina sniffled and rubbed some tears away. So who are all of you to Naruto? She asked as she looked to the group of girls. Sayuri rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, a trait she picked up from Naruto. We should talk somewhere more private. You are still staying at the Senju compound, right? Kushina nodded. Great! Let's go there. With Naruto. Naruro was walking around with Wendy's hand in his left hand and Nami held on his right hip. He was thinking back to how they got here. Flashback. Why are they here? Naruto asked as he approached the group that consisted of Levi, Nami, Wendy, Kana, Sayuri, Erza, Lucy, Natsu, and Happy. He pointed to the last three. I want to see where you come from too, Naruto and I. Are you like an alien? Natsu asked as he and Happy started to poke Naruto, who just slapped the offending hand and paw away. I invited them, Erza said simply. Naruto looked at her shocked. You what? He looked over to Sayuri. You did tell them how our world works, right? Sayuri nodded. Yes, and they are ready to make that choice if need be. Now quit being a baby and let's go, she said impatiently. Naruto grumbled and flipped through some hand seals. Alright, everyone join hands and hold on tight, he said as his dojutsu flared to life in all of its glory. Something dawned on him as he was finishing the jutsu. Wait. Why is the busted blonde coming with us? Erza winked at Lucy, who blushed and looked away. Because she is Naruto-kun. Now let's get this show on the road, Kana yelled out. He made two hands appear at the back of his elbows to hold onto Wendy's and Natsu's hand with the Azura path. Here we go, Naruto muttered. A flash overtook them, and when it died down, there wasn't a trace of the group there. Flashback end. He shook his head and looked down to his two girls. So what do you two want to do? Wendy was going to say something but was interrupted by a scream. Narrutto, fight me! They looked up to see Natsu flying down with a flaming fist with Happy on his back with his wings flared out. He sighed as he pushed Wendy behind him and let go of her hand. His hand was covered with chakra and he grabbed the flaming fist, much to the awe of surrounding civilians and even passing ninja. Natsu, what did I tell you and the others about using your special abilities? Naruto asked. Not to use them? He tried to answer, but it came out more as a question. Yes, and what did you just do? He asked as if chastising a small child. He and the bad kitty broke the rule, Papa, Nami said as she smiled and waved her arms. Happy was on Natsu's head crying. She called me a bad kitty with a smile. So hurtful. Ignoring the talking cat, Naruto smiled to the small girl in his right arm. That's right, Nami-chan. So when we get home, I'm going to give them a punishment for breaking the rules, and after that I'll tell Erza. As soon as the Natsu and Happy heard the red-headed she-devil's name, they both paled a deathly white and were soon at Naruto's feet bowing. Please don't tell Erza, Naruto and I/Sama. They both begged with waterfall tears running down their cheeks. Many of the onlookers had sweat drops at the pathetic sight. Their begging was cut short when 4 masked shinobi fell to the ground surrounding them. You too, the assumed leader pointed to Natsu and Naruto, are to report to Hokage-sama at once. Naruto looked at him. No. If the Umbu had a reaction, he didn't show it. You will report to Hokage-sama or we will have to use force. Tell my bastard of a father to leave me and my friends alone. Now I would suggest you leave before I make you, Naruto said as his eye narrowed. The Umbu didn't take kindly to the threat and reached for their blades but stopped when an intense pressure brought everyone to their knees. The only ones unaffected were Naruto and his group, but it was because Naruto was projecting his own aura around so his family wouldn't feel the affects. No. What's wrong with them, Papa? Wendy asked from behind Naruto. Naruto turned his head to the roof of a store and saw a mane of spiky white hair. Someone is throwing a fit and is hurting these people, he said with a frown. You should really calm down, old man. You're supposed to protect these people, not give them visions of their death. The white-haired man glared harder at the group. Shut it, brat. What do you know of protection? You are the child of prophecy and you ran away, he snarled out. I have no obligation to save this world. I won't be the savior. Wasn't that why you ignored me for Naruto? He asked with an eyebrow raise. Whatever, we put our eggs in the wrong basket, but now that you're back we can fix that with a loyalty seal or two. He looked down to the child in his arms and saw the whisker marks. Hell, we could even use the girl. Either way you're going to lead this world into an era of peace and then I can get the toads back. He said, but he was forced to dodge a small fist as Wendy was in his face with a fierce glare in her eyes. Do not threaten my little sister. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and went to grab the girl to use as leverage. Sky Dragon's Roar! She yelled as she blew out a huge tunnel of sharp wind from her mouth at point-blank range. Jiraiya took the full brunt of the attack and was shredded up and sent through the roof of the store they were above. Wendy! Get over here! We are leaving! Naruto yelled as he wanted to get out of here before more Umbu showed up. He felt for the marker he gave Sayuri and locked on. Wendy appeared in front of her father and Natsu. We will have words later, young lady, he said sternly as he placed a hand on Natsu's shoulder, and Natsu did the same for Wendy. He tightened his hold on Nami and flashed away. Senju Compound. Kushina and the group from Fairy Tail were sitting in a living room talking about their complex relationship with her son. So you're telling me he saved you from slavery? She pointed to Erza. Saved you from Danzo's root? She pointed to Sayuri. Trained both of you to be strong as an A-class ninja or possibly more. She pointed to Levi and Kana. And he doesn't know you? She finished with Lucy. They all nodded but Lucy a bit sheepishly. She felt out of place here but the others kept telling her to stay. Kushina smiled while her eyes watered a bit. It's nice to know he's found some love, even if it wasn't from me, she said as tears started to fall. The girls looked visibly shocked. We didn't say we loved him, Erza stuttered out as she blushed crimson, making Kushina smile as it reminded her of herself when she was younger. I can see it in all of your eyes when you looked at him earlier playing with the little girl, Kushina said. Plus one of you must have had more adult relations for him to have not one but 2 daughters, she said a bit mischievously. All the girls stopped and glared at Levi with blushes adorning their faces. Levi had grown used to the glares from her love rivals and shrugged them off as she knew they were playful, right? Oh, I think we have a winner, Kushina said as she giggled a bit. Well, Wendy is adopted. Naruto-kun found her when she was 5 and took her on. He wanted to be called Big Brother but she insisted on calling him Papa. Nami happened unexpectedly, she said with a blush, and the others glared at her. It was right before Naruto-kun left for a big mission. We usually always have parties but this one was the biggest one to date. Everybody was drinking. Kana didn't notice the dark aura surrounding Kushina about underage drinking. Well, eventually everyone passed out as usual but a certain 2 people didn't, and that's how Nami-chan was conceived. Kana finished with a light glare at the brunette, who blushed at the memory. We know why he left, but do you know the reason he decided to leave after so long? Levi asked, trying to get the playful glares off of her. Kushina's visage to a sad display. She stood up and walked down a hallway. I think we hit a sore spot, Kana said. You don't say? Sayuri said in a deadpan. Kushina returned with a piece of worn paper and handed it to Levi. They noticed that it had various tear stains on it. They all gathered around Levi and read it over her shoulder. It described Naruto's life growing up in the Namikaze Uzumaki house. He just wanted to get attention from his parents like his sister did. He tried to emulate her, so whenever she got praise he thought he would too. He detailed how it didn't work, and he always got pushed away or shunned for his efforts. The biggest thing in the letter was how he described the slap he got after showing his shinobi training. That was the day he stopped trying to get their love and found a family of his own. He went on to say how his life got better after that. His times training with Itachi and Shursui, having dinner with Itachi's family, and even having conversations with the Nine Tails. It all ended when Minato ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan. They all had tears in their eyes, but they had heard it the night before, so they had expected this. They all looked to Kushina. I must have read that letter over 1,000 times since he has left, and I could never forgive myself for what I have done to him. I am not fit to be called a mother to anyone, she said as she looked down, and tears dropped onto the ground. Levi got up from her spot on the couch and walked to the redhead woman and hugged her. I'm sorry for bringing up these bad memories. Some days I feel as if I'm not fit to be a mother to Nami-chan or Wendy-chan. I mean, I'm only 17 yet I'm a mother of 2. Sometimes, I ask myself, was it all a mistake, but then I look into their eyes and I know in my heart that I was right to be their mother. Just like I know that Naruto-kun will forgive you. Right, girls? There was a shout of agreement, and it made Kushina cry more with tears of happiness. Thank you? She sobbed out. The door opened and closed with a bang. Kushina! Naruto and I are back from the store! Tsunade yelled out as she and Netuko walked into the living room and saw 5 unfamiliar people in her house surrounding a crying Kushina. She immediately jumped into action and jumped at the girl closest to Kushina, the small brunette, with her fist cocked back. Naruto went after the other 4 who got into a defensive stance. Kana pulled out a card with a jester laughing very close to a cliff edge and a dog following closely to his heels. She went to use it but was stopped by Erza. She looked over to her in confusion. Erza looked back as she equipped a blade. Now is not the time nor place to summon Izanagi. He's too big and we aren't supposed to be using our magic. Well, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? We aren't all swordsmen like you, Erza, she said as she took her place behind Erza as she blocked a kunai strike from Naruto. Levi was pushed away by Kushina as Tsunade's fist came in contact in the spit she previously occupied. This resulted in a loud crash and cracks appearing as the floor was destroyed. What monstrous strength! Lucy stammered out. That's almost like what Wendy-chan does with her magic. Is that just her raw strength? Levi stated as she landed near Lucy. She waved her arm across her body and the word shield appeared in front of them in big bold letters that attempted to block Tsunade's follow-up attack but was instantly shattered. Luckily for them, Kushina's chakra chains wrapped around Tsunade and Naruto to stop their attacks. Stop! Kushina yelled out to both sides. Naruto looked towards her mother. But they attacked you and made you cry, she protested with Tsunade nodding in agreement. No, they didn't. They are friends of Naruto and we were talking about why he left, Kushina said, hoping that cleared things up. The effect was instant when they heard that name. Naruto, he's back again, Tsundit said as she and Naruto were released from their bindings. Kushina nodded and was going to introduce the girls but was cut off by a white flash right beside Sayuri. They all looked towards the flash and saw Natsu, Happy, Wendy, Naruto and Nami. Naruto and Tsunade tensed but were placated by Kushina again. Wait! That's Naruto and more of his friends! Tsunade and Naruto looked at each other, and then to Kushina. Are you alright, Kushina? Naruto and Naruto are identical twins and none of them look like Naruto, Tsunade questioned. Hearing his name a couple of times, Naruto looked over to the 3 other occupants of the room and his face went emotionless again. Tsunade took a good look at the newcomers and saw the white-haired man had whisker marks unique to the missing Uzumaki. That can't be Naruto. We're the same age and that guy is clearly older than me, Naruto stuttered out as she pointed towards Naruto. Naruto-kun, why are you older than Naruto? Sayuri asked. It is of no importance, he said, his voice devoid of emotions. He glanced over to the girls. We need to leave now, he told them. Wait, we just got here. Why do we have to leave? Kana asked out as she put her hands on her hips. The others nodded their head in agreement. Because Minato and Jiraiya know that I am here. I had a run-in with Jiraiya and he threatened to use Nami and Wendy to blackmail into leading this village and world to true peace. Naruto explained as all the girls gasped at the thought of 2 children being used as bargaining chips. Those monsters! How dare they use children against a parent? Tsunade screamed as she pounded her right fist into her left palm. They heard a snort from Naruto and looked at him strangely. Isn't that a bit hypocritical coming from you? Their looks grew even more confused than before. What do you mean, Naruto and I? Natsu asked. Well, think about it, he said as he shifted the snoozing Nami into a more comfortable position in his arms. Shinobi of this world train their kids to be trained killers as it a normal way of life. By the age 12, most kids are considered adults because they would have passed their graduation exams. In the shinobi world, there is no such thing as fair play. You do anything and everything to get ahead, such as using someone's love against them. While that may be true for some people, I would never put a child's well-being on the line for a mission, Tsunade said passionately. Naruto chose not to acknowledge her response and turned to his group. It matters not. We need to leave now, he said with no room to argue, or so he thought. No. You need to make amends with your family. We came all this way and we aren't going home until you do, Erza said as she crossed her arms in front of her armored breastplate and took a seat with an expression that said, I'm not leaving until I get what I want. The other girls looked worried between themselves before sitting down with Erza. Naruto looked dumbfounded. Girls? What the heck, we have to leave before they get here? He yelled silently as to not wake his daughter. Erza is right, Naruto-kun. You have to get through these issues. It's now or never, Levi said as she too crossed her arms along with Kana and Sayuri. Naruto looked around to Natsu, who had disappeared and reappeared by Erza. What? Natsu? He exclaimed. Sorry, Naruto and I, but Erza is scary. Natsu shuddered out with happy, uttering out a weak eye from atop his head. Traitor, Naruto muttered. Naruto sighed and felt someone grab his arm. He looked down to his petite daughter as she looked up to her father. I would like to get to know Grandma, she asked timidly as she looked away with a blush. Many in the room cooed at the adorable sight. Naruto sighed as he knew he couldn't deny his daughter. She had him wrapped around her little finger. Fine. For you, Wendy-chan, he said as he grabbed a seat and motioned for Kushina and company to do the same. Naruto sighed as he didn't know where to begin. Well, you already met the girls. Let me introduce Natsu Dragneel. He's my little brother. He motioned to the salmon-haired boy who was behaving himself most likely because of a threat from Erza. This here is my pride and joy. Wendy Marvel, my daughter, he said with a smile as he ruffled her hair while she blushed. Wendy, this is your grandma, aunt, and I guess you could say great-grandma, Kushina Namikaze, Naruko Namikaze, and Tsunade Senju, Naruto said, pointing to each person as he gave their name. Tsunade had a tick mark on her forehead. This brat has the gall to call me grandma and add a great in front of it. Kushina got up and slowly went to the young brunette and kneeled to her level. It is so nice to meet you, Wendy-chan. Wendy slowly took a step towards Kushina and wrapped her arms around her and gave her a hug. Hello, Ba-chan. She missed the wide eyes from Kushina from the contact. Kushina felt conflicted at being called grandma. Before, she wanted to be called grandma by her cute little grandchildren, but she wasn't that old to be a grandparent yet. Kushina hugged back and sobbed out a bit. Wendy ended the contact at the sound and looked up with concern in her large eyes. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? I'm sorry, Ba-chan. She fired out rapidly and she looked over the woman, who started to giggle while wiping tears away. No, I'm fine, Wendy-chan. It's just I'm happy. This is most happy I've been for a while. Only one thing could make me happier than seeing my grandbabies, Kushina said with a smile. Wendy looked up and smiled. What will make you even happier? Being forgiven by your father, Kushina said as she looked towards the man in question, who looked away while rocking Nami in his arms. Wendy looked confused. Why is Papa mad at you? Because I wasn't the best mommy when he was young, Kushina SSID as she looked away and closed her eyes to hide her pain and tears. What happened? Wendy asked. Many looked to each other as if asking to tell the child or not. She didn't love me as a child, Wendy, Naruto said as he stood up and handed Nami to Levi. He stepped towards shocked Wendy and the shaking Kushina. She loved your aunt more than me, never taking any time to spend with me. Many nights, I would be left out from the dinner table. I had to get my own clothes because my parents wouldn't buy me any. They even forgot my birthday even though you aunt and I are twins, Naruto said as Wendy looked over to the sobbing Kushina and Naruto with wide eyes. He decided to leave out the abuse from the villagers because he didn't want to make his daughter cry and possibly give her nightmares. She even hit me once. I showed her that I had been training on my own and I thought she would be proud. She struck me across the face and said she hated me. What kind of mother says that to her child? He asked rhetorically. Wendy took a step back and behind Naruto. She had to process this. This seemingly nice woman was truly a monster if she truly did what her papa had said. Naruto, you're scaring Wendy-chan, Erza said as she looked concerned for the frightened preteen. He glanced over to the girls and Natsu, but those weren't his warm pools of blue, they were cold ships of ice. Is this not what you wanted? For me to work out these problems with these people? He asked. But not like this. Not possibly making Wendy hate her before she gets to know her, Kana yelled out. Why should she love her or anyone on that side of the room? They are worse than scum. Abandoning a young child to fight for himself on the streets until he was picked up by the only two Uchiha that looked at him like he was a person, not a demon. These people are not my family. Kurami, Itachi, Shurzue, and Old Man Sage are my family, Naruto said with a lot of anger. Wendy had heard enough and ran away out of the building. Naruto was going to go after her, but he was punched in the face by the busted blonde Sannin. You bastard! Do you know what these two have gone through since you have left? Kushina lost weight rapidly and almost died crying over you. Naruto was all but dropped from her father's estate. Kushina found her in rags before we gave her home. She has been looking for you relentlessly so she could get back in Kushina's good graces. So don't say they don't love you. Naruto didn't even look affected by her blow, but when he looked back at her, her heart skipped a beat. His glare was fierce and pierced her to her soul. You dare compare that to pain I have endured? I was beaten by those damn villagers weekly if not every other day, and that compares to their pain? I lost my entire family in the span of a week starting with Uchiha because of that damn bastard, Minato. Does their pain compare to that? He yelled in rage as let some of his killing intent go loose, and it suffocated everyone in the room and made Nami cry out in distress. Naruto's killing intent ceased and went over to Nami to cheer her up, but was stopped when he was decked in the face by a small fist. He went flying outside through the wall outside to the main garden. Everyone was wide-eyed at the scene as it was Wendy who had struck her father. Tsunade, Kushina and Naruto were shocked at the strength of the petite girl. Wendy! Why did you do that? Levi yelled out. Wendy just glanced at her with narrowed eyes and went over to the hole in the wall and walked through. Everyone went to follow and was shocked to see Naruto fighting Jiraiya, Minato, Wendy, and a couple of Umbu at once. Why are they here and why is Wendy helping them? Kushina asked. I don't know, but I don't have a good feeling about it, Tsunade replied as she watched Naruto easily dispatch the Umbu, leaving it 3-on-1. Natsu went to jump to help Naruto but was stopped as a white barrier stopped him as he slammed into it rather comically and slid down slowly. A barrier? When did they get the time to set this up? Kushina said as she eyed it. It was set up by four paper tags at the corners of the barrier, but they were unreachable as they were inside. How do we get in there? We have to help him, Kana yelled out as the rest of the fairy tale mages agreed. We can't as of now. The seals holding the barrier are on the inside so we can't touch them, Kushina explained. Can't you or Levi write a seal that overrides it? Erza asked. We could, but it will take time, Levi said as she handed Nami to Lucy and took out her Gale reading glasses and tied her hair up into a ponytail. She looked to Kushina. Could you help me with this? She asked and got a nod in return as they went to the nearest corner of the barrier to examine the seal. What do we do now? Natsu asked, annoyed. He wanted to fight too, damn it. We just have to wait until Ka-san and the other girl finish and hope Naruto makes it out okay, Naruto said as she looked to the standoff happening in the barrier. She heard Natsu snort. If anyone needs to be worried, it is the blonde and white-haired man. Ni-san is way stronger than them. Naruto looked at Wendy with wide eyes as he rubbed his jaw. Wendy, what are you doing? He asked only to get no answer. He turned and glared at the duo behind her. What have you done to my daughter? He asked with a dangerous edge. I told you we could fix this with a loyalty seal or two back at the plaza, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Naruto's eyes went back to Wendy as he looked down in sadness. We know you won't fight against her, so just come quietly, Minato said. Finally, he was close to fulfilling his goal of world peace. He didn't expect Naruto to appear in front of him with an arm cocked back, but Naruto didn't expect for Wendy to be in front of him a second later and sucker punch him away. I'll venir! Wendy chanted as a rune barrier formed in front of her, getting eyebrow raises from the shinobi. She was covered in a glowing aura and took off as fast a low Jonin level ninja. That brat is fast, I'll give her that, Jiraiya stated. Wendy rushed the recovered Naruto as she threw a right punch towards his face, which he blocked. She then went for a jab with her left, and he caught it. She turned her body and kicked him in the ribs and took a deep breath. Sky Dragon's Roar! Her roar hit true and Naruto was hit by the tunnel of razor wind and blasted away. All arms! Wendy called out as she was bathed in another glow. She rushed at Naruto again, but slower than before, showing that Al Vienir had worn off. With Fairy Group, Tsunade and Naruto. Those bastards! When they said they would use his kids, I didn't expect this, Tsunade said solemnly. What do you mean? Kana asked as she watched Naruto get launched by the roar. They said they placed a loyalty seal on Wendy. She's not doing this on her own, they are forcing her, Tsunade explained as the girls gasped and Natsu growled and his hands lit ablaze and he struck the barrier repeatedly. Natsu, stop it! Lucy called out, but careful enough to not wake the baby. Natsu looked back. I have to get in there and help Naruto and I. He's not going to fight back and Wendy is stronger than you think. He'll be hurt, he said. A look of realization crossed his face. Luigi! You can summon Virgo and have her dig me a tunnel like you did with the wind wall, he explained. My name is Lucy, she yelled out. Lucy thought it over and nodded. She shifted Nami to her left arm and grabbed Virgo's key. I call upon thee, Virgo! A woman dressed in a maid outfit with shackles around her wrist appeared from a golden light. She had pink hair and blue eyes and had a voluptuous figure. She looked to Lucy and bowed. Is it time for punishment, princess? She asked in monotone. No! I need you to dig a hole under that barrier so Natsu can get in, Lucy said, pointing towards the barrier. They saw Naruto get hit in the solar plexus by Wendy and he hacked up saliva. Hurry please, Lucy pleaded. As you wish, princess, Virgo said as she went to the barrier and started to rotate at inhuman speeds as she eventually started to dig into the ground and appeared on the other side. It is done. Anything else? Virgo asked and Lucy shook her head. Virgo nodded and disappeared in a golden light. Yosh! I'm coming, Naruto and I, Natsu said as he went into the hole. Lucy turned to see Tsunade and Naruto looking at her with wide eyes and Erza and Kana both gone. Where did they go? She asked. They went into the barrier with the pink-haired boy. What was that? Naruto asked. What? Lucy questioned their confusion. The whole golden glow and a person appearing. Tsunade explained their confusion. Oh, I'm a celestial spirit mage, Lucy said as if it was the simplest thing in the world. Inside the barrier, Naruto landed on the ground with a thud as he wiped the blood from his mouth. I forgot about her. All arms, hurts like hell. How can I beat my little girl without hurting her? Long-distance Kamui is out of the question as she might move and something could go horribly wrong. Susanoo? Maybe, but I don't want to crush her in the hand. Genjutsu and then rush and overload the seal, but they might have put in some fail-safe that might damage her. I could absorb it with the Rinnegan. Maybe go with the tried and true, the would really dash. His thoughts were interrupted when Wendy was upon him, and rained down haymaker after haymaker upon his face, showing some bruising. He looked up and he saw tears falling from her eyes and it broke his heart. All right, girlie, that's enough. We don't need him to have brain damage, Jiraiya said as he kicked Natsu away, but Wendy didn't stop. He got irritated and made a hand seal. Wendy stopped beating Naruto, grabbed her head and started to scream as a seal glowed on her neck. Jiraiya! Stop this! Naruto demanded. Shut up, she needs to learn who is boss. Naruto saw red. These bastards turned his little girl against him and are causing her unbelievable pain. He stood up as yang chakra went through his body and healed him a bit. A long black cylinder slowly crept from his hand and he was gone in a white flash. Jiraiya didn't expect a shooting pain to go through his arm from the shoulder to the tips of his fingers. He certainly didn't expect to be pinned to the ground. Natsu, Naruto said with no emotion. The Dragon Slayer looked over to his brother figure, and he stepped back in fear when he saw the silent fury in his eyes. I am going to give you a gift. Use it well. Leave this bastard to me and take care of Minato with Erza and Kana, he said as his left eye strained and a pitch-black flame lit and enveloped Natsu. Ha, you killed your own ally. Some friend you are. Jiraiya mocked but stopped when a second chakra receiver pierced his kneecap. He let loose a yell of pain as both legs and his shoulders were all stabbed and pinned to the ground. He heard what sounded like eating. He looked over to the pink-haired boy and saw him eating the flames. What the hell? Thanks for the grub, Anai-san. I'm all fired up, Natsu declared as he finished eating the heavenly flames. On his face and forearms he had grown pitch-black scales. He was gone after Minato to help Erza and Kana's Izanagi. What to do with you? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smirked. Hey, you forget, kid, I hold your trump card. He tried to make the hand seal again but was stopped when he felt pain in his forearm. He tried to look down to see what happened but he didn't have much mobility. He gasped in shock when he saw his forearm and hand in front of his face. No, you won't be hurting any of my family again, ever? Naruto said as Jiraiya glared up at him. Naruto ignored the glare in favor of looking towards the remaining people outside the barrier. Kushina, Tsunade and Naruto. I suggest you evacuate the village while there is still time because after I'm done here, I will be leaving the place in ruins, he said as they all gained shocked expressions. You can't do that. This is my home and I will protect it, Jiraiya stated as he tried to move from his prone position. Naruto walked over to his daughter's unconscious form and picked her up bridal style. He parted her hair and saw the seal which made him growl as he absorbed it with his Rinnegan. You caused my daughter great pain. I don't care what the reason, that is something I will not stand for. What is the best punishment for such an atrocity? He pondered. You're so lucky I'm pinned down. Even with one arm I am still a far better shinobi than you could ever be, boy. Do not compare me to your kind, Toad. But if you wish to be free then so be it, he said as his chakra receivers faded away. Jiraiya took action immediately as he created a Rasengan and charged at the duo. Didn't I say you would cause no harm to my daughter? Naruto said as a clone popped into existence and protected Naruto. The clone held one arm out when Jiraiya was going to ram the chakra ball into its gut. Almighty push! It uttered as Jiraiya was rocketed back by an invisible force. What the hell was that? Jiraiya asked himself. It doesn't matter. You won't be alive long enough to use the knowledge, he heard a voice say as he whirled around to punch but was stopped as he was grabbed in a full Nelson. He struggled but was feeling weaker by the second. This guy is stealing my chakra, he thought as he looked over to see how Minato was doing. He looked to be handling himself well enough considering he was at a numbers disadvantage. Minato had lost his cloak and he had a couple scratches here and there. It was worse for the others as the brown-haired girl was out cold and the other two were breathing quite hard with noticeable damage to the both of them. Minato wasn't a Kage for nothing. I can see that you noticed they need help so I need to wrap things up here, Naruto said as another clone popped into existence. Your soul isn't worth absorbing, it would probably taint mine a bit. I could give you to the King of Hell but that wouldn't do. Oh. I got it. Naruto snapped his fingers and the three clones jumped into action. The Preta clone threw Jiraiya into the air where the Azura clone met him with a mechanical whip that wrapped around his waist. The clone swung him around in the air before slamming Jiraiya onto the ground and dragging him through the dirt. The clone released its hold on the former Toad Sage as he went throttling on the dirt before he stopped slowly. He used his good arm to prop himself up and he glared at the group of Narutos. He had blood running down the right side of his face and his forehead protector was long gone. Jiraiya tried to stand up but with his chakra levels as they were, he wouldn't able to move much without immense pain. The Preta path appeared in his face and kicked him into the air. Jiraiya was floating as he reached the apex of his ascent. He wasn't expecting to see a small black ball that seemed to absorb light. He looked down to see multiple clumps of earth rushing towards him and the ball. This brat can control gravity? What the hell is he? Jiraiya thought. He screamed in pain as the rocks crushed against him as tight as they could. He vaguely noticed that his face was left uncovered. He stared down at the brat that did this to him and panted throughout the strain his body was being put through. I don't think even Tsuhaime could heal the damage to my body, he thought darkly. Naruto looked at him with a spark of something akin to hatred. He looked over to Minato and saw Erza and Natsu making a final push as Erza was out of magic and Natsu was suffering the effects of eating the Amaterasu flames. All of the Naruto clones dispelled, leaving only Naruto and Wendy. I am going. Don't worry, Wendy. I'll get you to safety, Naruto said as he left for Minato with Wendy in his arms. With Tsunade, Naruko, and Lucy. What the hell was that? Tsunade asked. She must be drunk to see what happened in front of her just now. I don't know. I've never seen him fight before, Lucy said, astonished by the fear she witnessed. Seriously, who can make clones that take on the user's own magics? And who can control gravity, for goodness sakes? She thought to herself. She felt some shifting in her arms and looked down to Nami waking up and rubbing her eyes cutely. She blinked a couple of times before looking around before she looked up to Lucy. Where Mama? She asked. Right here, sweetie, Levi said as she and Kushina rejoined the group. Could you guys crack the barrier? Naruko asked. They both shook their heads. There wasn't a way into the barrier. Although I could have done a reverse seal which would open the barrier a bit to get to it, she said with a finger to her chin. Everyone's sweat dropped. What a ditzy moment, Kushina. It doesn't matter. This girl used some summoning technique to get some to drill a hole under the barrier, Tsunade said as she pointed to Lucy. You summoned a person? Kushina asked, stupefied. The only summons she knew of were the animal clans. Lucy nodded and then showed her celestial spirit keys. These keys allow me to summon spirits that help me in battle, she said as she took out a silver key that glowed before a white light appeared and took a shape of small snowman with a carrot nose. Ploo! It exclaimed. It's so cute! Kushina cooed, as did Tsunade and Naruko, making Levi's sweat drop. Girls? There's kind of a death match going on. I don't think it's the time for this, she stated. They snapped back into serious mode and Lucy looked sheepish for bringing out her cutest spirit and sent Ploo back. Inside the barrier, Minato had more trouble than he thought he would have with these three. The redhead reminded him of Kushina in her prime, but better, as she seemingly had an armor for most things he thrown at her. Most of his elemental ninjutsu was neutralized by that, and she could increase her speed immensely with one of the armors, not as fast as him, but still pretty fast. She had some power over gravity, he presumed, as she could wield multiple swords without even touching them. What threw him off most about the redhead was that she had a fully developed Sharingan in her right eye. The pink-haired boy had great control over the fire element, better than most Uchiha in fact. His fire was pitch black and he had black scales on his arms and face. Those looked like the flames of Amaterasu, and he assumed he got them from Naruto. The boy was reckless, but he was a genius in battle. Many a time was Minato put into a tough position by the boy's tactical mind. He had wore them down and they were on their last legs. It was a good effort, but this battle is over. Please leave the barrier so I can get back to my son. Like you have any room to call him that, Erza snarled in her black wing armor. Minato frowned. While he may have dyed his hair and say where aren't his parents, my Kushina gave birth to him and I supplied the sperm. No. That is not what a father is. A father teaches their son to read or to write. A father protects his son when he is in danger. A father loves any child unconditionally no matter what. You are not a father, they heard Naruto say as he walked over with Wendy in his arms. Naruto and I. Come on, let's finish this guy together, Natsu yelled out as he grinned, but the effects of eating the Amaterasu flames were taking place and Erza was on her last legs. Naruto shook his head and handed Wendy's sleeping form to the redhead. No, Natsu. You two get out of the barrier and I will finish this by myself, Naruto said. Natsu looked ready to argue but collapsed and started to cough up black flames. His scales started to fade away and he looked very exhausted. A clone popped into existence and helped the teen up. Now both of you leave. He left no room for argument, and they both started back to where Virgo dug the hole. He looked to the others and saw that his other clone dropped off Kana. It meant that he could really let loose. The two men stared at each other for what seemed like forever. Just end this, Naruto. Come back to the village, and we can be a family again like you always wanted, Minato said. He feared that if this man before used his full power that he would wipe him from existence. Time for talk is over, Minato. Your and Jiraiya of the Sannin lives come to an end today. I will never forgive anyone that hurts my family, Naruto said as his Rinnegan glowed ominously. Minato's eyes narrowed as they turned to glowing chips of ice. You will come back to the village and lead us to peace as the child of prophecy. Naruto scoffed. You say you want peace, and what have you done to achieve that peace? You listened to your perverted sensei about a vague prophecy which led you to believe that it just had to be you, child, that would save the world. You chose to ignore your son, which led to the destruction of your family. From what I've heard, the other villages have started to gear up for war after hearing your exploits. You have no Jinchuriki to boast anymore, and while you're an army killer, you can only do so much against the other 4 villages. Because of your decision to leave me in the dust, you have caused another war. Yet you claim you want peace, Naruto said. You know nothing, Naruto. She needed the training if she was to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders, just like you need now. I don't need training. I don't need anything from you or this village. I could probably destroy the world if I truly wanted to, but enough talk, Naruto said as summoned a chakra rod and ran at the blonde. Minato tossed a tri-pronged kunai at Naruto while dashing towards him. They met in the middle, and as Naruto was going to strike him with the chakra rod, Minato vanished in a yellow flash. He reappeared behind Naruto and went for a Rasengan, but was stopped when a hand grabbed his wrist that held the A-rank jutsu. It shocked him as the hand was protruding from behind Naruto's shoulder. There was another appendage that had a mechanical device on it, and it started to make a high-pitched whine and blue orbs started to appear. Minato only had one thought. Shit! The blue orb discharged at point-blank range, and a laser made of chakra smashed into Minato, causing smoke to appear around them. When the smoke cleared, Naruto looked unscathed while Minato looked much worse for wear. His Jounin jacket had taken most of the blow, but it still went to his skin, which was a raw red. Naruto threw him into the air and kicked him in his chest as Minato let out a yell of pain. He flipped in the air and landed on his feet, but had to instantly dodge as a water dragon came flying towards him. He quickly pulled out 2 kunai and flung them, one at Naruto and the other in the air with a high arc. Naruto incinerated the kunai that came towards him with a fireball jutsu and saw Minato disappear in his yellow flash. He saw more kunai falling towards him, and he backflipped out of the way as they surrounded his previous location. He expected to see Minato appear or at least land, but he didn't see him. He looked around but couldn't find the blonde bastard. He looked over the kunai again and saw that one of them looked off. He flipped through some hand seals and yelled, "Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb!" A blob of fire was released from his mouth that took shape of a eastern dragon's head and incinerated the gathered kunai. That was a good idea to henge into one of the kunai, but my eyes can see through that, Naruto said as Minato appeared from the cloud of dust with burns and smoke on his person. It's time to end this, Naruto said as a silver ethereal figure made itself known around him with haunting roar. It was a skeletal figure that had no armor or weapons. The skeletal hand shot out and grabbed the 4th Hokage and applied a great amount of pressure. There was enough to where the man started to yell out in pain. Outside the barrier, Tsunade was looking over Wendy to make sure she was okay, while Kushina was looking for the seal they had placed on her. Her vitals are steady and there isn't any brain damage from when they activated the seal. She should be fine, Tsunade said after she finished her diagnostic jutsu. The seal isn't there anymore. I'm guessing Naruto had something to do with that, Kushina said. The group from Fairy Tail let out a sigh of relief and cheered. Levi kneeled down next to the girl's head and slowly ran her hand through her hair. I wonder if she'll remember what happened. It must have hurt Naruto to have to fight her, and that goes double for Wendy if she was aware of what she was doing. Levi spoke as she looked down at the girl with sadness in her eyes. Alright, pink-haired brat, get over her so we can get you healed, Tsunade said to the Fire Dragon Slayer, but he shook his head in his seated position by Lucy. He was sitting cross-legged with his arms crossed as well and a serious expression on his face. "No thanks, I'm fine," he said, not looking towards her but keeping his eyes on Naruto and Minato. Lucy frowned. "Natsu, you should accept her help. You have cuts all over and you could barely stand when you got over here," chastised while rocking Nami in her arms. "Nah, I'm okay. The only reason I was tired was because of the black fire Naruto and I gave me," Natsu said. Almost everyone looked over to him in confusion and realization. "Oh yeah, I saw that. How did he make those flames? I felt the heat from them when Natsu was on the other side of the battle," Erza inquired. "Those were the flames of Amaterasu," Sayuri said as everyone turned their heads towards her. "It's an ability granted by the Manjikyu Sharingan. The clan used to say that they burned as hot as the sun for 7 days and 7 nights and were unquenchable by conventional means." Many looked on in awe. "So that's the power of the Manjikyu. What's the risk involved using that power?" Erza asked. "To first activate the next level, you have to kill your best friend or watch someone you love die," she started, and that statement got total silence from everyone. To even think about such a notion was disgusting for some from fairy tale. To actually use the ability puts strain on the user's eye to where they cry tears of blood, and with every use they go blind bit by bit until they can never see again, she explained. "That's horrible. Why even use it if it has such a risk?" Kushina yelled out. "Sometimes it's out of necessity," Sayuri said. Erza and Levi looked towards her strangely. "You have those eyes, don't you?" Levi spoke quietly. Sayuri nodded and turned her head towards them, and they gasped. Instead of her usual cobalt black eye or even her matured Sharingan, they saw what looked like a black rose inside of a red four-sided buzzsaw with a black background. They looked beautifully haunting. "Whoa! Those are even freakier than the regular Sharingan," Kushina said, remembering Mikoto using the dojutsu during some of their spars. Tsunade got into her face and squinted her eyes. "You said that the user goes blind after each technique usage. How blind are you?" Sayuri stiffened. "I'm not blind at all. I was near blind and couldn't see a thing after Ka-san died. I was being attacked by some ninja lead by the elder Danzo. I fell while tree jumping away and thought that was the end. I woke up a couple days later with bandages around my eyes and Naruto by my side." She smiled softly at the memory. She received wide eyes from Naruto, Tsunade, and Kushina. "How did he fix it?" Tsunade demanded. "To gain eternal light, you need to swap eyes with someone close to you in relation like a brother or mother," Sayuri said. "So, you took Mikoto's eyes?" Kushina whispered. "What? No, Naruto had one of Shirsue's eyes and took the other back from a guy named Danzo. He implanted them into me and now I can use the Manjikyu techniques without the fear of going blind. Susanoo still hurts like a bitch though." Erza smacked Sayuri on the head and glared at her. "Language! There are children around," she pointed out. Sayuri glared right back while holding her head. "They're both asleep, armor girl!" she shouted. Erza's forehead grew a tick mark. "They won't be sleeping if you keep yelling!" she yelled back. Both were in each other's face with spark between them. Before anything could escalate, they heard an inhuman roar and they all turned back to the battlefield. They saw a silver skeletal figure had Minato in his grasps. What is that?" Naruto asked. "That thing was scary." "That is Susanoo. The ultimate offensive and defensive technique of the Manjikyu Sharingan. It is a powerful technique, but it feels like every cell in your body is on fire," Sayuri explained. All of their eyes grew wide but soon broke out of their stupor when Natsu declared he was fired up. Inside the barrier. "This is the end," Naruto spoke as Minato kept screaming out in pain as he was being crushed to death. He grit his teeth as he tried to think of a way out of the death grip this thing had on him. He concentrated and felt around the area. He ignored the growing pressure in his search before he finally felt what he was looking for. "This usually isn't my style, but for someone like you, I will make an exception," Minato said as he slowly pried open the hands of Susanoo, much to Naruto's shock. Minato drops to the ground and rushed the ribcage area and punches with all his might, and it showed with cracks appearing at the point of impact. "Senjutsu? But how?" Naruto asked. "While the toads may have rescinded our contract, they still taught us how to absorb and regulate the nature chakra around us," Minato said as he cracked a smirk. With this, I'll be able to defeat you," he said as he disappeared with pure speed and appeared in front of Naruto with his right hand cocked back with a large Rasengan in hand. Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. The spiraling chakra struck true with great impact as the Susanoo ribcage shattered. The jutsu continued and looked to hit Naruto directly, but he disappeared in a white flash. Minato was rocketed across the field under Jiraiya's moon from a kick from Naruto. "You seem to have forgotten. Once you have been marked, it can't be removed," Naruto said. Minato narrowed his eyes. "When did you mark me?" He snarled. To be marked with his own jutsu was disgraceful. "When Itachi and I came back the first time, when you were all caught in the genjutsu. I marked all of you just in case I came back to this world," Naruto explained. Minato growled. "You bastard, to use my own jutsu to defeat me! I will end you!" he yelled out. Naruto raised his eyebrow. He went from trying to make me his puppet to trying to kill me. What happened? It can't just be because I used his jutsu, is it the senjutsu? Old Man Sage did say that nature's energy corrupted some people and I should be careful when using senjutsu. Maybe it amplified his anger to a fit of rage? Naruto inquired mentally as he dodged Minato's strikes. "You're getting sloppy. It's over," Naruto stated as he created 4 shadow clones. The original disappeared in a flash and appeared behind Minato with a Rasengan ready. Minato's enhanced senses kicked in and he jumped into the air. This to prove his final mistake as the original Naruto appeared behind whilst flashing through hand seals at a rapid pace with his clones following the same seals. When they finished, they clapped their hands together, and they were bathed in a blinding pale blue light, and they shot towards each other to connect into a pyramid that contained Minato. The pyramid was 10 feet tall and 6 feet wide. "Light style, Pyramid of Light," Naruto said as he landed on the ground. The color started to fill in from the borders until the whole pyramid was a transparent pale blue. Minato rushed at the wall and tried to break his way out of the prison but was surprised when he was burned and his enhanced strength was no use. "I told you, it is over. No matter what you try, you won't be able to get out. Even your flying thunder god can't save you now," he said as he willed the Earth satellite that contained Jiraiya over to him and sent the clones to lower the barrier Minato and Jiraiya constructed. It took 2 minutes before everyone was gathered around the hysteric Minato and Naruto, with Levi rocking and now awake Nami and Natsu carrying the still sleeping Wendy on his back. "Can that thing hold him? He used brute strength to destroy your Susanoo," Sayuri stated as she eyed the blonde Kage warily as he cursed at the whiskered man next to her. "Yes. I wouldn't risk your guy's safety if I didn't think it could hold. It burns whatever touches it, he can't get out. That is going to be his grave," he said, and their eyes widened at what he said. Naruto picked up on this and explained. "I won't have these two running around causing havoc in the name of peace anymore. They hurt Wendy in more ways than one, and that is something I cannot allow to slide by." He looked over to the 3 kunoichi of the group and sighed. "I am sorry for the way I acted back there. That is not the way Old Man Sage and Kurami raised me, but do try to see it from my side," he said as he created 2 shadow clones, and they all raised a fist towards the girls. Everyone grew confused except for Natsu, who grinned a bit. "Just tap my fist with yours," Naruto told them. Kushina, Naruko, and Tsunade hesitantly obliged as they rose their own fists to meet Naruto's. At first nothing appeared to happen, but then they felt it. All the pent-up rage and sadness at them and the world as a whole. They saw some of his memories, the scoldings, the ignoring and the abuse from the villagers. What struck out most was the loss of the Uchiha clan, more specifically the main family and Shirosue. After what felt like hours, they lowered their fists, and all 3 were all in tears. What was that? What did you do?" Tsunade asked. "That was the precursor to ninjutsu. It is called Nishu and was created by the Sage of 6 Paths. He spread chakra through the world hoping that humans could connect and understand each other's pain without communication, but it was used for war instead of peace in the end," Naruto explained as he stared into the sky thinking about his mentor and sister figure. He had also seen what Naruko and Kushina had been through since he had left, and he was shocked. He felt their pain, and while it didn't compare to his, he felt that no one should suffer such as he did. He looked back to the others. "I think I can forgive you for what you have done. It's what the old man would have wanted." He saw their gleeful expressions and sighed. "But do not think I will forget what transpired here. It has shaped me to what I am today. I don't think I could see you as a mother, sister, or godmother ever again, but maybe we could be friends or whatever. He finished quietly as he looked away from everyone as they all looked on in shock. This was the man who emotionally exploded only an hour ago, and wanted nothing to do with the three in front of him had a total change of heart. While it saddened everyone that he wouldn't think of them as family, it was a step in the right direction. What made you change your mind, Naruto-kun? Kana asked. A couple of things really. I needed to let go and finally move on from that point of my life, and forgiveness is the first step, I suppose. The second reason is Wendy and Nami are probably going to want to see their aunt and grandmothers, and I can't be acting like I was every time they're around, so I'm willing to make it work, I guess. Naruto then looked to the two beaten men. Minato's senjutsu had run out, and he was left in an exhausted state, and Jiraiya had stopped struggling long ago. What to do with you two? He asked himself, but everyone heard them. Do you really have to kill them, Naruto? Tsunade asked. He may have been a monster and pervert, but that was still her teammate. Yes, the seal he used on Wendy was like the caged bird seal, except this one stripped the will of the person, and they are aware of everything that happens around them. That seal could have killed her if he kept it active long enough. Would you let that slide because of old times? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Many looked appalled at the explanation of the seal used on Wendy, and Tsunade was at a loss for words. Maybe Jiraiya was beyond saving. Was the Jiraiya she grew up with even real or just a ruse? I think I should just feed them to the King of Hell and be done with it. I don't want to make them suffer pain, he mused. It was a bit unnerving to the fairy tale group at how casually he talked about life and death. Naruto-kun, you don't need to kill them. You've won. The white-haired man is probably crippled beyond repair, and you've proven you could defeat Minato easily. We could just leave and never come back, Erza said as the other girls nodded agreement. Naruto looked at them and seemed to be mulling it over. Fine, I guess. Jiraiya is never going to move again, and I could do something about Minato, I supposed. He said as he unsealed 4 pairs of earmuffs and gave them to Happy, Natsu, Wendy and Nami. He then lifted his right hand as a Rasengan started to form, but it didn't stop there, as everyone, who didn't have earmuffs, covered their ears as a high-pitched whistling sound came into existence. 4 blades of wind started to spin and grind against the Rasengan, and everyone looked on in awe. He completed it, Minato said as he looked at the marvelous jutsu. This is the Rasen Shuriken. It took me a while to come up with this, and even longer to actually complete it. With this you'll never be able to use Just ever again, if you survive, of course. Naruto explained as he threw the massive ball of death towards Minato. He threw it! Was the general shout of the group. They watched as it tore through the air and practically destroyed Naruto's light pyramid and engulfed Minato before arcing upwards and towards Jiraiya's stone prison. It sawed halfway through, and they exploded into a dome of millions of microscopic wind blades. When the dome dissipated, it had left Minato and Jiraiya hovering in the air for a bit before they crashed into the ground. The slight rising and falling of their chests was the only thing that told them that they were indeed alive. Well, that takes care of that, Naruto said nonchalantly, as if he hadn't come close to killing 2 men just now. The group all had sweat drops slide down the back of their heads. He turned to his group and smiled. Now let's go back home. I may have forgiven those 3, but the village is still a sore spot. The fairy girls and Natsu joined hands as Naruto prepared the jutsu to send them back to Earthland. Wait! They turned to Kushina, who had stepped in front of Tsunade and Naruto. I can't let you leave again. I just got you back and I won't let you go, so let me come with you. He looked over to Tsunade. She shrugged. I will probably be up next for Hokage, and that sounds like a pain. I am also curious about this fairy tale you speak of. I have Sannin traveling rights, so it won't be treason of abandoning the village. All of the fairy tale girls beamed at the statement, and looked over at Naruto, who had a conflicted look in his eyes. Kushina could help train Nami if she awakens her chakra chains, and Tsunade could help Wendy with her super strength technique. Do I really want to bring these 3 to Earthland? He pondered internally. After 5 minutes he was hit upside the head courtesy of the last female Uchiha. Ow, what was that for? He asked as his hands went up to where she hit. You spaced out for 5 minutes. So Hat's it gonna be? She asked. Naruto took a deep breath. They can come. It would be a drag to keep coming back and forth every time Nami or Wendy wanted to see them. They all beamed at the white-haired man, who walked over to the Senju compound and took out a huge sealing scroll. He flipped through some hand seals before the whole compound was sealed into the scroll. He turned and saw the whole group gaping at him. What? It's just basic sealing. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the DEEZNUTZHaaaa-GOTEEM for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.